The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced capacity that complies with CDC guidelines on social distancing. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. Mask wearing is optional. All audience members are encouraged to adhere to CDC guidelines on social distancing. The Committee of the Whole, scheduled for July 1st at 5:00 p.m., will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on our board docs, located on the school board's website at ebrschools.org/our-board. A period for written public comment will be provided online before the meeting, as well as before each action is taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review. All righty. I now call this meeting to order. Who is our invocation? Brother Darius?
I'll take it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode. District 8, Ms. Bernard.
And we have a quorum. Moving forward with item C1, update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. First, just wanted to wish everyone a happy July 4th weekend. I know we're a couple of days early, but we're just want to tell people please stay safe, and excited that we're able to celebrate a great holiday. Wanted to just update you on a few things. One, Literacy Coaches Academy. We hosted our first ever Literacy Coaches Academy last week, which was great success. There, literacy specialists learn more about the goals of the upcoming school year. As you all know, in an effort to improve literacy results across the district, we are focused on providing students with the supports they need to master reading and writing across the district. And we see these coaches working closely with principals and teachers to help improve that work. Buchanan Elementary School, congratulations to the Buchanan Elementary Beta Club Quiz Bowl winners. The team from Buchanan Elementary represented East Baton Rouge Parish Schools at the National Beta Convention in Orlando, Florida this week, and took home first place. Congratulations and great work to all those students. Jefferson Terrace Elementary School was featured in a story aired by NBC 33 and Fox 44 for providing free summer enrichment to over 650 students from across the district. Thank you to Principal Zane Whittington and the Jefferson Terrace for their work this summer in providing students with an exceptional summer experience. I also wanted to share, we'd like to thank all 53 summer camps that we had over the summer with all the students that were in those programs. Those were camps that range from music to arts and many other things, but they also focus on a literacy component, and we're just excited that students had an opportunity to do a lot of summer work, which was a part of our Smart Start approach. Also wanted to recognize Magnolia Woods. Magnolia Woods Elementary School is continuing its efforts to promote their strategic approach to early childhood literacy development, specifically for students in pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade. We'd like to acknowledge the Boys and Girls Club in supporting the school's literacy focus. And we also want to acknowledge our other partners that have helped us to help do summer programs this summer throughout the city. Facilities and program engagement. I shared at the last meeting that we will be embarking on programmatic and facilities growth in an effort to best meet the needs of our growing community and align with our strategic vision. We will be embarking on a number of community engagements to determine the location of additional gifted and magnet seats, dual enrollment opportunities, and facilities growth. A facility plan workshop will be held at our regular board meeting on July 22nd at 5 p.m. ahead of the regular board meeting, where we'll be sharing our facilities review plan. And we're excited to be able to get a very clear and broad approach of the entire district. Stuff the Bus. Please join us on July 28th for the annual Stuff the Bus event. We're excited to collect school supplies for our students and to partner again with WBRZ for the community-wide event. I also wanted to thank also the Truce organization, where our team was able to walk in the Glen Oaks neighborhood community with the sheriff's office and other agencies to be able to help and work with our communities to provide not only just a safe space for our students, but also to engage them with the amount of programs that we have in our school system. And I like to thank all the partners that participated in that program and our internal staff who was there. Last but not least, I'd like to announce that we will be having our Back to School Bash. We're excited about that, and we'll be hosting a citywide Back to School Bash on August 7th before school open up at the Raising Cane's River Center. We're excited to partner with the city of Baton Rouge. We've been working with the mayor and the mayor pro temp, Lamont Cole, and other community partners to provide this citywide celebration as students are welcome to return back to schools with all of our partners and community partners. In that event, we will have various partners throughout the city, our schools, our bands, and a lot of great work to help us with our families. We'll even have barbers to cut hairs and other folks to help to do some community events and slides for kids. We're so excited about the new year that's coming back. We look forward to having kids being fully in person this upcoming year and create a welcoming space as we help our young people be prepared for the new school year. Madam Vice President, that is my report.
Superintendent, what's the time on the citywide back-to-school event?
It will, I don't have the full time as of yet.
Okay, all
But
right.
we have the date locked in, but we will make that announcement at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to, I like to keep up.
Yes,
I was
ma'am.
trying to keep up. Very good. Thank you so much. All right, so moving forward with item C2, with our quarterly report from Fair Share.
Thank you, Vice President Collins, President Tapman, and also Board EBR School System Superintendent Narcisse for this opportunity to be able to come and share with you the information related to the Fair Share program. In fulfillment of its mission and accomplishment of the district's goal, the Fair Share program builds upon identifying and understanding barriers. And as we understand the barriers, we work to put into place procedures designed to help the companies that are in the program overcome and or address these barriers. As you can see, the mission of the Fair Share program is to facilitate the inclusion of women and minority-owned businesses and the procurement opportunities here within the district. But also the goal is the reduction of those barriers, and also we have an internal goal of 20% participation of women and minority-owned businesses in the procurement opportunities here within the district. To accomplish that, we have established a strong relationship with Aramark, the EBR System Procurement Department, as well as CSRS Tillage. But also, as a part of that partnership, we have developed some strategies to help us overcome the barriers which the companies may have within them. Next slide. Often we ask, what's the procedure, what's the process for helping companies to be able to reach the EBR to reach its goal, and to help the companies within the Fair Share program participate? What we have here is the outline of the procedure which we have in place. It starts with the identification of opportunities. This is followed by timely communication. Companies often say they don't hear about the opportunities in a timely manner. This is also followed by encouragement to participate in pre-bid conferencing. The pre-bid conferences were put into place such that everybody understands the expectations, the goals, and the timelines. And on larger projects, everybody can understand who will be bidding upon those projects. Then we make sure we encourage the company to actually participate in the bid process. If a company participates in the bid process, then we will move to the next step, which is sitting at the table to help ensure that they do actually achieve a sporting chance at these opportunities. But if a company does not bid, we want to sit down and have a conversation to understand what were some of the barriers or why they chose not to bid. But to another question that comes up, after a company does perform its task, we do a follow-up with those companies, something we've talked about a lot. How do we measure the outcomes? How do we make sure that things are being done in a timely manner? So we have instituted a process by which we do a follow-up with the companies, and if there was something that was a barrier to them bidding, then we want to actually talk about that to see if we can remove that barrier. Next slide. So what's the outcome of everything that we've done? The next couple of slides, you can see some of the outcomes. The first, we're talking about some of the Aramark projects. And what we've done here is you'll see it's called Christmas Break Painting Project. And we put 6 or 7 projects together such that it makes for a better, robust opportunity for companies to bid. We also track who was invited, who participated in the bid, and the outcome. You can see in one of the slides that we have here, there were 6 companies invited. 4 of those were Fair Share companies. Then you will see that 3 participated in the bid, 3 submitted bids. And on this particular one, the total amount of the project was around $168,000. Fair Share participation was around $100,000, which represents 60%. The other examples that you will see just mirror that same process, tracking who was invited, who actually participated, what was the outcome. Next slide. This is just another example of the same thing. We're trying to give you an overview of how this works and that it does work. Next slide. Now let's talk about some of the larger projects, the CSRS tillage projects. These are the major projects, the completely building of a school, major renovations, and you'll see we also track some of the same things. We've identified who's a major contractor. We had to put in both start and end date because in one case you see we have a 2020 date there, but it actually ended in 2021. You'll see here the amount of the contract. You'll also see the percent that we have on some of the projects. Sometimes the percentage is low. Sometimes you'll find that a Fair Share company actually won the entire bid and participated and performed a mid-sized project. Then on other occasions, you will see a larger project where the percent of the Fair Share was around 10%. But on the next slide, you will see where we have some projects that's even larger. You have the Jefferson Terrace, which was a 20% participation of persons in the Fair Share program. Then you have the Howard Park, the Arlequin ADA upgrades. That was 100% there. And then Park Elementary was a 13%. Our goal is 20%, but what this data shows is we're working towards that, in many cases meeting it, in some cases exceeding it. So this is an example of the form that we use after projects are finished, and we will randomly pick some projects, and we will ask these questions. We will get the name of the project. We will get the participating Fair Share company. Notice we'll see the scope of the project. Then on the next slide, you'll see a rubric that we use. We're asking, how well did this company perform? On the next slide, you'll see where we also put in a place for some general comments. The purpose of this is for us to be able to evaluate how well our companies are performing, and if there are some areas where we feel that there needs to be some continuous improvement, we will try to implement some things to do that. This is not a punitive measure. This is to see how well we were doing, and if there are some spaces where we may need some additional enhancements. We'll put together some workshops to do that. At the end of the day, what we say, the Fair Share program is comprised of companies who do quality work, who happen to be women and minority owned. This is an example of one of the companies, Genesis 360. As you can see, this particular company was recognized in a major way with the Louisiana Growth Leadership. There were only a small number of companies that achieved this goal this recent year, and one of them was one of our companies in the Fair Share program. Any questions? Well, the last comment I would like to make is part of our 90-day plan. We wanted to do some things to reach out to other departments in EBR, to put in place some additional workshops to do this. We've also identified a barrier, which is lines of credit, and we're going to be working with a local institution to be able to help address those barriers, such that our companies continue to do the work that we see that they do in a great way to help our children have great spaces to learn in while our teachers are teaching.
Our board member Landis had,
Oh, yes, sir.
thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Smith? I just wanted to commend you on your presentation. It was an excellent presentation and an even better explanation. So I just wanted to thank you on that.
Oh, thank you, sir. All right.
And then, I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I did just want to, I see we have a goal of 20%. Where are we right now, percentage-wise?
Well, one of the slides that I had on there actually shows that, and we do this by project. It's not an overall spend.
20% by project?
Yes, we have a tough goal. It is 20% participation per project.
Okay.
And that's why what a couple of the slides show that in some cases we're at 20, some cases we're above 20, some cases we're not at 20.
Okay.
And then we go back and try to see what happened in those particular projects where we did not have the 20% participation.
And then my last question, and on this step 2 with the timely communication of opportunities to bid on projects.
Yes.
Had the district had a chance to look at a website portal that could help their way of Mary Jane or Bob didn't see an email or something, they know that whenever they have time, especially the smaller businesses, they might not have time to go through the inboxes.
Actually, Mr. Larry Williams and I were in conversation about that this week. What we're
Okay.
trying to do is to figure out how that might work.
Okay.
There are some challenges with that. What we do in the Fair Share program is we try to do at least a 2 weeks notice,
Okay.
such that companies have time to put it on their schedules. But we are in the midst of having a conversation around that to see if there is a space on the website,
Okay.
on the Fair Share, where companies could go and hear, once it's legally, the legal
Announced.
opportunity to actually announce it, and we could put some things there.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. And
You're welcome.
seeing no other questions.
All right, thank you.
All right, moving forward with item D1, item for consideration, East Baton Rouge Parish School System Strategic Plan. Oh, what? Lord Airmark. Before we get to that, item C3, quarterly report from Airmark.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Vice President Collins, President Tapman, and Superintendent Dr. Narcisse. My name is Jonathan Calhoun. I am the General Facilities Manager with Airmark. I am joined by Mr. Don Savoy, who is our Senior Energy Manager, and we will present you with some of our workings over the past quarter. We're going to start first, next slide please, with energy management, some updates from there, a little bit in regards to operations, and then finally some financials. So, Mr. Don.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm Don Savoy. I'm the director of the energy management program for the district. And I have 3 areas that I wanted to update on progress. The first area is on national recognition. This past quarter, we received 2 additional Energy Star certifications. at Northeast Elementary in White Hills. That brings our total up to 53% of all the Energy Star certifications in the state. 53% of them are right here in our school district. So I think that says a lot about what we're able to do in the district as far as Energy Star is concerned. The second area is in managing energy use, where there are two parts to it. First part is optimizing energy consuming systems, and the second part is recovering utility bill refunds and credits through our monthly utility bill auditing efforts. And the total of those two so far this year is a little over $1,062,000. And I always like to put things in some concrete terms that we can associate with, and that amount roughly equivalent to about 23 first-year teaching positions. And the third area is on COVID mitigation. We're currently implementing a CDC guideline for HVAC air filters, upgrading to MERV 13. And currently, we sit at around 45% completion on that project. We've completed work at roughly 35 sites, which includes all but one high school. So we kind of started with some of the larger sites first. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Calhoun.
All right, thank you, Mr. Don. All right, so into operations. Currently, we're in the middle of our summer project cleaning process, which has been the norm. The basic outline of those particular phases for that project is as such. We start with the detail cleaning in the different various spaces, and we're talking roughly 10,000 cleanable spaces really across the district and every school. After the detail cleaning piece is completed, you move on to the floor cleaning phase, where we do a lot of the scrubbing, stripping, and refinishing of the floors. The third phase of that particular project is going to be your restroom restoration, where you do a lot of the cleaning and of the fixtures and the floors in the restrooms, things of that sort. And then the last phase is where we do our quality inspections. We do walkthroughs with the various site administrators, principals, and different members, leaders from the district to attend those particular walkthroughs. And then finally, just a little touch-up before the actual start of school. And then, of course, throughout this whole phase, which is not really on the slide, we do have maintenance projects going on as well. Next slide, please. So this is just going to give you a general idea in terms of the preparations for this particular project. We order somewhere north of 500 or so plus cases of finish, various different amounts of floor strippers and pads and things of that sort. Another process is just the ordering of different types of equipment to kind of make this process much more smooth and using more up-to-date technology in terms of getting the cleaning portion of these things done. The last piece of that is going to be something that you should see as you go into each school, which is going to be our project task checklists that are posted on all these various cleanable spaces and outlines essentially everything that should be getting done in these different rooms. And as those are completed, we come through and we check the room out and we make sure that everything is done before moving on to the next piece. And of course, Airmark does provide all of the equipment and supplies to all of our business partner companies, as well as our day team that is working in these spaces. So in terms of how we track the progress over the course of the summer, it's a 10-week project timeline. We roughly want to see a 10% change from week to week. And part of tracking that is going to be daily completion percentage updates that I receive from all of our business partner companies, as well as from our facility managers. And then we do weekly percentage roll-up calls where we discuss what percentage each particular site is at, where everyone is at and working at, and put together into a roll-up that we then send up to the district leadership. And at this particular point in the project, we are 47% complete. We want to be around 50 at this point. The time this slide was made was probably a couple of days ago. So really at this point, and of course it's an ever-changing number. Ideally, at the end of this week, going into next week, we should be at about 60, somewhere between 60 and 65% is what we're looking at. And next slide, please. So that was the general project. This is just an idea of how we're supporting the various programs that Dr. Darcisse mentioned with the summer school, summer programs and camps. Of course, we're still providing the daily routine cleaning and sanitation of these particular occupied spaces. And then in addition to that, just like we did throughout the school year, we're continuing to provide COVID-19 supplies, the storage and delivery of those things as they're being ordered for support for these various camps as they're needed. So that is ongoing even into the summer, and we'll be working that also into the upcoming school year as well. So this particular slide kind of takes us a little bit into the financial piece, and you're going to probably see a little bit of an overlap between this conversation and then the one that Mr. Smith mentioned with the Fair Share program. This is our investment fund. Really up to date at this point. This is through May. We spent just a little bit north of $930,000. With the projects already essentially outlined and approved and in process for June, which will round out the remainder of that investment fund. And much of that investment fund piece also does go to support the Fair Share program, which you'll see on the next slide. Next slide. Fair Share program, where at this point in May, 42% of the invoices that were paid out did go to the Fair Share program and Fair Share company. So Ms. Smith did mention one of those particular projects, it was up to 60%. In May, we're at 42%, so well ahead of that general 20% target that we want to hit. So we're doing a very good job. It's a great partnership with the Fair Share program. And then this last piece just shows that we are continuing to provide the prepayments for the night cleaning services to our business partners, as promised from April, May, and June, so you can see the dates on that. And that is pretty much the update. So any questions?
Board Member Dyson?
I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure who to ask this to, but where are we in our safety in our schools as far as all of the protocols and kind of retrofitting the doors and which ones are locked and how that all works? And also, who is monitoring or doing the check preschool starting on all of our safety cameras and making sure that they're directed, the directional space is correct and that they're operable and working? So I don't know if we're doing some of that internally and what parts of it go with Aramark.
So with the camera piece, I'll talk about that one first. That is a function of EBR IT. That's not really anything that Aramark is directly involved in. And that, we may be able to work with EBR IT on a few of those items, but that is something that they typically will address. As far as the security piece, of course, we do, the maintenance work on the doors and locks. If we're looking at a wholesale kind of change or a different type of structure to the door and the locking system, that would be something that would also rest with, the EBR and maintenance department with that particular team. So we do provide assistance with that as well, especially through our project department, where we will, solicit bids and things like that for various schools, depending on what the scope of the work looks like.
And what was one more question you had?
I know we're doing a very good job on the new schools that we're building and building them with that safety in mind and all of that. But as far as retrofitting existing schools, what are we doing? We used to get a safety update, and it used to come from Mr. Niecase, but I'm not sure who has taken that on now.
Yeah, the safety updates, Mr. Frank Chester's shop, which works with Mr. John McCann, who's working with operations, is responsible for that. And we can provide a safety update for you.
That would be great. And it would be great to do that, I think, at the regular board meeting if we can, because I think the viewing audience would benefit from knowing the kinds of things that we're doing proactively to make sure our schools are safe.
Absolutely. I'll be happy to work with Mr. Chester and get with Mr. Wells with security and discuss a few of those things. And
it might involve site staff as far as, the direction and if they're working or not, team up with our IT department. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Seeing no other questions, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Now, moving forward with item D1, items for consideration. East Baton Rouge Parish School System Strategic Plan. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the 2021 East Baton Rouge Parish School System Strategic Plan. Can I get a motion? Mr. Lannis. And a second, Mr. Ballou. Board members, I'm sorry. Any questions or discussion from the board? Seeing none, any questions or discussion from, any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Oh, Mr. Lannis, Board Member Lannis.
Was there going to be a presentation before we get to the last comments?
Okay, good. Let's
Yes.
see the presentation.
Yes, there will be. Thank you, Vice President Collins. I'm excited just to share with you our strategic plan that we've all worked on for the last 5 months. The goal of the strategic plan has always been to serve as our North Star for all of our work in the district. What we have created is a plan that focuses on every student in every community, in every classroom, every day. I want to take a moment to thank all of your hard work on this plan and dedication. We've worked hard to create a thoughtful, measurable, and transparent plan together to support the future of our school system. I also want to say thank you to the staff, stakeholders, and the community for their hours of work and input on our final version. Together, we created a plan that will help serve as our guide for educating the children of Baton Rouge. I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Janice Barclay virtually. She's a partner of the Arbiter Institute who supported us through the entire strategic planning process. As you know, Dr. Barclay has had over 40 years of experience in educational leadership, working with school districts across the nation, and they played a huge part in helping us to move in this direction. Dr. Barclay, can we hear her? There you go.
Good evening. Good evening,
Good evening.
Board President Tatman, Vice President Collins, board members, Superintendent Narcisse. It's a pleasure to visit with you virtually. It's the wonders of technology. On behalf of my colleague, Mike Merchant, and myself, I'd just like to thank you for allowing us to be a part of the journey to the North Star. And we have worked diligently with both the board members as well as all of the committees within the school system, within the chiefs, to establish this strategic plan. And so, if I may, I'd like to take you through what we have compiled as a brief presentation. Vice President Collins, you so well made sure that we should always have a PowerPoint. And so tonight we have one for you.
Why, thank you.
You're quite welcome. So we began where we have established the goals for the strategic plan. And we heard very clearly as we met with each and every one of the board members that you have had numerous strategic plans in the past, but they were for naught. They would sometimes take as many years as 5 years to even establish. And yet there were no goals, there were no expectations that would go along with it to even know how we would achieve them. So here you see that we have established strong district priorities and aligned measurable and impact district commitments and key performance indicators to those priorities to ensure the success of all students. And so we have, in the next slide, we will go through just introducing ourselves. And again, thanking you for having had the opportunity to meet with you. I'd like to go through the next slide that outlines the timeline. So we began with meeting with the members of the board and then also with the members of the cabinet. And when you look at the outline that says outward mindset, the way I best as an educator talk about outward mindset is the way I describe to colleagues and talking to even the community. As a classroom teacher, my main goal and focus was on the students within my classroom. And my mindset was just on them. But when I became a principal, I had to expand my mindset so that I knew that I would meet the needs of all students within the school. The board members all represent various districts within the parish, but in working with this outward mindset training, we have begun to realize that it's a goal, as Dr. Narcisse said, where we set a goal for every student in every community, in every class, every day. So our outward mindset always begs us to ask, how will we meet the needs of all students? Well, you have to advocate for the members within your jurisdiction. We have to have a mindset that says, in order to accomplish this goal for every student, every day, in every classroom, we have to have a more outward mindset. And so it was very pleasurable to meet with the board as well as the cabinet to begin to expand this outward mindset as we went forward to begin crafting this strategic plan. This was driven by a transition team report that was given. Once again, had to have an outward mindset because, of course, some areas that are reported within the transition report may not always apply to everyone, or that it did not meet the needs of all students, and that's what we attempted to do, is to present. We met with constituents within the district, within the school system, as well as within the community. We looked at all aspects of your finances, your fiscal, as well as the student achievement to complete the transition report. And from that, we began to draw the district priorities. So we have kept to this timeline. I don't believe I have to go through each and every one of the phases. I'll get to them as we go on in this presentation. But I'm pleased to say that we have kept to the timeline, and that's why we're here presenting to you today the final draft. One of the things that, as we met and had meetings with the board and in the cabinet and the retreat, it was so emphasized that it was important to get the feedback from all constituents, as you would call them, all stakeholders. And so that is what we attempted to do as we presented what we found in the transition report, as we began to go out and get the feedback from all constituents, and then to even have the community town hall events and the public survey to see what all stakeholders had and wanted to contribute to inputting to this strategic plan. Next slide. So we began again in that phase one, where we met and we set key priorities driven by the transition report, and though they became your 4 cornerstones, which I will share in the next slide, and of the strategic plan. Again, we met with the cabinet, who identified the objectives in the support of the priorities, and these became the district's commitments. Phase 3 was the cabinet identifying indicators. So once you had the priorities that the board had given us, then we have to begin to draw those indicators which show for the success of achieving the objectives, or as we say, key performance indicators. Phase 4, the cabinet identified the initiatives that are required to accomplish the objectives. And we did extensive work with all members, not only of the cabinet, but of their teams as well. Phase 5 is the strategy teams identified initiatives in action that correlate to the designated strategic objectives and incorporated these actions into a strategic work plan. In the next slide, you from there came up with a more meaningful mission that everyone can embrace. And when we talk about, again, inspiring humanity through transformational learning in the classroom and the community, it goes back again, as Dr. Narcisse said, in your motto that every student in every community, in every class, every day, feels as though they are part of humanity. So it also embraces, when we talk about equity, when we look at what the state requires of us to look at, when we talk about looking at all children, special needs children, early learning children from cradle to college preparation and on to workforce. This is where your mission and your vision have been driven. And so ultimately, when we complete this strategic plan or as we matriculate through it, the East Baton Rouge Parish School System will be the cornerstone of the community as a premier educational institution by inspiring, cultivating, and producing a modern workforce prepared to create a robust and thriving economy. So again, the board came up with 4 cornerstones that they felt were important to begin to develop the strategic plan. So the first, of course, being student achievement. I always use and coin the phrase, the victory is in the classroom. So in East Baton Rouge Public School System, you'll ensure every child maximizes their education and personal potential by supporting families and students from cradle to career. We have long learned that you cannot begin with students after they get to kindergarten or first grade, but it begins from the cradle. From the time the child is born, we begin to identify his or her needs, and we work with them as they matriculate through school years and on to career. The second becomes employment development. We know that in order to have that success in the classroom and with students, we have to develop and provide opportunities for all employees in ways that help them grow and feel valued. This came out a lot in the transition report, and so I commend those who worked on this committee to develop strategic plans around how to really make all employees feel as though they are an entity within this community and that they're valued. From the front office, from every department, all the way into the classroom. And then the third is operational excellence. You heard many reports even tonight on how you would be responsible stewards of the community resources for the achievement of district priorities. We know that we as educators say that students and the achievement and the academic goals should drive the money. But we also know we have to be fiscally responsible. So that is where the operational excellence comes in. And lastly, customer service. We got a lot of feedback around customer service. And so this became one of the 4 important cornerstones throughout the strategic plan, where we commit to provide all stakeholders with caring, responsive, and inclusive experiences with the district. As a principal, I always said to the persons in the front office, be it my educational assistant, my secretary, I said, you're the first persons. We know when a child enters or gets on the bus, wherever they may first enter into our school system, they are the first persons that welcome them in. And so it's important that we make our customers, who are the parents and the students within the school system, our customers, that they feel that we value them, that they don't have to shuffle from one building, one school, one office to another to get their answers for their questions and their concerns. And so a lot of work has gone into preparing for customer service. So the next slide talks about the strategic initiatives. So drilling down more now, when the committees met, you'll see on the left, the student achievement, standardizing performance measures and indicators for all of East Baton Rouge schools and approved charters. So it's not just some. We saw in our transition report that while some things were in every school, their performance measures and indicators were not always as consistent. So that's what we're hoping to do this time with this strategic plan. Developing and implementing a standardized reading curriculum and comprehensive reading that supports all schools. It's important that as your students sometimes move from school to school, that the consistency of the curriculum and the comprehensiveness of it meets the needs of all students, and they don't feel as though they've missed out because they have to move from school to school. Employee development, developing current and future leaders at every level. Recruiting and retaining highly qualified employees. You build from within, you grow from within, so that when persons come in, one of the positive, very positive pieces of working and going through the transition team was the commitment that employees within East Baton Rouge school system make to staying. Some of them have come from being in college in the area and then have come into the system and have made it their career. So it's important for them to have opportunities to grow within the system. And so that is part of the employee development. Operational excellence, again, we heard a lot about transportation and how it had to be streamlined, how children sometimes are from 5 a.m. in the morning, so streamlining them, providing students and employees with safe, secure, and welcoming schools and facilities. I heard Board Member Dyson ask about the safety of our schools within East Baton Rouge. And so that, again, is part of the operational excellence. You have to feel safe. An employee has to feel like they enjoy coming to work. Students have to feel like it is student-centered. And so that becomes part of the operational excellence. And developing a master plan to optimize facilities, again, being fiscally responsible. Lastly, customer service, making every point of contact a welcoming experience, increasing family engagement to support classroom success, and developing and implementing a student recruitment plan. So what happens, and one of the things that you as members of the board ask is, how will you monitor this? Once you develop this plan, how is it going to be monitored? How will we know that we're being successful? And that's why we began with a one-year plan. So there are strategy team meetings, strategy teams that lead and report updates to the superintendent, summarizing progress reports for the board, and then the superintendent presenting those updates to the board as well as on a district scorecard. And then the annual plan of execution is that there will be an annual report shared with the public and update long-term strategic plan goals. So oftentimes people write 5-year plans, but we have come to learn that you have to begin with a 1 year. You can't start with just one day. We in our homes, in our personal lives, we know we have to have a long-term goal, but we suggest that 1 year plan with consistent monitoring and then coming back to the table and seeing how well we have done before we move on to then further developing the plan. And so one of the next slides was really important to make sure that we had what you call KPIs, or key performance indicators. And so that the key performance indicators would define for all 4 priority areas the strategic plan that would be in place. And then that it would be able to be based and followed and determined that the success of it by the relevance to academic, organizational, and operational district goals, district data trends. It's important to look at your trends because that's how you further develop your goals. And then collaborative insights from various stakeholder groups. And so again, it has to be that, of course, the board and the district, but also that the community is clear on what those goals have been and the indicators, and that they are being followed and adhered to. And then lastly, the yearly progress of the key performance indicators that are reviewed annually and that are documented in that 5-year matrix, so that you are able to then be able to be accountable from year to year, hoping that by the year 2025, the 5-year end of the goals of the strategic plan, that you have met the goals that you set forth as your KPIs. So the commitment moving forward is that the strategic plan and cornerstone shared would be prioritized across the school system, that the strategy teams incorporate community feedback to the work plans, and that's what we have sent it out to get community feedback, that there would be monthly meetings and conversation around how well are we doing, and that there would be a yearly public annual report, an update of long-term strategic plan goals, ending with in 2025 a final report and a comprehensive strategic planning process. And the keys to success, of course, are to be positive, and focused on the open outward mindset, measurable goals, consistent communication, persistent accountability, collaborative and solutions-oriented, and compassionate leadership and team building. And again, I thank you for allowing us to journey with you. We look forward to continuing with you throughout your years of success. If there are any questions?
Board Member Landis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First and foremost, I just want to thank the entire team for all the work that has gone into this strategic plan. It has been, I would say, a long 6 months, but everyone has worked together to make sure this plan is finite and is inclusive in every way possible for our district. So my hat goes off to everyone that has been involved, more specifically you, Mr. Superintendent. However, I do have a few questions, and I'll just preface that this is not to be adversarial, but I do have some questions, not quite concerns. I saw some of the questions that I did write down, they were already answered. But first, I'll just say that I'm really big on data, because data connects you to accountability and transparency. And I do have some questions around some of the things that I think should be inside of the plan. I think that we don't show enough data when we are talking about rates. And I think that in terms of transparency, people are going to want to see where it is where we start and how we're going to get to our target goal. So my first question would be, how are we going to monitor this? I saw some of the metrics, but we don't see an overall view of the metrics of what we're using. What are the evaluatory tools that we're using, or performance tools that we're going to use to measure performance and growth? When I think about transportation, but before we even get to transportation, we can go back to student achievement. And I know that we want to expand a lot of our magnet schools. But we also talk about decreasing the number of transfer buses. That is something that I would like to see explained further, because a lot of our magnet school students utilize our transportation busing system. So if we're going to expand that, and you also couple that with the fact that we're expanding pre-K seats, when those students begin to matriculate, there's going to be an increased number of students riding on our transfer buses. So if we're going to decrease our transfer buses by about 20 buses in 2025, I just want to see some more information given about that, so that we have just a clear understanding of how we're going to address that. Also, we talk a lot about partnerships. A question I would have is, how are we going to be more inclusive with our local vendors and partners for resources and deliverables, so that the district can focus more on the primary goal, which is raising student achievement? That, to me, is the biggest thing. Another thing I didn't hear more about was underperforming schools, right? So one, I think that we should display how many underperforming schools that we currently have right now, and not to jump the gun anyway, because I understand this is a year-by-year plan, but I'm just speaking in general. How many underperforming schools do we currently have operating in East Baton Rouge Parish right now, and at the end of the 5-year plan, how many schools do we look to reduce that by? That's going to be really big and key for me, because that has been one of the biggest areas we have lacked in, and it's been a strong concern with a lot of people around our community, more specifically a lot of our community stakeholders. When I go into the plan, I'll start off at page 8. So when I think about commitments, something had to get us to a place where we made that commitment. Those are the things that we should draw out inside of the strategic plan. Like, for instance, increase the social and emotional learning practices and scores across all 5 core competency areas. What are those areas? People need to be able to identify what that is. Reduce truancy and suspension rates by providing more welcoming and engaging environments. What is the current truancy rate, and what is the current suspension rate? I think that's also vitally important that we specify what that is throughout this plan. When I turn to page 9 and I'm looking through our key performance indicators, and it says 1.3, students in grade bands pre-K and 3 through 8 will demonstrate 3 to 5 year percentage point annual growth in ELA assessments. And it's basically the same language for 1.4. The only switch is math benchmarks. My question there would be, what are those benchmarks currently right now? so we know what the starting place is and where it is that we're trying to get to. 1.8, there is an annual 3 to 5 percentage point decrease in the dropout rate of high school students. What is the current dropout rate? That's been something that it's been so hard for us to truly identify, and I think that we should identify that by subgroups so that we have a true understanding of what is the need and how we move the needle for specific subgroups of students. Because as we do this work, what we've learned is that each student does not learn the same way. So we can't use a one-size-fits-all model. I would love to see that drawn out. On page 10, it says to increase the amount of designated family engagement specialists or active PTA groups at every school site. I would love to see and know how many current PTO groups that we currently have across our district. That's something that we still haven't identified yet. Also, increase clear and consistent internal and external communications throughout our district. That would be nice for us to have an evaluatory tool to see what those problems are. I know that there's been a lot of feedback, and that's another thing also. We don't see the feedback that we receive from the community displayed throughout the presentations. I think that'll be really helpful for a lot of people so that they understand a lot of the communications and a lot of the moves that we've made have been with them hand in hand working with our school district. I think the last one is on page 14 for me. It says to improve employee attendance and retention rates. My question again is, what are the current retention rates? So it's not big things, but it is giving us a place of where we are starting from. We need to understand what the problem is so that we truly understand how we fix it. And I know that we've already done the work. I know the work exists because clearly there are commitments that have been that have come from that data. We just need to see the data inside of the plan, and I think that that's not a hard ask. And sorry, the last one would be on page 15 for me, and it's 1.4. It says to decrease the number of East Baton Rouge Parish school system employees that miss 10 or more days of work by 3 to 5 percentage points. I just would like to know how many employees are missing 10 or more days currently. So again, we know where we're starting from. And the last one, there is an annual increase of 3 to 5 percentage points of newly hired teachers maintaining employment with the district within the first 3 years of their tenure. What are those rates now? So again, it's just giving us something to work with, letting us know where we're starting from and how we're going to end that, putting in key performance, connecting it to and aligning it to the key performance indicators so that we have some true attainable things to hit those goals and targets. Thank you. I'll stop right there.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Board Member Lannis. Board Member Dyson? Oh, go ahead. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for those questions, Board Member Lannis. And I did wanted to get an opportunity just to kind of norm us in one thing. I think though all of those questions are exactly the questions that we are wanting to put in the document. One of the challenges that we've had in creating the indicators was to determine whether we use last year's data to do that, which was not a normal year, or use the year before that. And so, and that's been conversations I've been having, trying to figure out, whether it's something we should use the data before versus now. Some of the questions that you asked, we can use some of the data before, such as working to reduce those things, but there's some other data we struggled with by saying if we begin to use last year's data, it wouldn't accurately be a clear set of where we are. So we thought that it would be a better strategy for some of the indicators to start as this year's the baseline, just so we can start off to know where we actually are when it is with full school, even if that means starting off in the first quarter. So, and that would give schools an opportunity to be at a much more reachable goal as they're strategizing to move that work. And so that is the reason why we were in a very peculiar place in those spaces. But we can put the 2019 data in. My only caution in that space is it may not represent accurately where we are, because we're, it's almost like you're skipping a year in a way, because I would suggest that last year's data is not a valid enough data with half schools being, students being, struggling with virtual and all those components. So I just wanted to bring that up, and that has been a question that we have really struggled with, to be honest with you, whether to use that in any way. But those are questions that we are working to put. That's why you see in particular areas, we did not start off with an actual number. However, we did want to add a supplement document to the strategic plan that can show, build out where we've been so far, because right now that's where some of our challenges are, and also putting it out to the public, a clear metric so they can see how we're trying to reach where we are starting that first quarter of school.
Okay. Could you put, like, if you guys do add the 2019 data, could you just put an indicator saying that it may not be, as you just said, accurate?
Absolutely.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of that, just kind of where we were in terms of our performance.
Okay. And I'll just say my only true concern, because I understand that data already exists, so I just said that so we can have an understanding where we start. But my only true concern, it definitely will be around magnet school expansion and how are we going to reduce our busing fleet while still addressing the growth and expansion of magnet school seats and magnet school students.
Thank you, Superintendent and Board Member Lannis. Board Member Dyerson.
So first, a shout out to Ms. Barclay and Mr. Merchant for all your work helping guide us through this process. It's a lengthy process, but we were able to fast track it and stay true to our mission of educating children to the best of our ability. And I really appreciate the process and the inclusion in this process. Appreciate Mr. Lannis's questions. I do believe we did have an atypical year, and so I understand that we're going to have to take a step back and kind of say, okay, what is the reference point to compare our starting point to our growth? So we do, I think, need to be mindful of that so that we have realistic, because boy, this was a challenging year in so many ways. I think the parents are most pleased to be getting back to the idea of actual school children attending in person in the majority of cases, and to some type of normalcy again. And I feel sure that the teachers are very pleased that we're going to be moving forward with them not trying to multitask, doing the online and the in-person at the same time, instruction at the same time. That was a huge ask on our part, and I just wanted you to know, all of you teachers out there, we know the struggle that was. We know the challenges that you went through, and we appreciate all your hard work this year. And I'm looking forward to implementing this strategic plan, and I'm looking forward to some of these bold ideas that actually take us back to trying to live in a common sense type world, where we can actually achieve these goals and make common sense decisions for our community and our families. So thank you all for all the hard work on this, and I look forward to seeing more on it as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Dyson. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Great job. We've worked a long time. It seems like a long time because of the hours we put in, but actually it was done very quickly. So I appreciate that, and I too share some of the same concerns just around that 2020 timeline, looking at how everything was so strange. And when I looked at the 5-year matrix, I saw 2020 there being actual, but knowing it is not, maybe not. So I did wonder if we could use 2019, or how that would affect the whole thing. Around the increased enrollment by about 9,500 between now and I believe 2025, I believe is bold, and we definitely need to do that. So I'm thinking that trying to imagine the scenario where that could happen. We would definitely need to provide increased services where they're really needed in certain areas of town, and better programming in neighborhood schools so that we can attract the neighborhood people back to the neighborhood schools. So I don't know exactly what the implementation is or what the tactics that we'll use to reach those goals, but just looking at it, that certainly came to mind. Then there was a note in there around professional development, increasing professional development. And I know professional development has been a bit of a touchy area in that, I know a lot of teachers feel bombarded with professional development that's not really relevant to what they're doing. And some of them have been pushed to the end of the school year to go through all of the professional development because maybe their principal just was a little bit slack in it, and then they weren't able to use what the professional development was for during the school year. So I'd like to make sure that those types of things are really watched, and that our principals are accountable. If there's some kind of timeline where they need to do a certain thing by a certain time, so that we're not pushed to the end of the school year and then teachers are clamoring, trying to close down shop basically and perform all of this PD at the same time. We're talking about decreasing transfers and long routes. I know we think about magnets and all of that, but there's a lot of other scenarios where we've got long bus routes and transfers, and a lot of it is because kids are we haven't adjusted. We've got old lines, and kids are going all the way across town when there's a school nearby. Same tune, y'all. I'm singing the same tune, right? Yeah. So I know we'll be looking at those types of things, and the last thing that's in the 5-year matrix for year 24-25. It states a 24-hour response time to work orders. So I'm wondering, what's the average work time now for response to work orders? Can anybody answer that?
Yes, let me ask Mr. Frank Chester, our Chief Operating Officer. If Frank, if you come up and just provide the board with what is the current average time that we've learned?
President Tadman and Vice President Collins, members of the board, and Dr. Narcisse, Superintendent. Right now, part of the issue that we're dealing with when you're talking about the work orders and facilities needs that we have is that our basic approach has been, as soon as a issue comes up, we try to respond to it. The problem with that, however, is that when you get a number of work orders that are coming in, there is currently not a way of being able to prioritize those. So it's one of those, whoever kind of speaks the loudest really gets the attention. And that's just the, I believe in giving you the honest assessment of where it is today. And that's part of the reason that we put in and looking at what we need to do to make major changes in how we're dealing with work orders. Because we're also looking at, one of the things that you don't have currently is any way of tracking the work orders as they're coming in. So Mr. McCann has been working very diligently with some of our facilities teams, and also Mr. Nikes has volunteered a program to implement around tracking. And that's going to do several things. It's going to give us a chance of being able to better prioritize the work. It's going to give us an opportunity of how you can maintain the work on track, and the 24-hour response time, I think, is critical to being able to do that. And as we complete the tracking system, we'll also be able to have that up in a way where a dashboard where the customers, the principals, other interested staff members can go to it and see exactly what the current status is of a particular project that they're working on.
Oh, I thought we had that in place already. With, seems like a couple of years ago, there was conversation about when we renewed the Aramark contract, we did a lot of different, we put something in place that would help us to track, but I don't know where that is, so I wonder.
I think, and that's a good point you bring up. I think that, you can put a lot of things in place, but if those things are not implemented and they're not followed through and they're not managed, they mean absolutely nothing.
Doesn't happen.
And that's kind of where we are at this point. So what we put in place, we want to make sure that it's implemented and you manage it. Because if you don't, having a system doesn't mean very much if it's not going to produce the desired outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, in terms of, we take a lot more time to answer a lot of work orders for a number of process reasons. And so for us to give you a number, it would depend on which order was responded to, prioritized, and our system is not very clear on that. And what Mr. Chester is pretty much saying, as in the Cliff Note version, is we're putting an implementation tracking process to be clear about that, to be able to respond, because that is our challenge. We receive many work orders from many different schools, and they just have not prioritized accordingly. And so that is
I think, and that's true, Superintendent, but I also think one of the other things is, and this board knows that, we have not really had a preventive maintenance approach, and that's been driven a lot by the financial considerations. So a lot of our facilities are deteriorating. And so a lot of times when a work order comes in, it's almost an immediate need to address it. And so we're trying to get out of that reactionary mode and really trying to move more to where we're managing what we need to do around work orders and maintaining, the state of our facilities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chester.
Okay, I had a couple of questions along the lines of what was raised by my colleague, Mr. Lannis. I totally get that we don't want to have skewed data as the baseline. I also understand, and many of us, I know understand, because many of us are degreed and have taken statistics as one of our core courses. So we know that it is not uncommon to use weighted data or average data to compensate for outliers. I think the point that my colleague lifted up is extremely important, because if we move forward in the way it's presented now, I know public gonna look at me and say, why did you approve something that we don't know what direction we're going in? We stating our objectives, but we've not evaluated, or it appears, and I think that's another key point, is that the approaches that we've been taking come across as if we've not evaluated what is already going on before we say, pew, we're gonna do something different. And that looks that way. It has that appearance. I don't think that's what is happening, but it has that appearance on this document when we don't say, okay, look, coronavirus, like everybody across the nation has the same problem, but I know that we know something about where we are. Otherwise, we wouldn't know we need to make changes. And so certain things I think we could go and we could mitigate for this outlier year with the pandemic's impact, so that we can go ahead and say, you know what? On page 9, under commitment number 1, we will ensure every child maximizes their education and personal potential by supporting families and students from cradle to career as indicated. And we saying as indicated, but then we not indicating a lot. For example, with 1.8, there's an annual 3 to 5 percentage point increase, and I appreciate Superintendent a reasonable expectation in a goal, 3 to 5%, not 20, 30. Like in a perfect world, we want to get 100% on all our objectives, but I just wanted to lift up that I do appreciate you all taking realistic approach in how to move forward. But decrease in the dropout rate of high school students. Well, now I know we have enough information to say, you know, it might have changed a little bit, probably went up because of coronavirus, you know. So, and the disadvantages we've all learned across the nation to the virtual environment and making it harder to engage. But let's weight that, or let's average it out the past 3 years or so that we can say, at the bare minimum, we know that we average around this amount, and so then, and as Ms. Barclay mentioned, we go year to year reviewing this and making adjustments, you know, and so then that'll also help us catch, making sure we have some reasonable measurements and making sure that we started from a good point of reference as we set. So I too would also like to see that the only other thing, and again, my colleague had mentioned it, and I had actually jotted it down prior to, when you look at then, and you go ahead and you look at our current numbers and take a balanced approach at looking at our past trends, then based on that, then what needs to be done and how will we achieve these objectives? If we could see some, when you come back to us for final approval, if we can see the data, that you go ahead and map all of that stuff out of in the backup or in the actual document, in the appendix, or however you want to do it. And then what unique strategies is one thing in particular. I would like to see us start thinking about, because we talk about equity a lot, equity and inclusion, but I've been wondering, and I'm lifting this up as tangentially related to the strategic plan, and I will let my colleague, board member Gode go next, is that if we say equity, then we choosing the word equity versus equality, and we're doing it on purpose, because equality is everybody get the same thing, but everybody doesn't need the same thing because many of us have very unique needs. And so we choose, and we're intentional about using the word equity, so that as we are moving forward with our plan, with our contracts, what have you, sometimes perhaps consider that it lacks equity if we say we're going to use the same thing for everybody. Because then that means that certain needs are not going to be met. And sometimes I've seen evidence of that being taken into consideration, but I just would like to mention, if it's important, I think that we see more of that. And Board Member Gode?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of quick comments before we move on to voting. One thing I like Mr. Lannis, Board Member Lannis, spoke earlier. I want to commend everyone for working on this plan and pulling all this together. I've been on this board now 5 years, and 4 years, 5 years. And this is the first time I've had the ability to have comprehensive goals and measures and things like that that are milestones that we can go back and look at and say, yes, we've done, or not. I recognize there are some holes in it that we need to fill in on data, but I just don't want to let great get in the way of good. And this is a very, very good start. We have data we know we need to go get, and data we know we need to fill in. And so that is going to be one of the key things we need to be working on. But I am very happy that finally, it's the engineer in me, I guess, I have things that I can look at and say, yes, the data says we're meeting these goals or not, because we really haven't had that. We've had snippets in one area or this area, but haven't had a comprehensive layout of all the things that go into this. And I also want to share, Vice President Collins, about got caught in my throat there, about the equity portion of this. I think it is very important that we keep that in the forefront of our mind. But I also like the way that the performance goals are set up, in that if we're not moving all students, we're not going to meet these goals. And so a lot of the equity work, I think, will come into that, because underlying this is going to be a lot of tactics. And the equity part comes into the tactics area. And so we really need to hit those very, very hard and work those to make sure that our tactics reflect the need for equity and that the results reflect an equitable thing across the board. And so, I like the approach that we have here. The goals are specific enough, but high level enough that we're not getting into the micromanagement of everything. And the tactics are going to be dictated by the staff and all the employee base, not just the staff, but all the employee base. And it's really their tactics and things. They're going to own them. It's not going to be things that we're telling them to go do. So I think this is teed up for a good chance of success, and I want to applaud all of the team that put this together. Thank you.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I just wanted to add one of the components that we will be adding on here that we have not fully completed yet is one of the first bars that you will see, as I was sharing when Board Member Lannis brought up before we got to 2020, is we are going to look at the last 3 years. Okay. And in the last 3 years, we're going to start from there, but put that as an indicator asterisk. These are the last 3 years. And we were thinking about whether we do it during COVID time or not. And we're really looking to not actually put the COVID time, but the reality is we're trying to figure out what does that look like. But that would at least give an indication of where we are. And I think we would give an average of that between the 3 years. But I want to highlight a few things too that's very important that you have decided as a board, and also we all knew together. In some of these indicators that we have, since we've gone through the retreat with the cabinet, there's some of build-outs that we haven't had before because of quality control issues. For example, we've now decided that we're going to have a common benchmark given quarterly 3 times before we get to the LEAP. So that's easier now for us to monitor growth per child, per student across. For example, we'll be doing the ANEP from 3 to 11. So that's an easier way to look at now what the baseline is. And that also gives us a reality of where kids actually are, right? So if you look at that data compared to our last and compared to previous years, we did not have a common benchmark. We had different schools using different benchmarks. So to compare validity between one school to another would not be fair from our standpoint or fair to teachers. But now, because we're doing that for ELA, for math, this is why I brought up the reason we struggle to say let's at least the first quarter, because when kids come in, they will take a diagnostic, and that will give us actual scores where they are. There is some data, though, for example, that we do have, but it's a little tricky because COVID was just an extraordinary year. So, for example, the average for the dropout rate, we can look at what it looked like before we got to COVID, but know that COVID is going to show it in a very different way because we were dealing with a lot of humanity issues in that process. And so that's where we've been balancing and struggling in particular areas. But what we are hopeful to do is to show an average in each of the metrics where we are, and then put, as you said, some type of footnote to show that. But I do think it's important we give our teachers the opportunity to at least give us the diagnostic of where kids are, and then we would put that in the document because this is also a live document, right? And this is why we're putting updates into the document to be able to say, here's where our kids currently are, which we'd love the opportunity to come back and present to you right in the first month of school, because we will have actual data in that. But there's particular other areas that we can look at that. But I just wanted to give us just put that asterisk there because I think that it's important that you know that we've also have done some new systems and structures that the system have not had in place either that will impact these particular indicators.
Superintendent Narcisse, if I could just add to what you just said and to further address the concerns of Board Member Lannis and Vice President Collins, I just, as an old school educator, I have to say to you that I have already observed your chief of schools going through data with her executive directors, looking at school by school and looking at the data that you have on hand. Yes, we had a year that was extraordinarily unusual to the country. But what I hear you saying, Board Member Lannis, is that there are data points that we look at. And so what we call continuous improvement plans that go by school by school. And so they will look at attendance, dropout rates. Will look at literacy rates. So I could not leave this discussion without further adding that you will have continuous improvement plans school by school that will address the needs of that particular school. And to further address what I heard Board Member Ware Jackson expressing, and I concur with her 1,000%, then, as I've stressed many times, then your professional development plans are aligned with the needs of the schools. So while I use the statement, the outward mindset, you still have to look school by school and the needs within each school using a common curriculum, but also addressing, and that's where we differentiate. And that is, Vice President Collins, where we do perform and provide equity, because not every school is alike, and therefore, based on the attendance of any particular school, we should be aligning the work that is needed within that school. And I'll close up my mouth, but I could not close out without mentioning those things. So not to say they're not in the matrix and not maybe data that really is specific right here, but I want you to know it's being addressed even as we speak.
Thank you so much for that. And just let me say, I'm very vocal, and sometimes based on what I'm vocal about, that means that I'm going to vote no when it's time to vote on something. I'm not making these comments to indicate that on this item, I'll be voting no, so people don't, and you did not, Mr. Superintendent. We talked during our leadership meeting, and you already knew I was mentioning these things. But I lift that up to say that I don't mean to cause concern for anybody when I'm asking about data and asking that, to make sure that we keep in mind equity. We have tactics that, as board members, we don't need to get in the weeds of, and I don't have the time to, so I have no interest. But as a board member, I'm voting to pay for or not pay for tools that people have to use for their tactics to be implemented. And so then all of that is something to take into consideration. But I just wanted to lift up, I'm not working against the superintendent on this item. Thank you. And Mr. Landis, I see you have another comment.
Yes, I just want to say thank you, good doctor, because that's precisely exactly what I was asking about. And thank you, Dr. Narcisse, for that clarity, because that's the type of baseline data that, again, I was referring to. And we can add things like that. It lessens people asking questions, why is this not here? And it just helps us to keep steering the work in the right direction so we can focus more on the vision and less about the outside noise. So thank you.
I wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight if I didn't address it, Board Member Landis, so thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have gone to the board and then to the public and back to the board. And so now, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
I mean, we had gone. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate.
What's that?
All right, Madam Secretary.
You didn't, wait, you didn't vote. Refresh your screen.
Yeah, we did, before the presentation.
We got it. The motion carries.
All right, thank you. And moving forward with item 2, grants, recommended action, consideration of a request for approval for the following grants. Albertson's Nourishing Neighbors Grant in the amount of $25,000 to the Child Nutrition Department for the 2021 Summer Feeding Program. And item 2B, ADF grant in the amount of $10,000 to the Human Resource Department's Connect to Teach Pre-Educator Pathway Project during the 2021-22 school year. And Board President Tapman moves. Can I get a second? Board Member Howard. And this particular item, doesn't necessarily, does anyone want a presentation on this particular item? Okay. So, and seeing no board comment, moving forward to the public comment.
Thank you. My name is James Spinney. I think these grants look wonderful. In fact, it looks like your grant writer is doing a great job. I just wish that the foundation that you spend $85,000 of salary plus whatever else on appeared to be doing such a good job. So, I hope you approve this and encourage your grant writer to keep bringing in tangible things from known sources, unlike the foundation. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment. Oh, okay, yes, ma'am.
You know I wouldn't miss the opportunity to be here. Like church, gotta go. Great afternoon. For the first time, it's not the first time. It's not often that I actually tell y'all I'm in agreement for some grants. And I'm actually in agreement. Also, Mr. Shamlin, if you could, I know the item that we just had right before that, y'all actually asked for public comment, then you brought it to the board, and then you did the PowerPoint presentation afterwards. So legally, y'all should have brought it back for public comment. And if you will, I just would like to say that for the record, it did not have anything that addressed our children with disabilities. Our children with disabilities, as you notice, he have a lot of energy today. They're never included. And our input, children with disabilities, parents' input, was not asked when it came to the strategic plan. Now, I know we know that some of the times we had our board retreats after we was here till 2 o'clock in the morning, so some people could not make it. I'm sorry, I was tired. 2 o'clock in the morning, coming back for 8, wasn't gonna happen. But I always gave y'all input. It would be extremely prudent of us to actually take into consideration the children with disabilities, considering we have more than 4,000 that have IEPs, that is not including the ones that have 504 plans, which means we have a good bit of students in our school system that fall directly up under exceptional student services. That's also not including those that are in gifted and talented. So I really think that we need to look at them and take a good look at that and adding that into the strategic plan. And I know that Dr. Janice or Miss Janice would really appreciate me saying that, considering that she got the opportunity to personally meet my child. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, I frequently cut you off for not being germane to the item, but I gave you some grace today. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. All right, seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward with item 3, grants pre-K. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2021-22 pre-K grants. The Cecil J. Picard Early Childhood LA4 in the amount of $5,679,200, and the non-public schools early childhood development in the amount of $627,460, and birth to 3-year-old seats B3 in the amount of $2,053,083. Can I get a motion? Evelyn Ware Jackson and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no board comment. Any public comment?
Good evening. I'm actually in approval for this, but I ask that you make a friendly amendment, and that is, we don't have enough seats for the children with disabilities that is included in the 20 approved centers. The School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind does not take children that are not deaf and not blind, or not hard of hearing. They only take children that are deaf and hard of hearing and blind. So
We have two pre-K items. Is this the one you talking about the expansion, or you talking about this one?
it should be the, well, can I ask the question, Mr. Shamlin? Is this the right one? The one that have the MOU with the School for the Deaf, Blind, and Blue Ridge?
That would be the next item.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll wait, but I actually like this one too, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can understand the previous speaker's confusion about what's item 3 and what's item 4, because item 3 contained absolutely no backup about the $5,679,200 LA4 grant. That backup is in 4. So getting more money for pre-K is great if you would expand public school pre-K. I will save most of my comments for number 4, which is full of an abundance of really, really bad ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
All right, moving forward with item 4, Memorandum of Understanding on the expansion of Pre-K 3 and Pre-K 4 sites. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System as the lead agency and child care centers, micro centers, charter schools, and non-public schools in the amount of $6,270,600 to expand pre-K and pre-K 4 seats. Funding source ESSER, Birth to 3, and LA 4. Can I get a motion? Mr. Godey. Mr. Lannis. All right. Board member, Superintendent, I had asked for, is there a presentation or anything? I didn't ask for a presentation necessarily, but I had asked for some materials regarding this.
Yes, Vice President Collins, I'll ask Dr. Webb, Ms. Brittany from the pre-K team to please come up.
Thank you.
Good evening to President Tapman, Vice President Collins, the board, and Dr. Narcisse. So on this item, we are presenting the MOU template that we have presented for about 4 or 5 years when we go into partnership with area child care providers and charter schools and other providers of early childhood education to expand our pre-K seat offering. If you'll see in this particular MOU, which we have used, again, a lot of years, we are using the same MOU, but we are going to be doing it differently for our 4-year-old program and our 3-year-old program. If you would see, if you turn or scroll, our 3-year-old programs are going to be reimbursed at a higher rate than the 4-year-old seats, and it also depends on the grant funding that the program comes from. I'm happy to answer any questions to clarify anything about the MOU process at this time.
higher rates because some of the 3-year-olds still in diapers, stuff like that, or?
Yes, well, thank you for that question. So when we look at licensing standards, the younger students are, the lower the ratio has to be between teachers and students. And so because you can't have as many students in the 3-year-old classes as you could the 4-year-old classes, it costs a little more money.
Okay. And then, Superintendent, what's the, I see in the backup material, child care centers, micro centers. Ines, can you update this, just so it could be clear, which ones are child care centers in the backup materials, which ones are micro centers, which ones are charter schools, and then non-public schools? It would also be nice to see, are we not expanding any pre-K on our school sites? And so then see that information as well.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
Board. So the reason that you don't see our schools there, we're actually expanding our schools for 200 pre-K4 students, and we actually allocated an additional 45 for the EBR Virtual Academy because there is a high demand for pre-K virtual seats. So that's going to be a total of 200 traditional in-person students in our schools and 45 virtual students in our schools. And I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question? I'm sorry.
Just if I could get, if the board can get an updated version of the backup document, which
Yeah, update and categorize by.
Yeah, the MOU funding sources and allocations document, that also helps us to see, okay, God's Little Angels is a child care center.
Right, yes, ma'am.
So-and-so is a micro center.
And I also wanted to clarify the question I remember now about the MOU. The reason that we don't have to do the MOU for our 245 students that we're getting, because they're ours. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. And help the public understand the difference between a child care center versus the micro center.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. So a child care center, in our network, we are working with Type 3 licensed child care centers. So they accept public funding, which is called child care assistance programs. When we're looking at so that's just the Type 3 child care center. When we are looking at a micro center, that's going to be a school that has not only one entity, like, for example, our EBR kids, but also an additional entity, like a child care center sharing a space. That entity could also be our schools and a Head Start entity. So when we call it micro, we say because it's going to be a smaller version of a licensed child care center because they're sharing EBR school space.
Okay, and in those in those micro centers, so more like a partnership.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are any of these, so when my grandson, he was blessed to participate in pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 at one of our sites, and the teachers on our sites are certified. Are any of these, the child care centers, the micro centers, the charter schools, the non-public, is there any expectation that those teachers will be certified and offer the same level of instruction as as ours district run?
Yes, ma'am. So in 2015, Louisiana Department of Education Early Childhood, and I might have the year 1 year off, it could have been 14 or 16, but basically what they stated was, if you are participating or a teacher in a entity that is receiving public funding, so that is a child care, that is Type 3 child care, Head Start, Early Head Start, non-public schools of early childhood development, charter schools and EBR schools, you have to be certified. Now, the levels of certification are different. In our schools, we obviously require at least a bachelor's degree, and then they have a PK3 certification or a K5 certification, and they have to be approved through HR. When we look at the non-public schools of early childhood development, and I'm just going to call out one just as an example, Hosanna and Redemptorist, they also have to have bachelor's degrees, and they have to be certified just as our LA4 teachers would. Our charter schools also have to be certified, but they have a built-in time that they allow their teachers to obtain full certification, but they come in with a baseline of a bachelor's degree. And childcare centers have to have lead teachers who have worked in a childcare center within 24 months of being appointed as a lead teacher. And just for clarity, lead teacher and para. So in our school system, we have our lead teachers and we have our paras. In the child care centers, they have the lead teachers and they have a floater. So anyone that is a lead teacher in a child care center within 24 months of being named a lead teacher has to have an early childhood ancillary certificate. They can receive that certificate a number of ways. They can have a child development associate's, they can have an associate's degree, and there's also a career diploma in early childhood, but they must have that certification. And so going to, when we're looking at their certification requirements, so everybody has to be certified, when we look at how we are scoring them, all of those entities have to use the class assessment system that we use to assess our teachers. So the teachers in the EBR parish schools have to have it that are pre-K. Our child care teachers, Head Start, they're all using the same standard tool. And there is no correlation between the degree and how well the teachers are performing. We actually have a lot of excellent school sites. We have child care sites that perform excellent as well, high proficient and proficient, and they're using the same exact tool as our EBR schools.
So when they do the evaluation, everybody using the same?
Yes, ma'am. And for our school system, because Compass is a requirement, there is a calculation that you can use the class score and calculate it into a Compass score.
Okay. So, last question. What's the I guess, well, I'll ask my last question offline to the superintendent. It's not pressing at the moment. All right, Board Member Baloo.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. You mentioned high-quality sites for the expansion. Is that a certification? Can you define that?
Yes, sir. So LDOE defines high quality, and I'm going back to that class tool. A site's average score of 4.5 or above would make them proficient. Once they get into the 5.25, they're high proficient. LDOE defines it as 4.5 or above is a quality site. They also add in language of using a Tier 1 curriculum. We went further when we were looking at selecting our partners and actually requiring a higher score. So we looked at partners that scored an average of 5.0 or above, and then also used the Tier 1 curricula. We looked at the partners who didn't have any licensing deficiencies within the last year at the time of application. That's not something that the state has as a requirement. We added that in, as well as we used an analytic rubric that was approved by Mr. Shamlin, and we threw in criteria such as highly participative in network events, meetings, trainings. They're on time with data reporting on our quarterly data reports. And most of the administrators of the sites that we chose are actually class reliable observers, and that's not something that's required, but that's something that they went after, and therefore they can coach their teachers to success and achievement.
All right. And our expansion this year, are all of our expanded seats going to be high-quality sites?
Yes, sir. So the way that the process went was we sent out a survey to all of our partners. We have about 150 of them, and we asked who was interested in a partnership with EBR Pre-K if we were able to have funding for expansion. From those partners that responded, we went through and we applied the criterion that I just told you about. They also had to fill out an application. They had to provide supplemental documentation showing their Tier 1 curriculum, how they support their teachers, how they were going to participate with us, and put in a plan for really just kind of following the goals of the partnership. So that's how we kind of operated with that.
And then we're allocating 45 seats for the virtual academy?
Yes, sir. So originally, we were not allocating seats for the virtual academy, but then there was a high demand. And so we looked at some of our child care partners who had accepted additional students and did not have the seats for 45 students, and we applied those to the virtual academy, so it just worked out perfectly, and it added 45 more seats to our school system schools.
Do you know of any evidence or studies that have been done as far as the effectiveness for pre-K done virtually?
No, sir, I don't know of any evidence at this time, but I'm happy to look for.
I'm just
Okay.
curious.
Okay.
Since it's new.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Landis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First, thank you for this information. You seem very well versed on this particular item, so thank you. Kudos for presenting today. But I do have a question based out of curiosity from one of the questions that one of the audience members brought up. Could you tell us, and it's okay if you don't have this information today, if you could present it at the next board meeting, that's perfectly fine. How many seats are specifically designated for students with disabilities?
We have a partnership with Blue Bridge ASL, and they have a partnership with us for 30 seats. We asked them to take 60, but these are, even though they're a part of the Early Childhood Community Network, they are private businesses, and they are continuing to accept students. So they did not have room for 60 entire seats, but they had room for 30 seats. 2 classrooms, and looking at the ratios of one teacher to 15 students, they had space for 30 students, 2 teachers, and it was all for 4-year-old students. So they have that, but it's for the 4-year-old students. We did not allocate as many 3-year-old seats in this program this year.
Okay, thank you. And Attorney Shamlin, I have a question also, and it's not questioning whether or not we are not in compliance with law, just to make sure that we are. Can we make sure that those numbers do align with state law?
Will do, and I'll research it and then provide you with some responses early next week. Is
Thank
that
you.
okay?
That works. Thank you. I appreciate it.
One more quick question. I think I'm trying to wrap my head around the micro centers piece. What is so the micro center will take the 3-year-olds?
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
the daycare do the 3-year-olds?
Yes, ma'am. So if we look at an example of a micro center, and I will say that around the country, we're going to be like the first state really working on this. There is some work in Tennessee, but they're actually concentrating their students that they accept as employee students. So we're going to be one of the first in the country to actually apply this concept. And what we're looking at in a micro center is we have, for example, maybe 5, and I'm just throwing out a number, 5 EBR pre-K classes. Then you would have 6 3-year-old classes, because at this time we're only looking at 4s and 3s and trying to backfill until we get down to infancy. When we look at those 6 3-year-old classes, as our school system accepts 3-year-olds if they are in ESS, and they accept 3-year-olds if they are in one of the Montessori programs. We do not accept other 3-year-old students because there is a law that means we would have to become a Type 3 licensed center. So they grandfather us in for 4-year-olds, but if we actually accepted the 3-year-olds on our enrollment, we would have to become a licensed center, as Dufrock had to once they had the 3-year-olds. So that's why it's better to get into a partnership with a licensed child care provider, because licensing has so many rules and regulations that our school system does not have to necessarily look at, because it's just different laws. So getting into business with a Type 3 center would allow them to do that legwork while we also share the building. So we're still providing the 3-year-old services through our network. They're just not enrolled students in our system.
Okay, so for the sake of time, I'm gonna have to add that to because what I'm struggling with is I don't necessarily understand the benefit, and it's probably more information you can share or superintendent can share with me offline. Because it's not like they have a certified teacher in the same way. Like we take a different approach than a daycare, and so that's what's throwing me off. But I'll wait offline, excuse me, for more feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other board questions, did we go to public comment on this already? Okay, seeing no other board comments, Any public comment?
Ms. Collins, if you don't think this is well explained from the backup, then my guess is your colleagues aren't as well informed as they need to be either, and neither is the public. So if there is more backup to be provided, online, offline, or whatever, it should be added to the backup and made available to the public on the website, just like that presentation from item number 1 needs to be on board docs before the meeting's over, or you're really not complying with the full spirit of public records. But on this item, I've heard complaints for years about how we can't afford universal pre-K. And now here's a whole bunch of money that's likely to be available for 2 or 3 years. So we're doing universal pre-K? No, we're subsidizing a bunch of little daycare centers here and there that may or may not have certified people and are accountable to nobody, except maybe the state gives them a report card every now and then, which means almost nothing. So instead of figuring out how every child above the minimum age can just show up at the first day of school and be put in a 4-year-old classroom, you're throwing a whole bunch of public money at a bunch of little tiny child care providers that almost certainly have inferior facilities, almost certainly don't have access to the support of other well-educated professionals around, I'm sure, the very kind and loving and well-meaning individuals in those sites. But if you're going to use public money for public pre-K education, it should be public pre-K education. And we should have 4-year-old education available to everybody before you even touch regular education or magnet 3-year-olds. Once everybody that wants to come to school as a 4-year-old has a place in their neighborhood school, that's great. But one other item that needs to be addressed, even though it apparently isn't on the plan to address, this board decided to decline the administration's opportunity to expand pre-K at Shenandoah. It failed by only having 4 affirmative votes, as I recall. Yet the administration expanded the pre-K program at Shenandoah, so I'll be curious to see what students are being kicked out of Shenandoah, and I've got the email trail, so if I find that the attendance zone line changed, or special ed students were displaced, or anybody is crowded, just so you could accommodate another 40 pre-K students and appease Ms. Dyson, I will have things to say about that. You really need to have enough pre-K space to accommodate as many students or close to it as would want to come to kindergarten. That should be the goal. Thank you.
Okay, it seemed like you guys turned the air off in here, but we need it back on, because it get hot on this particular topic. I am for this plan as long as we can implement it and we set a time limit for it to stay in place for 3 years. 3 years, because that would then give us time to use our top-heavy cabinet to actually be able to do it ourselves. The reason why I'm saying I'm standing in approval is because I'm advocating for a little girl whose mom, I got permission to say her first name, Amari. And the school that she would be actually attending in the fall would be South Downs Pre-K and Kindergarten, which is in Mr. Goday's district, which has 95% of the children there are children with disabilities. This school cannot accommodate her at all. So I've been running like a chicken with my head off and actually got Mr. Shamlin to secure her a seat at Blue Bridge Center because her primary language is American Sign Language. If I have to reflect on my own child's problem, his primary language is American Sign Language. I had to commute from Zachary to South Downs, and it took a while for us to get a teacher that was fluent in American Sign Language that could work with them. It's a problem because my child transitioned from early steps, just like Amari, and there's not supposed to ever be a lapse in service. This is a problem that our parents of children with disabilities are facing every single day with our school system. I was recommended by Ms. Linda Spain to send him to the school for the deaf, but he's not deaf or hard of hearing. They don't accept children that are not deaf and not hard of hearing. Same is for the school for the blind. They only accept children that are blind and visually impaired. I am all for it as long as we keep it for 3 years. I'm not for us continuing to expand to the charters because the charters cannot at all in any shape or form accommodate our children with disabilities. Although we had the young lady give a presentation and state that they can, our children with disabilities at 7 and 8 years old have pull-ups, and our school system staff actually help change them every single day. That's not going to happen at a charter. A charter is going to get sued. That's what continues to happen every day in Orleans Parish. So I ask that we approve the ones that are not the charters. We approve Blue Bridge. We ask Blue Bridge to take 3-year-olds too, because Amari is a 3-year-old that transitioned from early steps. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I'm just going to be quick. This is Charles Lucier with the Advocate. Just a couple things. In the way the item is listed, it talks about pre-K3 centers, but there's not a breakdown of what's happening there. The only thing I saw on the website were 4-year-old programs. There's stuff in other parts of your website talking about different providers who will be servicing 3-year-olds. So I don't know what's going on there. And before in the presentation, there was talk about a different per child amount for 3-year-olds versus 4-year-olds. And I don't see that broken out anywhere. I saw $6,000 for 4-year-olds. I'm not sure what the going rate is for the 3-year-old education. Anyway, more on the 3-year-olds, because the item, the way it's written, talks about pre-K to 3, and ostensibly that MOU would be with them, but that seems to be kind of a blank area right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 5, memorandums of understanding for dual enrollment. Recommended item, consideration of a request for the approval of an MOU between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. Southern University to provide dual enrollment courses for 2021-22 school year. Baton Rouge Community College to provide dual enrollment courses for the 21-22 school year. Louisiana State University to provide dual enrollment courses for the 21-22 school year. Franciscan Missionaries of Our Lady University, FRANU, to provide dual enrollment courses for the 21-22 school year, and Southeastern Louisiana University to provide dual enrollment courses for the 21-22 school year. Funding source SCA. Can I get a motion? Mr. Lannis and Mayor Jackson. Mr. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, I won't be long on this particular item. I just wanted to commend Dr. Williams as well as the superintendent for making sure that this was a fair and inclusive process. In the past, we've seen that it's only been about 2 schools that have been used for dual enrollment process or AP classes, courses that are offered inside of our schools. But I think this just speaks tremendously amongst or around our community, the fact that we are including an HBCU like Southern University, flagship institution like LSU, Southeastern University, even incorporating Fran U as well as BRCC. So I just wanted to say kudos to you all for being inclusive and fair. Thank you.
Thank you. And Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I just wanted to make 2 brief comments as well. The first comment that I will make is today, BRCC held their STEP graduation program for students that attend Glen Oaks High School. And this particular program is a part of the continuous work of dual enrollment and getting kids exposed to opportunities. So these students went through a week-long intensive boot camp preparing them for careers in nursing. So just wanted to publicly shout out BRCC for their continued partnership and the great program that they did in partnership with the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. And the second piece of this dual enrollment work is a lot of dual enrollment work is happening across the state. Right now, there's a dual enrollment task force instituted by the Board of Regents in conjunction with the governor's office. And what they're really working on is figuring out ways from a statewide standpoint of increasing opportunities to dual enrollment. One of the barriers that the task force have identified throughout this work has been the ACT. So right now, we are working on a temporary policy where students have access to dual enrollment without meeting a minimum ACT requirement. And so I think it's great work. There are many organizations that are looking to shift this to permanent policy. So board members, public, there's a report out right now called the Dual Enrollment Report that really highlights where we as a state has fell short in dual enrollment access. So just want to encourage folks to get more involved and invested in what's happening with the work in dual enrollment and creating more opportunities to increase access to dual enrollment throughout the state of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Howard. And then Board Member Howard, do you happen to know what's, like, I know Southern and LSU and Southeastern have what their thresholds 21, 22. Does BRCC? I don't recall.
So really with the dual enrollment, it really goes by the college admissions access. So for example, like a school like SUSLA is an open admissions institution. And so students who attend schools and do dual enrollment through SUSLA, there is no admissions requirement. So right now the dual enrollment requirements require like a combined 18 in math, 18 in English, and then an overall score of like 19 to be eligible for dual enrollment. Because of COVID, that policy has been lifted. So now students can enter dual enrollment through GPA scores, and a multitude of reasons. But I will share with the board the updated and temporary policy that we are looking to shift to a permanent policy, and then, and so I'll share that with you guys.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Superintendent Narcisse, I see you up, and I had a question. Do we not have a fiscal amount attached to this? I know a while back, I thought we had some arrangements with dual enrollment, and I thought I had remembered some costs to it. And so if not, I'm just asking if there's a financial attached.
Let me check just for this
Okay.
item. Yeah, and I just wanted to add to what Board Member Howard said. We're actually a part of the group on dual enrollment. As many of you already know, we are working to move the system to a dual enrollment system. And so we've been working to remove those barriers, such as ACT and those things. So we're just really proud of the state, and especially proud of our folks pushing on there to make that change.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other board comment, any public comment?
Thank you, Board Member Howard, for speaking about dual enrollment. Dual enrollment is something that our children with disabilities never get a chance to be an opportunity to participate in. So I want to know if we're going to allow them that opportunity, because just like you said, Southeastern University have programs that children with disabilities can attend. So does BRCC. So does Southern University. Just FYI, Southern University is the first HBCU that is a part of LA Pi that actually allow our children with disabilities to enroll and participate in their school. Why aren't we part of that? And why don't we have a seat at the table? It's wonderful to always give opportunities to the children that are non-disabled, but your most federally protected class is children like this one, your kids with disabilities. It is always considered discrimination and a civil rights violation when we never allow them the opportunity to participate in these type of programs. I thank my board member for actually bringing Southern University and that agriculture program to our school. I'm hoping that physics from Southern University get to come too, because this is something that children like mine have a love for. He loves and thrives in science and math, but we always create programs for those that are non-disabled. So what am I supposed to tell him when he get 18? Hey, baby, I'm sorry that the school system don't want you to be able to participate in dual enrollment. Right now, Livingston Parish is the only school system in the state that actually have a certification program where they allow children to actually take American Sign Language in place of a foreign language, and they get to sit for a certification. Can EBR implement that so that my child can have an opportunity to actually be a part of the workforce? Because American Sign Language is his first language. In fact, that's one of the things that Blue Bridge focuses on, children that need ASL. I've been pushing the model from the Dr. William Henderson School, where we have a regular ed and a special ed teacher dual teach a class. Let's implement that so that more children can participate in dual enrollment. That's something that we need. That's something that I'm begging you for, and that's something that I could stand behind and approve, and that should be included in the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as Mr. Finney comes up, I'll just take liberty to say that I did myself personally take in high school American Sign Language, and it was an amazing experience right here in East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you, Mr. Finney.
Thank you. Do you remember enough you can interpret my comments?
I can do my name still. My name is, but that's, yeah.
Oh, well, it was a thought.
Yes.
I like the idea of making dual enrollment available, but I would hope it's available to every student in every school, particularly all 10 of the big comprehensive high schools. So, you know, if you're going to have a presentation on one of the agenda items, I was kind of hoping there'd be one on this, although we'll still be here till midnight anyway. I like the idea of the MOUs with, I think it's Southeastern, Southern, and BRCC, where it looks as though they made the whole catalog available to everybody. Hopefully that works out. I'm a little disappointed that there's a special little arrangement for Woodlawn from FranU, and what happens if those courses look really, really interesting to somebody who is, for example, a varsity athlete at another school and probably can't transfer to Woodlawn. And I'm extremely disturbed that LSU has only picked 3 schools to partner with. I don't know if that's LSU's choice or the principal's choice or the administration's choice, but the big schools should make those basic core courses available to all of your students. Otherwise, you don't have a system. Part of the advantage of a large school system is that you can make opportunities available to everybody that would benefit from them. So, principal autonomy has its limits, and this appears to be one of them, where opportunities for every student are more important than the kingdoms run by individual principals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 6, D6. Approval of fiscal agent. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the fiscal agent contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and Capital One Bank for a period of 3 years beginning October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2024, including all current provisions and rates. Motion, Board Member Baloo and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no questions from the board, any public comment?
I'm gonna be super brief. Why did we choose Capital One? Do we know all the problems that Capital One have? They have a lot of problems. Let me just give y'all that. They also don't have a lot of branches in our city. So we need to consider that. What we should enter into a fiscal agreement with is a credit union, because we'll get more interest. Credit unions work with you. They help you. Exxon Federal have a really great credit union, and considering that we always give them, that they come to us for ITEP breaks, I'm sure they will help our school system in every way possible. That's one we should consider. Another one is neighbors, because we're a school system and neighbors were started by teachers. Why wouldn't we bring them to the table? Teachers is how our school system works. If there is no teachers, there are no students. So why can't we consider those two entities? That's just two that I'm gonna throw out there. But Capital One, a double negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Board Member Dyson.
I do have a question. So is this a change in our fiscal agent? Because in the past, I thought we did have that with neighbors.
Good evening, board members. The original contract was with Capital One and with Neighbors. Neighbors has stepped out, and it will only be Capital One. We only had 2 people come up for the RFP, and we have, with the fiscal agent contract, we have very specific guidelines, interest rates, and so it was a very clear-cut winner. We will remain with Capital One, and that's how the choice was made.
So Neighbors stepped out on their own?
They decided to pull out of that
out.
contract.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. It's just going to be Capital One.
Oh.
So.
Okay, that's a shame. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 7, Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire as required for the 2020-21 fiscal audit of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Can I get a motion? All right, Board Member Baloo and Howard. Seeing no board comment, any public comment?
I'll be brief. My interest is not so much with the compliance questionnaire, but the way the backup is presented. The memo is signed by Mr. Chester, whose job description that you approved at Dr. Narcise's request requires an accounting background, and it's pretty specific. And I don't believe he has that background. Just wanted to remind you of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any of,
Okay, so I'm actually going to be on topic. Our Louisiana compliance questionnaire actually should be completed by the people in which you serve. Since we talk about customer service in our strategic plan, that's something that y'all should allow the people to address. We should not ever allow the board or the senior cabinet to actually audit themselves. That should be the people in which you serve, because that's how we get true input, such as we brought up with the strategic plan about the data being needed. It's tied in, I promise you.
well, what I was gonna actually say is perhaps,
Pause my time now, go ahead.
yes, pause her time. Can someone please inform her and the rest of the public what that actually is? Because it's not, the nature of it. I think maybe once you understand the nature of it, you might, yes, ma'am.
Sure. So the Louisiana compliance questionnaire is required by the Louisiana Legislative Auditor, and it has to be completed prior to the external auditors coming in. So Postal Wait and Netterville are actually coming in next week to begin the audit, which will continue on until December when the final CAFR, or the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, will be completed. The Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire simply states that we must state that we have complied with state laws, we have complied with budget law, we have completed our general fund budget and submitted on a timely basis, that we have complied with all the laws for receiving millages, sales tax. It's just a questionnaire that we fill out stating we follow the Louisiana state statutes in our financial dealings, in our financial business. And so when the auditors come in, they can say, okay, they said they did what they were supposed to do, now let's check the books. So it's not that we've audited ourselves. We have to do this so the auditors can start.
Okay, my time can start back. Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
And so for clarity, it's not the type.
Well, stop my time, hold on, Ms.
Yes,
Collins,
stop her
my
time. For
Give me back like my 7 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Collins.
For clarity, it's not the kind of document or process that's it's public for the public to see, but it's not a public input type of process.
So can we ask Ms. Lopez to come back up and say if those documents have been published?
No.
The rest of, okay.
Now,
well,
it's not my
don't
intent to go back
Ms.
and
Lopez.
forth. I'm trying to make sure that there's no, so as chair running the meeting, I'm only taking liberty to make sure that no one is confused that there's something about something being a public input situation that is actually an accounting.
Like self-reporting. to allow
Not
them to-
self-reporting.
No.
I mean, self-reporting that is being checked by an independent party, period.
Okay. So again, as it relates to that, I think that we should allow certain people, like myself, that likes to read and comb through our budget, that can find all our problems, and actually tell Ms. Lopez the stuff that we see along with the board, and then we can complete the questionnaire, and we can also help the auditors not do too bad with our auditing, because right now, we are in trouble. And I am listening to you loud and clear, even with the child that's hyped right now. But our compliance, we're not in compliance with a lot of stuff according to Louisiana, so I just wanted to add that.
Okay,
And
and
I'ma
Ms.
reclaim the
Corley,
rest
just
of my
please
time.
be careful that as this is a public body, that we should be very transparent, and that we also, as we make comments, board members as well as the public should be careful that our comments, if we make an accusation like something is not in order,
Stop my time.
then you back it up with some documentation. That's a hard one to throw out and say it's not in order, and that we're not being, that our financial books are not in order, to throw out there in the public like that.
Let me rephrase kindly, and I'm just gonna reclaim like my 20 seconds that Ms. Collins was stating. Let me rephrase that. To be legally correct, it appears that we may not be in compliance.
Based on what, Ms. Corley?
Based on our budgets that we have done and the budgets that we have approved, and then once we receive the budgets after that, they're not coinciding. So I'm just asking that our school system be extremely transparent so that people like me can actually see it and can actually speak correctly and not say, because I'm not going to accuse, I'm going to say that it appears.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Try it, Jesus. I love you, Ms. Corley. All right, seeing no other public comment. Back to the board, seeing no board comment. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward to item 8, agreements. Consideration of a request for the approval of an agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following Southeastern Louisiana University in the amount of $10,000 to provide credit for tuition fees for authorized students enrolled in SELU, and then Teach for America to provide up to 6 core members for 2 innovative network schools, Claiborne and Capital Elementary, not to exceed $41,200 annually. And for clarity, that 41.2, is that is that all 6? So they just getting like 6,000? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what that amount was. Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion? Mr. Howard, Board Member Howard, and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no board, okay. Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Just for clarity, Ms. Williams or Mr. Chester, I see in the first recommended action for agreements, the Southeastern Louisiana, the Southeastern amount for $10,000 to provide for credit tuition for authorized students enrolled in SELU. But in the last item, we approved a dual enrollment MOU with Southeastern. Could you clarify the difference in this item and the need for it as opposed to our last item?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Allison. Board members, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, board members, Dr. Narcisse. The question was in reference to Southeast Louisiana University Tuition Assistance Agreement.
Yeah, just the clarity around, like, we just approved an MOU with students who attend Southeastern, so just clarifying why we need to also approve this $10,000 credit agreement with them as well, just for clarity purposes.
Absolutely, and I wrote it down because I knew I'd be nervous seeing all of y'all. Good evening again. Okay, here we go. So I work closely with our university partners, Southeastern, Southern, Northwestern, LSU, to ensure that we meet student and staffing needs when there is, let's say, a need for a gifted teacher or a mild moderate teacher. And these teachers are able to get on an OFAT certificate while they're getting add-on certification. For example, if you have an elementary 1 to 5 teacher and there's a need for special ed, this add-on certificate and agreement will allow them to get that add-on certification tuition-free.
So the credit, and just for clarity again, the credit is for, because it says for authorized students enrolled at SELU, is it authorized instructors who are getting add-on credits, or is it credit students who are getting additional credits in partnership with SELU?
It credits the students' accounts.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
The students, of course, are the teachers.
Gotcha. So it could have been misconstrued as 2 operating agreements with the same institution, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions? Whew, Thank goodness.
And I don't have a question. I have a comment that I had mentioned to the superintendent during our leadership meeting before the board. I would just like for us to consider moving forward, and Teach for America is not something that's new to East Baton Rouge Parish or many school districts across the nation, but I've always found it problematic that the children who have the most need for the most experienced, most qualified teachers get the babies that just got out of college with very little life experience, much less teaching experience. I personally think that is a disservice. Yes, those schools have teaching needs, but maybe shift the strong teachers from certain classrooms and put them at the Claibornes and the Capitals, and then let the Teach for America babies offer their enthusiasm and their joy at other schools that don't need high quality, high experienced folks to pull them up. It's kind of counterintuitive to put inexperienced teachers in classrooms with babies that are already struggling. And so I just wanted to make that comment, and I see Board Member Gode also would like to make a comment. Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I know it's a term that you are using lightly, but I don't think any of these Teach for America teachers, after spending 4 years in college and mostly graduating at the top of their class, would like to be referred to as babies.
Okay.
They might be new, they might be lacking classroom experience, but assure you that I have met and served and worked with many, many of them, and they are anything but babies.
Okay, but I
And
use the term quite
I know you
commonly.
do, and yeah, I understand you do, but there are times when it's not appropriate, in my
Well-
opinion. And so the other thing I'd like to say is, you know, it's been many years since Teach for America has been in EBR.
Yes.
Mainly because EBR has not stepped up and wanted to work with them. They have been in many surrounding parishes and have been very successful. I do agree with you completely that we need to put very talented teachers in our troublesome schools, but that is a personnel issue, not a Teach for America issue.
I
So
didn't
don't
frame it that way.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I'm just trying to we talk about clarity to the public, so I'm trying to give full clarity to the public. That is not a Teach for America issue. That is an assignment issue within our HR, within how we allocate resources. So I just wanted that to be very clear. I know
Okay.
you meant no offense by it,
All
and I
right.
just wanted it to be very clear.
No
Thank you.
problem. And pointing out that HR issue, we are instructing with the motion to tell HR to put these children at Claiborne and Capital. Would we like to amend the motion? Can I get a friendly substitute that at the discretion of HR, with an understanding that our lowest performing students need the most experienced teachers in the classroom, and give them some time to figure out how we can best partnership with Teach for America that's beneficial to those Teach for America students, young professionals, if you will. I meant no offense by babies. It did reflect the fact that, yes, in addition to not being experienced teachers, they also are very young and have limited life experience with transferable skills to add to teaching experience. That being said, I will accept that it perhaps was offensive, even though I use babies quite frequently, even with adults. But can we get a friendly amendment or something? Would Board Member Howard or Board Member Landers be interested in entertaining that perhaps the HR department can find some great partnership opportunity with Teach for America, but not at our lowest performing students? And we don't have to specify where. We could just give them discretion.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Collins. And as the approval of the motion, I would, as a former Teach for America teacher, I would like to hear from Miss Williams or who's on this? Miss Williams or Mr. Chester, as to the specification of the school names, because again, as a former Teach for America teacher, I kind of know how this process goes. So there may be some understanding of why these particular schools were named as opposed to other schools within the district. Thank you.
Thank you for that
Yes,
question.
good afternoon. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, the two schools that are in question, Claiborne Elementary and Capitol Elementary, those two schools were chosen simply because the Teach for America Association actually came to the Office of Human Resources. We met with the Innovation Network and the executive directors, and we tried to see exactly what principals were good at supporting new teachers, because not all principals can support new teachers. And after that conversation, principals were identified, and the two schools that Teach for America decided that they wanted to put their cohort members in were Capitol Elementary and Claiborne. Something else that you need to consider, you said these were young people that were lacking experiences. We have a teacher shortage. Most of the teachers, the new teachers that we have now are practitioners. So what does that mean? They are college-educated young people. They are in practitioner programs. They're not traditionally educated educators. So that means that they're working on honing their craft, just like the people that are going through Teach for America.
Yes.
So I think in
And,
these...
and just
Go
like
ahead.
I would disagree with concentrating them on campuses like, that's why I didn't demonize Teach for America. That wasn't my point. That's not how I was trying to frame it. We have already, as a board, articulated that we have a problem with putting lesser experienced or weaker teachers on struggling campuses. We've already articulated that we want to try to find a way to get stronger teachers on those campuses, whether there's bonuses at the end of the year. Some people say that does or doesn't work, but we have already articulated several times as a board that we realize it's problematic to put inexperienced teachers on struggling campuses. I ain't trying to beat up TFA. I know my politics probably would say that that's what I'm trying to do.
But we're always looking at
It ain't
data.
about TFA for
We're
me
always
with this
looking at
particular
data.
point.
And if we look at data, the performance of the Teach for America teachers, they perform, and we're only bringing in 6 into our district.
Okay.
So the data speaks for itself. They perform when they come here. When we
So
support,
then-
when we
so
support
then
our
new
new teachers,
regardless of whether they're TFA or one of ours that have gone through XYZ experience and certifications, new teachers, brand new teachers, do better than teachers teaching 5 years or so, 3
Didn't
to 5
say
years
that.
or so. Well, okay. Well, to my point, and look, I would try to be contentious with this. People getting defensive, I guess, because they think I'm trying to beat up TFA. All I'm saying is we realize we need strong teachers with schools that are struggling the most. And so I'm not voting against it even. I'm lifting it up to say, moving forward, can we make sure that we make an exerted effort to not do this type of thing? I'm offering it up as a, look, I see it right now, it's common practice. I'm asking that we move away from the common practice.
point well taken.
Thank you.
Vice President Collins.
Yes, sir.
So just wanted to make it clear, I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
And so we'll revisit and look at the approach, but I just wanted to highlight that it's just a strategy to close a gap, because in our most challenging schools, it's challenging to get particular teachers there. But I do hear what you're saying.
I mean, if we can
but
place
will-
them, if
we
we
will
can
look-
place teachers where we want for other reasons, we can
Yes.
do it.
But we
for
will
that.
consider that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bianca.
Board Member Godey.
Bianca.
And one last thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Collins, and that's the goal of Teach for America, to close the achievement gap by going into those schools.
And that's very counterintuitive.
Okay.
Thank you. Board Member Godey. Okay, Board Member Lannis. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Thank you. I would hope for the maker and the seconder of this motion to amend their motion so that this goes to the regular board meeting as two separate items, because I don't hear any strong objection to the arrangement with Southeastern, and I'm about to state very strong objections to giving any money to teach for a while. If there in fact is a teacher shortage at those two schools, then that should be addressed by the HR professional. Mr. Chester may not have an accounting background, but he absolutely has a human resource background. And then you just promoted a chief human resources officer. If they can't get teachers into those schools, that's a problem. That's not addressed by subsidizing a school privatization organization. Ms. Collins can be as nice about TFA as she wants. I'm not going to be. I think it's a horrible organization that has done great damage to public education, and I don't want them receiving a dime of my taxpayer money. So I would encourage the maker and the seconder to send this in two parts, and I'll see if I can persuade one board member to pull the TFA item for further enlightenment. Thank you.
Seeing no, further, okay.
Okay. I truly appreciated the board members' conversation in regards to it, because it gave me the opportunity to actually contact someone in New Orleans that actually advocate in regards to the education arena. And one of the things that that person texted me, which y'all know I normally do not read from my phone, but that person wanted me to state that TFA ruined New Orleans. They inserted a lot of white young teachers who lacked cultural competency and had a horrible disconnect with students. They inserted them after firing all of the veteran teachers in New Orleans. This is a problem, because right now we have a lot of staff. We have approximately 6,000 people. I can't tell you exactly how many are teachers because I asked for that in the public records request and I don't have that information. But we have a lot of teachers, and I know we had at one point 83 open positions. We currently have an ad that is running that says on July 8th from 2 to 3 p.m. at the Goodwood Administrative Center that we will teach paraprofessionals how to enter into our temporary authority to teach program. Why can't we wait? Wait. Because we did have a hiring process that was at Glen Oaks High, but it wasn't publicized. And that's why we did not get the amount of people that we could have. I don't know if we need to help our communication department and expand it like Mr. Clay Young stated, so that we can have the number of people that we need to make sure that this type of information get out. But the lack of communication is the reason we're not getting the people. Our strategic plan talked about customer service. Talk to the staff, talk to these teachers, and ask them what is needed. Claiborne Capital Elementary is a sustainable community school model. It is the only sustainable community school model in the state. And if we kept our coordinator, we could have made it that the middle school and the high school be successful. LDOE has been watching them along with every other system in the nation. We are doing things that are causing a disruption in progress. So let's make that part of our strategic plan. When we want to reflect on customer service, TFA is documented in our history that they do not last. And if we're also going to talk about something, IDEA states that teachers that work with our children with
Thank you,
disabilities
Ms. Corley. Thank you.
have to be, this is the last point, Ms. Collins.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Thank you.
I couldn't
Thank
say
you.
the last
No, ma'am. I already gave you some grace on that other item. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
No problem.
But you could do
You having too much fun.
I know.
All right. All right.
Hope y'all are having a good summer. Y'all know me, Kurt Green. I'm one of your teachers, formerly one of your parents. She's moved on to LSU. So, first of all, on the TFA bid, I'm going to have to agree with Dr. Finney. It needs to be separated out. I have no problem people getting additional certifications and moving on so they could do multiple things with different students. We have teachers that I know that are moving up to take gifted classes and now need to go get gifted certifications. Maybe we could look at giving that money to people that are already teaching and know how to teach and are in the system, that are part of our community, that will stay in our community. One person said that they were a member of TFA. Are they still in a classroom? No. Pretty simple. Stay in the classroom. People that are already showing you they're going to stay in the classroom, give them the additional certification, give them the money so that they can better serve the students. And on the other thing, I don't believe we have a teacher shortage. What you have is a shortage of people with master's degrees, doctorate degrees that have put their life into education that you don't pay, that you don't respect, that you don't back up, that you don't resource, that you change curriculum every few years, that you frustrate, that you aggravate, and that you run off. So it's not a teacher shortage. It's a shortage of people that won't put up with the stuff that's been going on. Not prior to you. This is not, Dr. Narcisse, you're new here. I'm talking about prior to you. We have had a large amount of people leaving and retiring as soon as they possibly could because of everything that has been going on. Now, I would pray that that changes with you. And so we don't have a teacher shortage, people. We have a shortage of people who didn't want to put up with y'all stuff anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment. Mr. Landis, did I forget to clear it? Is that? Okay, go ahead. Board member, sorry.
Yes, is Ms. Donaldson in the building? If she is, she isn't? Oh, okay. All right, so, Ms. Bianca, yes, could you please come to the mic, Ms. Bianca? Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bianca, if you have this information available, exactly how many what's the teacher shortage right now in East Baton Rouge Parish?
So the number of vacancies that we have, I don't have that right off, but we have vacancies.
Okay.
Yes.
How long have you been a part of East Baton Rouge Parish inside of the HR? If you don't mind me asking, I'm sorry.
You're trying to get me to tell my age on the slide.
I'm not.
Right.
I promise you I'm not. There's a point to this.
I've been in the district 28 years. I've been in the Office of Human Resources for 14 years.
So you've been in Human Resources for 14 years. In your time in Human Resources, have we never not had a teacher shortage?
No.
So we've always had a teacher shortage?
Pretty much.
Okay, so that's my point that I want to make. If you look in every single school district around Louisiana, everybody, with the exception of some small districts like, let's say Zachary, small rural districts, because they only operate about a handful of schools, so it's easier to maintain and keep a lot of those teachers. But if you look at districts our size around Louisiana, whether it's Caddo Parish, whether it's Orleans Parish, whether it's Jefferson Parish, every single district is having a teacher shortage.
Yes.
If the problem was as easy as, and this is in no way being adversary to anything you said, Ms. Collins, but if it was as easy as moving teachers, I think that would have been done a long time ago. I think, and if I'm not mistaken, you all had a teacher program where you were willing to pay teachers more money supplemental to go to those low performance schools, and it just didn't work.
Well, we were actually recruiting within our district high-performing teachers, highly effective teachers to go to low-performing schools. We had one person to take advantage of that opportunity.
Do you think, in your opinion, that was a communications issue?
No.
What, in your professional opinion, what would you think?
I think people get comfortable where they are and they want to stay there and not take advantage of other opportunities, per se.
So I say all that to say, and I'll just use myself for example, right? I came out of the class, I started in the classroom about 8 years ago. When I went into the classroom, I was about 23, 24 years of age, and It was daunting walking inside of that classroom. I started off with 12th grade students. I fell in love with those students and their ability to want to learn. And I do appreciate the opportunity for young people wanting to go inside of those classrooms and learn, whether that comes from TFA or whether they come from any walk of life where they actually want to have the passion to teach, because it takes a lot to be a teacher. A teacher is not just one entity, it's multiple different things, and it takes a lot of energy to go inside of those classrooms, more specifically in a low-performance school where pay is an issue, culture is an issue, and environmental adaptability is an issue. So I say all that to say, I appreciate the people that are taking the time to want to go inside of those classrooms. And I thank you all for the diligence or the due diligence that you have put into this process. But I do understand what you're saying, Ms. Collins. We do need more structure inside of those buildings, but I don't think that falls on moving more experienced teachers. I think that comes with better coaching, better leadership inside of those buildings. And I think that our superintendent has been making a lot of those shifts. When you get those superintendent updates, a lot of those things are happening right now. And I just want to say I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't run away.
There, Board Member Gode.
Thank you, Madam, Ms. Vice President. Quick question. I remember, and I'm getting old, so I may not remember correctly, but typically, don't we start the school year with somewhere between 60 and 90 vacancies?
Yes.
So 60 and 90 vacancies every year that kids come into the classroom with no teacher sitting in that classroom.
No teacher or a long-term sub,
No
a
teacher.
day-by-day sub.
Right.
Yes.
And so we're talking about 6, so that's a drop in the bucket. It's not like teachers are hanging off the walls. And then, you know, we have members of the public that speak about data and transparency and not getting enough information, and then make comments like teach for a while. As far as I know, it's been 5 years, I believe, since there's been a Teach for America, a new Teach for America Corps member in
At least,
EBR.
at least.
At
yes.
least 5 years. So that is no record within us. So in all the data I've seen from other parishes and nationwide on Teach for America, the average Teach for America teacher stays in the classroom longer than the average new teacher coming out of college going into the classroom. So I don't know where this Teach for a While thing comes from. It's something that's thrown around, but it's from all the data I've seen. If someone has different data that shows differently, yes, there is a pretty good not dropout rate. There is a pretty good transition rate to other careers. But there are other careers like being a school board member. There's other careers doing other things. Miss Sarah Broom just left Baton Rouge, and she was a Teach for America teacher that founded Thrive Academy, which is teaching the most vulnerable kids in the city. We also have Louis Spokelfield, if I pronounce his name right, who has started Baton Rouge Youth Coalition to help underprivileged children get things. So there's more to it than just, are you in a classroom? Being in a classroom is very important, but there are other ways, and these are getting very intelligent people into the school ecosystem where they can make differences and do things and keep going that. But in the meantime, many of them stay in the classroom and stay in the classroom as long as they do for other folks. So I don't want anyone getting the image that some of the things that people throw around is the truth, because I have not seen any data for that. So I just want to make that very clear. I think that we have wonderful people who are trying to do their best, who are very smart. It's harder to get a job in Teach for America than it is to get a job working at some of the New York City banks. And I think people don't understand the rigor that goes into selection of these folks. These are the best of the best, giving up of their time and their youth, and their, more than anything else, their energy going into teaching in these areas. So I'm not trying to sound like a commercial, but it's just hurts me when I hear people make slurs like that, and particularly since Baton Rouge hasn't had any in many, many years, and it's time for us to get back on. Because a lot of the benefits, I know Donaldsonville had a tremendous number of Teach for America teachers and did a made a step change in their performance in these things. So I just want to make sure that we're talking about real data. We have a real problem. We have a real problem with staffing classrooms at the beginning of the year and all of these things. So this is 6 more classrooms that we won't have to staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Thank you, Mr. Gode, for those comments. And I normally don't address public comments, but I felt compelled to address this comment. First of all, what you will know is I actually joined Teach for America as a non-traditional student. I graduated from law school, left a very lucrative career in the legal field to come back to teach in my community. No, I am not in a classroom, but I spent over 60 hours a week fighting and advocating on behalf of Black and brown students to ensure that educational policy systems and structures are in place so they are at an advantage to have access to career and college training. What you will also know is that if you go to any student that I have taught, that I've stayed before, or have represented, that I have advocated on behalf of students and put my best foot forward every single day. So no, I do not sit in a classroom as we currently speak, but every single day I give of myself, my time, and my energy to education. So you need to know that when you make these blanketed statements about what we're doing, is Teach for America a perfect organization? Absolutely not. But when you're coming for institutions who are providing an opportunity for people to help with a problem that exists, then you should state facts and not just what you think. So teach for a while, teach for whatever, but Trammell has been advocating and navigating educational space for Black students for a very long time.
Thank you, Board Member Howard. And I just want to reiterate that Vice President Collins, in no shape, form, or fashion, regardless of my politics, interjected anything negative about TFA. My only concern has been and remains, as we move forward, let's think about how we get stronger teachers in classrooms with our most struggling kids, because what will not happen on any day of the week is that a school with lots of great performing teachers, when they get a vacancy, we're not just gonna toss low performing teachers in those classrooms. It's clear, okay? When we have to fight for resources for our schools, whether it's Bel Air, whether it's Glen Oaks or Scotlandville, and we talking about vacancies, certain amounts of vacancies ain't happening on certain campuses. And one thing I do understand is that the board hires one person, the superintendent. Everybody else in this building with a job, besides the general counsel, serves at the pleasure of the superintendent. So I think at some point, we can step outside of how we usually operate. Again, that's why I approach my comment as, starting off, I approach my comment as, I want to lift up that we have to consider moving forward, making sure that we ain't filling vacancies with the lesser experienced teachers just to say we filling a vacancy, and those students are the ones that's struggling the most. Everybody in this building serve at the pleasure of the superintendent. We have received complaints as board members and staff, et cetera, from folks that got moved from this school to that school, and they ain't won't go into preschool, they ain't won't lose them, and all this other stuff. So we can't sit here and act like we don't have some power. Now, do I feel like we got to bust it up and just send all the teachers from Baton Rouge High? And I'm not even saying the Baton Rouge High folks know how to move certain students, okay? But I'm not advocating that we just bust up and send everybody to a lower performing school, but I think we can do better and get outside of how we usually operate, okay? Which I'm not saying this is a reflection of the superintendent. I told him that when I brought this up. But we can do better as a district, and this ain't isolated to East Baton Rouge Parish, okay? It's very common in any district that your low-performing schools, there is not a strategic exerted effort to make sure that our higher-performing teachers are placed, because they serve at the pleasure of the superintendent. in those classes where we need them most. That's all Sister was trying to say. I ain't care to talk about TFA. I already know how the people feel about TFA. I wasn't interested in no argument about that. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, a sister was not trying to cause confusion. And seeing no other board comment. Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 9, professional service contracts. Whew. Recommended action. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, Dreambox Learning Incorporated in the amount of $117,864 to provide mathematics students licenses, professional development and support. Funding source ESSER 3, Action 2, Achieve 3000 Incorporated in the amount of $1,391,090 to provide literacy and mathematics student licenses, professional development and support. Funding source ESSER 3, Action 2. Jason Learning in the amount of $75,000 to provide STEM activities, professional development and support. Funding source ESSER 3, Action 2. Avid Center in the amount of $27,395 to provide support and professional learning. Funding source School Redesign. Zern in the amount of $110,000 to provide professional development support and student activities for elementary grades mathematics. Funding source ESSER 2. F, Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College on behalf of its Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $50,000 to provide specialized supports for educators to meet the unique needs of students with disabilities. G, volunteers in public schools in the amount of $25,000 and $58,000 respectively for the Everybody Reads and Everyone Counts program. Funding sources, Title I and General Fund. Mira Via LLC to provide literacy, mathematics, and content coach support not to exceed $50,000. Funding source, ESSER 3, Action 2. And last but not least, Proximity Learning in the amount of $526,000 to provide virtual instruction for students in grades 6 through 12. Funding source ESSER 3, Action 1. Can I get a motion? Board Member Dyerson and seconded by Board Member Lannis. All right, Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to point out and express my pleasure to be seeing that we are going to ramp up our PD for to provide specialized supports for educators that meet the unique needs of students with disabilities, and that this specific professional development in this area. I think we, as a system, will benefit greatly from this, and I see that the dollar amount is, I don't know how much coverage we're going to get. It looks like it's for an entire year and meeting monthly, and there's in-person and virtual, and I'm wondering, would every teacher of special ed be able to sign on to those and be provided that PD, or is it a teach the trainer kind of a thing?
Our goal is to train every single teacher. So we've been designing a part of the professional development is to make sure all teachers are included, but also make sure that their school leaders can support the teachers to be able to do their job as well to help the children.
That's just great, because I think that one of the things that I've heard in different scenarios is that certain type teachers may not be getting specific to their niche what they need, and it's more broad, our PD has been. And now if we can make that PD specific to the area that they're teaching in, I think that's wonderful. And I think I've heard this from, teachers of the higher achieving students as well, in the gifted, the AP, the dual. Some of our teachers, they're able to teach those AP classes themselves, and they have voiced that they don't have the kind of PD specific to their teaching. And so I like to see as many times as we can get more personalized. That gives me some encouragement. So thank you.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. So I just have a couple of questions. So as I look through these contracts, and first of all, I appreciate you guys for developing the evaluation tool that we've been asking for a very long time. I think that it's very robust at getting to what we as a board decided would be, helpful as we just continue to make professional contract decisions. But my question is related to this specific contract. Revolves around consideration for contract A with Dreambox Learning in the amount of $117,864, as well as consideration of requests for the Avid Center in the amount of $27,395. From what I know about Dreambox and Avid Center, they are both providing mathematics support. So what I believe to be true as I look at these contracts is that it seems to be, and I'm not accusing anybody of doing this, but it seems to be a duplication of services. So if one of the people who are asking us to consider these two contracts could provide more information as to how these two mathematics supports, and in many arenas have been competing companies providing the same level of support, how both of them are necessary. And then if you get to letter H, I think at the last board meeting we approved some leadership training for like math trainers or whatever. So like it seems to be like a lot of duplication. So if someone can provide information that explains to me, this board member, that they're not duplicate services, that would be helpful.
Yes, board member. Dr. Robbins, the Chief Academic Officer, please come up.
Good evening in his absence, Board President Tapman, Vice President Collins, and to all the board members, and Dr. Narcisse, Superintendent. To your question about Dreambox, so we're trying to ensure that all schools are provided support. We focused on the C, D, and F schools initially to provide the support that they're going to need. However, even in your A and B schools, there are students, scholars as I refer to them, that are struggling. And so we want to ensure that there's equity across the board. So that's why you see the additional for Dreambox, because one of the things that Dr. Narcisse wanted to do is to ensure that we have a K-12 alignment to support where needed. Now, Dreambox is K-9. It is support, and the reason why we're doing it that way, or did it that way for 9th grade, is because we have students that are in Algebra 1 who are not successful or who are struggling. So Dreambox will support them. So that's why you do see that extra amount for the Dreambox, because we wanted to go back and provide that support to our A and B schools as well.
So I guess I get that point. My question though is that we also have that same level of support occurring in item D, which provides professional learning, the same things, and they both in other arenas have been supports targeted around mathematic achievement. So in my mind, it seems to be a duplication of services. So I appreciate that point. What I would ask for as a board member is that if you guys, and it doesn't have to be tonight, can provide to me some kind of evaluation as to how these services are not duplicating one another, that will be helpful. I won't be voting for this item, or I will pull it next week just to get that information, because I think although this is ESSER money, this is one-time money, I still believe that we should be good stewards of it. And so if we're providing a duplication of services and the same levels of supports when we just approved supports in these same arenas at the last meeting, it causes concern for me as a board member. So if you guys can work on that over the next 2 weeks, that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Yes, and Board Member Howard, if I could just, yes, we can pull that information for you. Just wanted to bring up two things. We agree with you. We've had, in our audit that we've done with all programs, there has been duplications. And so we've been working to streamline all of those programs. The other challenge has been schools have been allowed in the previous model to choose how they want to spend their funds. And so you can see that funding. So we've now started to align that. But we'll be able to show you the difference between the two. And we're also working to wean off certain folks out of programs that are more effective, because even in the programs that we have had, there hasn't shown a lot of impact on that. But we've decided not to go full cold turkey in that approach, because it's very challenging, as you know, when teachers are used to a particular thing, to get them to make the shift. So, but we will provide you with that information. If I could address one other program that you talked about as well for duplication, I think it was letter H. So the letter H, Miravira, is working year-long with teaching and common professional development, common coaching strategy across the system for the entire year. In one of the last approvals that you made, it did not have a full year. It covered some foundational pieces which we needed to have for all coaches and those pieces. But the approach that you see here is to help people, different administrators, literacy, math coaches, to know how to be able to effectively coach teachers. And I just want to make this clear too. We have been also pretty clear, I think I heard a comment before about professional development, that we have to focus more around how we provide professional development in an adult learning way. And we have been working on a framework to make sure that any time that we are providing PD to anybody in the organization, there are 3 elements that they should have. It should be 1, job embedded to so they can continuously learn. Number 2, make sure it has peer-to-peer learning, so teachers can learn from teachers. And number 3, be practical to what they are about to do. So an example to the work that Dr. Robinson and his team has done, when we have the professional development week, because the board wanted the detail about that, this will be the first time where teachers will actually come to a central office PD, and a part of their work will be to actually work on the unit plans that they're about to teach. Because usually it's a come to a district PD and listen to folks just talk and then turnkey that. So I bring that up to say we're designing more uniform approach to that work, but it's also us trying to make slow shifts as we approve the systems.
Board Member Howard, about the AVID piece, we have schools, high schools that have AVID. They also have OneNote, one goal. Sorry about that. And so the professional development is specific to those teachers that are going to be supporting the students around AVID. That we definitely want to continue that partnership and work that is needed to help support those teachers. So I know that the verbiage and the writing may seem duplicated, but it's really not the same type of professional development.
Thank you, and I think that's what that information that I requested for the next meeting will provide clarity on. And I think that we, as the makers of these actions, have to be more efficient in how we recommend these actions, so that they do not appear as duplicated services, and that we are really creating a narrative of what we're trying to do. Like, I understand, like, we need the development, we need X, Y, and Z, but what you get as a recommended action is the narrative that that particular thing is doing. And so if the narrative is not clear, then how are we sure that the action is clear? So I think that we, as a district, need to be better and efficient about the narrative piece as well as the actual outcomes. Thank you.
Board Member Lannis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice President. I was going to circle back around to something that my board colleague Howard brought up, but I think it was already answered. I think the superintendent said he's going to provide that information. But I do want to lift you all up by saying thank you for providing that performance metrics. Now we have something to evaluate these services on. I know we asked for it for a while, but I do appreciate that. And I think our board also appreciates it.
That is actually in the works. Mr. Shamlin, Ms. Okonski, they have a committee of which I have reviewed the document and have provided specific feedback in reference to some things that we need to alter and change on it. But it's a very good document where each contract will be evaluated to determine the return on investment and looking at data to determine whether or not that product is or contract has helped to move the district in terms of moving the data.
Board Member Baloo.
Thank you. I just had a quick question regarding item I. My understanding of the contract with Proximity Learning is that it's we're billed as used, and it's up to an amount of $526,000. Is that correct? My understanding.
That's through HR.
Yes, sir. What's your question again? I'm
Just
sorry.
my understanding of the contract is we're billed as it's used.
Yes.
In an amount up to 526. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
That's my only question, and I just want to say I agree. Well said by Mr. Howard regarding the has nothing to do with this, but as far as explaining a narrative as to how these expenditures are being, the purpose and what we're hoping to achieve. So, thank you.
Thank you. And now this particular item, I won't be voting on. The reason why is because when we got the proposed ESSER budget and I asked for, and the superintendent was diligent on getting most of my questions answered in terms of this line item being proposed for X number of dollars. Is it a reoccurring expense beyond the life of it, et cetera? Of the ESSER money, if so, how will we pay for it moving forward? Another question that's in that document is, or some other information that I asked for, was what is the comparison between what is replacing and what we getting? Like, there's a lot of changes with Success Maker, for example, versus Achieve 3000. And I had the privilege of using Achieve 3000, probably in version 4.0 or something. I know, and so it's 15 years or so, right? But for example, and with what I asked for was, what's going to be the academic return on investment? And if we saying we have to change all the stuff that we already had, what is that based on? Okay, was Success Maker not working? If so, all right, Ms. Collins, based on the data that we have, and let me not just pick on Success Maker, anything that we were using before. Dreambox we were using, or we are currently using and have not switched to Dreambox. Eureka, not Eureka. Is it Eureka, Matt?
Eureka is the curriculum.
Okay.
But you guys were using Success Maker for some schools, and within those schools, certain students. So
Okay.
for math and for ELA.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. And so my concern is, it ain't my wheelhouse to be like, I know what the product gonna do and the academic achievement. But if I'm gonna be paying for an increase in spending on new items when we have items, then I need to know where are we with the items that we were using to change to a new item. How much was the previous item going, how much is the current item costing? Whether or not the current item is or is not or could be better, right? Then this is a new item. It's better, Ms. Collins, because it's gonna give us this return on investment, and that's why it's worth $1 million more or $100,000 more, or in some cases, maybe there's a savings, and so I'm asking for that again. Y'all did give me like some basic, it wasn't that type of information. Y'all did attempt to respond to my question in that particular document in that way, but like Board Member Howard, if I could get that kind of information, I could feel so much more comfortable voting for this piece in the next board meeting. So thank you for that. Seeing no other board comment, any questions any comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
Thank you, Dr. Robinson, for the presentation. I really and truly have a problem with it. I really appreciate Board Members Howard and Vice President Collins for your dialogue, because that was some of the questions that I had. I also noticed that we're giving volunteers in public schools money. Isn't their job to raise money for our school system? So why are we giving them something? I mean, I know they do a lot of stuff dealing with raising money. They do have a lot of events, and a lot of them cost. But I just really want to know, why are we giving them any money? That's question number one that I know we're probably not going to answer. Number two, we are giving $50,000 towards supports for children with disabilities. But we have letter I, where we're giving $500,000 and some change. Why do we keep shortchanging the children with disabilities? I'm having to give my child supports sitting in the board meeting, and I have to give him supports every time we come to the board meeting. When are we going to give supports, not just to the staff that they really, really need, but also the supports that our superintendent said we was going to give to the parents? I remember at one of the previous board members about 2 months ago, he stated that we were going to put aside $1 million for professional development. So are the monies that we're talking about right now, which all reflect support, is that coming from that allocated $1 million? When are we gonna actually, and also, a lot of this money is coming from ESSA. What is the running balance on ESSA funding that we have now? Because this money is dwindling down because we continue to say everything comes from ESSA. This is one of the few times we said something is coming from IDEA, but the amount is minimum. So I did a public records request and asked, where is our IDEA money being used at? And I still don't have that answer. And I think that we really need to answer that question, so that the children with disabilities can be afforded equity, because that is something that is reflected in our strategic plan, equity. And that's not something that the children with disabilities are getting. So I greatly appreciate if our chief academic officer and everyone that worked on that can actually have those questions for the school board meeting in 2 weeks, if the board can ask for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. First, your meetings would be shorter if the backup material were more thorough. Second, with respect to $500,000 there, $1.4 million there, eventually that's some real money. it would sure be helpful in the absence of RFPs or competitive bidding if we had in the backup access to the, if there were statements justifying the sole source nature of these purchases. Because as far as my very weak understanding of purchasing law is, you can do sole source, but there has to be a justification written. And it would be helpful if the public could see that, along with getting all your other questions addressed. So I hope that all happens, at least the ones you asked for, in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no other board comment. Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward with item 10, memorandums of understanding. Consideration of a request for the approval of the memorandum of understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following. A, LSU Social Research and Evaluation System, SREC, to assist with the statewide initiative to promote good attendance practices. And B, Junior Achievement of Greater Baton Rouge and Acadiana to provide a curriculum aligned with Louisiana state standards and provide a robust learning experience for students focused on work readiness, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship. Can I get a motion? All right. Board Member Dyson. Board Member Ware Jackson, would you like to second? All righty. And then can I get some info, more info on the SREC? The first one, that A? Just a basic explanation of what it's about would be more than sufficient.
Ms. Dupree?
Yes, ma'am. The State Department of Education with LSU, the research area, collaborated, and Bessie approved this to go through, where they're going to work with us, each district who opted in, to look at our students who have not been in school because of COVID and reach out and start trying to get those students back into school. They're going to assign each district a specialist. And this is to say, we can share the information. And the specialists will work with our child welfare and attendance and with schools to get students re-enrolled. And I think that's really important because I'm sure we've lost some kids in enrollment for COVID.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Miss Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to say that both of these initiatives I completely support. We have needed help in this attendance or lack thereof situation for quite some time, and I'm really glad that we're going to be a part of this initiative. And on the Junior Achievement, I was asked to serve on their board and have been serving on their board this calendar year. And really excited that we now have a formal agreement being put into place so that more of our students can benefit from this financial literacy piece and all of the things and programs that Junior Achievement provides for our students. So I hope we can get this in as many schools as possible across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. My comment is regarding this item, And it's because I thought that we had already solicited services with another company that we voted on a while back to do the same exact thing.
Oh,
They were supposed to, it's like online, they provided coaches, any students that were not inside of school, they get them caught back up, and once they get caught up, they get enrolled back inside of our school system, and the school system still gets the points for it. I can't think of the name of the company.
you talking about like Edgenuity? Not
It was
the-
something, it's not Edgenuity, it was something like Edgenuity. I just can't think of the name of the company.
Okay. Look, is Ms. O'Connor, you responding or you doing something else? Is that so maybe that's something we can make sure it gets checked on?
Right, yeah, thank you. Can
by
we
the
do
next
that,
board meeting?
please? Just double check to make sure that we're not duplicating services. Now, I have nothing against
Yeah.
getting these approved, but in the essence of the conversation that we just recently had based off of board colleague, Mr. Howard's comments, it was about duplication of services, and I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating services that we're already getting services for.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. And, I'm good. I did not go to the public. All right. Seeing no other board comment now, is there any public comment?
Okay. I greatly appreciate Mr. Lannis's comments about duplication of services, because I recall that same exact thing. I recall that board meeting very quite like it happened a few months ago, because it actually did. Additionally, the attendants and the personnel that will be helping from LDOE, we need to actually make sure that this attendance tracking process will actually, that when it tracks students with disabilities, that it take into consideration that some of our children with disabilities, due to the staff not being properly trained, is not being reflected, their attendance is not being reflected properly in J campus. Meaning that certain children with disabilities can have it written in their IEPs, such as mine, for therapy services that he have weekly. And we provide the school system with an excuse for the entire school year. But in J campus, it will reflect, depending on how it is coded, it will reflect that the child is not there. And it will lead someone to believe that our children are missing school at an alarming rate. It wasn't until they had to look in into his educational record that they were able to see, and I'm using my child as an example, that they were able to see that he actually come into school at 10 o'clock, 9:45. He's there pretty much the majority of the day. He misses the very beginning of every Monday and Wednesday due to therapy, outside therapy. But if you look at the bottom of the J Campus report, it reflects that he missed more than half of the school year. And it would send a parent like me to actual truancy. This is a problem. And if we have people that are tracking attendance and do not know these type of things to ensure that children like mine have this information put into their IEP, then we will be sending parents like myself to truancy for no reason at all. And then we will have numbers reflecting that these students are not in school, which is not true. So I actually asked that we talk directly with Dr. Tirza Smith over child welfare and attendance, along with the wonderful staff that she have that actually works the programs to prevent, that actually help with the programming to prevent parents like me from actually having to go to truancy, but they make sure that it's included in their IEP. And that's something we need to make sure that ESS is doing on an everyday basis for all those new IEPs.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, so I found the name of the company, it was called Graduation Alliance, but
Okay.
I think they only deal with high school students, so now I understand the reason why you all went with this services. Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad. All right. Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. Ms. Dyson. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving forward with item 11 from the Oversight Committee, consideration of a request for the approval of the semi-annual financial tax plan update and the revised 2020 through 21 tax plan budget for propositions 1, 2, and 3. Can I get a motion? All right, Board Member Dyson and Board Member Gode. And Board Member Dyson, you have the floor.
I just have a quick request that we make sure that we are getting calendar invites for all the oversight committee meetings. I know they don't happen every month or anything like that, but isn't it quarterly or two times a year? Okay, so not that often unless a special meeting is called, right? And so if we could just make sure we're getting that information ahead of time, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comment from the board, any public comment?
I just wanted to mention something I saw in the minutes of the Oversight Committee meeting. This board had made a request that they consider approving an amendment to the tax plan so that land could be acquired adjacent to the Forest Heights Elementary property, and they did not approve that request. So I just wanted to make sure you all made note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, there is additional public comment. Yes, ma'am. He's getting big too there, Sister Karanda.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
With the Oversight Committee, one of the things that I want to inquire about is our Oversight Committee, how many people with disabilities or parents of individuals with disabilities actually sit on our Oversight Committee. Far too often, we have a lot of committees, which right now we have the Parent Advisory Committee that has 53 parents and only 2 are parents of children with disabilities, which means we're not getting a real true picture, which means that our Oversight Committee will actually overlook things that are extremely important, such as things that are pertinent to children with disabilities. So I truly ask that as we address the Oversight Committee, that one of the things that the board do is that we actually open up some seats on that Oversight Committee for parents or individuals with disabilities, English language learners as well. We have a large population of English language learners in our school system, and yet they never have a seat at the table. In fact, our board meeting right now is in violation because we don't allow it to be in Braille, we don't have closed captioning, and we don't provide it in their native language. So I think that this is something that our Oversight Committee legally should be addressing, but is far too often overlooked because people with disabilities and English language learners are not at the forefront. So I hope and pray that that's something that the board would take into consideration and that we would actually be put a lot of fire up under our feet to make a reality extremely soon before the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to clarify something. It was regard to the Oversight Committee, and I'll be really quick about it. The comment was made that the item was denied. That is not true. What happened was when CSRS presented, and Mr. Shamlin, you were there, so you could back up anything that I say that I may forget. When CSRS presented the options to the Oversight Committee, they presented all options. And one of the options was to possibly purchase the building next door. That, from what was discussed, it was going to be outside of the budget of the money allocated for or under the tax plan. The other option that they did, however, approve was to build on the current school site. And this was because it was more affordable, and it's actually going to come in less than the $4 million allocated, meaning we have more money to spread around for other things. And also, it was more conducive, given the grade configuration changes that have to happen at the school. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and and Board Member Gode.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Also, just to clear the record, and Mr. Shamlin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, as I hope you do, but the representation on the Oversight Committee is set by the law that was passed by the taxpayers, and the Oversight Committee is not selected by the school board, and the school board really has zero input on who that is, or almost zero input. Mr. Shamlin, could you clarify that?
Yeah, that's correct. It said that 5 individuals that come from specific professions and walks of life, and it's set in the tax plan adopted by the people. And to further clarify on Mr. Lannis's point, the Oversight Committee considered the motion of this board, and after reviewing the information and data presented by CSRS, decided to amend, not deny, but to amend the recommendation to actually consider a middle school facility on the current site. Superintendent decided to hold that until next month because we're here until 10 o'clock already. And we felt like the facilities plan should probably be introduced first and discussed before moving into further detail. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Sometimes statements are made that might be a little bit inaccurate, so I appreciate you guys clarifying that.
Thank you. And seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 12, South Baton Rouge Charter Contract. Consideration of a request for the approval of a charter school contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and South Louisiana Charter Foundation for the operation of South Baton Rouge Charter Academy. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis and Board Member Ballou. Seeing no comments from the board, any public comment? Oh, okay, here we go. All right. It's Board Member Ware Jackson.
Just a question around the timing, the dates. The contract begins July 1st, 2019 for 3 years. So is this through June 30th, 2022?
That is correct. This contract extends through June of 2022. The school, I believe, we will consider renewal in January of 2022 upcoming. And if you recall, the board originally authorized the school back in January of 2019. I think that's in my memo. It took us a while to actually negotiate and execute the contract. So we're bringing it to you tonight. I think it was a request of the board that all charter contracts come back for approval. So as I've been executing them, I've been bringing them back to you for approval. So this is just the final step in the process for this particular school.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. And when do they come back for approval?
I believe, and I don't know if we have a charter portfolio manager here tonight, but I believe in January of next year is when it comes up for consideration, which would be the decision for July 1 of that year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Board Member Dyson.
I just too wanted that clarity. So I also would like to request that procedurally, we know that they're coming back to us, but I think we should set some kind of a timeline going forward that, you know, if it hasn't been negotiated by set amount of time, not 2 years, into a contract, 2 years out of a 3-year contract can't go by. And so how does this work as far as when they come to us and when a contract starts? So isn't there a time period ahead of time that they would come to us and then they wouldn't open until, they're not going to come to us right when they are wanting to open. So there's time before they're actually going to open to negotiate that contract.
That's correct. In this case, the school was already in operation. If you recall, the action before the board in 2019 was I can't remember if it was a renewal or an extension renewal. So the school was already in operation.
So we should have a time that they have to come to us by to renew any further, so that there's enough time for contract negotiation prior to the start of a new contract term.
Yes, ma'am. And to clarify, we actually have adopted a policy after this renewal that now requires contracts to come to the board. I think it's 6 months. Don't hold me to that. I have to pull it up, but it's 180 days. But that was adopted after this school was extended.
Yeah.
So that policy going forward now stands.
Will not happen again. And I would hope that if it does not specify that the contract, if that's an arbitrary 6 months, I would prefer it to be and prior to the start of a new term. I don't want people starting a new term without contracts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we might want to look at the wording and see if we need to change something in policy. Thank you.
Board Member Godey.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Mr. Chamlin, just to refresh everyone's memory, the issue with South Baton Rouge charter renewal was really the impetus that started us off on coming up with standardized contract and all of the things that Mr. Howard and Ms. Ware Jackson worked so diligently on coming up with the charter, the base charter template with all the issues and things rolled into one. Am I correct that this is the last existing charter school contract that is now coming on to the new template?
That's
Is this
correct.
the last outstanding contract?
Well, KIP is on the agenda tonight for their contract. They haven't begun operation.
Well, they haven't been in operation
Right,
yet. So,
right.
so this is, with
That's
the
correct.
passage of this will be all of our charter schools that are in operation are under our standard contract.
That's correct, and I think this board charged me with accomplishing that, and
Yes.
it took some time because we had to do some backtracking and catching up, but every school is now under contract that's in operation.
And so I just want to go back and commend Mr. Howard and Ms. Ware Jackson for all the work that they did pulling this together. Now that we have, because if you remember the discussion around the renewal of South Baton Rouge Charter, that got into a big discussion of whether or not the Bessie rules applied or these rules applied. We had not given any firm rules on ours, so a lot of work went into that, and this is the final fruit of all of that work. And so I thank you and Mr. Howard and Ms. Ware Jackson for really pushing that and getting us to this point. And I think from now forward, we will be in a much firmer legal grounds, and we will be much more, I think fair is the right word, so that both counterparties, them and us, will know exactly what the expectations are and what are the boundaries and what are the things that happen from flowing through that, because we now have in writing very clear renewal guidelines and the other things that go with it. So thank you for all the work that you've done on that. And this has been a long time coming, but I'm glad we finally got here. Thank you.
Board Member Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Collins. And I just wanted to commend Mr. Shamlin for getting us to this point. And just to Ms. Dyson's point, like that was the sole purpose of having this policy. Because as you know, before we adopted this policy, there was no policy in action by this board as to how we figured out contracts for charters that we as a board approved. So we would approve a charter, and then there was nothing to address the way they were accountable or any actions that they had. So the sole intent of this policy was to do just that, and Mr. Shamlin is correct. We also instituted within the policy that the signed contract had to be signed within a certain amount of time, in order to be in adherence with our policy. Also, I just wanted to uplift to this board that is a living, breathing document, and at any point you want to review it or we make adjustments or amendments to the policy, that is the sole purpose of the policy. So, take some time in your free time if you feel like that time is, too long or whatever, or we can make adjustments. But it gives us an opportunity to understand how we are approving schools and then setting them to a standard or holding them to a standard. So thank you, Mr. Shamlin, for your work, and thank you to Ms. Ware Jackson for also your work in helping us get to that point.
All right, and Board Member Dyson.
Thank you, Board Member Howard. I was going to point that out as well, that it's a living document. We had to start, and, we're going to have to make tweaks along the way. And I just will reiterate that I don't want to be going forward. I don't want to be approving something too close to a startup date. Like if a school was trying to start this August, I wouldn't want to be approving a contract tonight or, in 2 weeks. It has to be in enough time that they can then know that it's a signed contract and prepare. So it's really going to have to be a year ahead for them to do that, probably. So, I think that a quick turnaround on a contract, I can't imagine that 3 months would be unreasonable. And with the, also with the caveat that definitely prior to any start of a school year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Board Member Lannis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice President. Excuse me for my slight ignorance on this particular matter, but let me ask a question. Does this particular charter contract fall under the old rules prior to the creation of the new policy? Or because I'm looking at the dates and I'm looking when they were signed for this particular contract. So are they under the old rules prior to the policy or the new rules after the policy were created?
New rules after the policy was created, and any policy this board enacts is retroactive. And so it's just a common practice and standard understanding in the law.
Okay, so because I know they come back up in January, they'll be falling under
That's
these
correct.
rules. Okay, thank you. That's why I was asking. Appreciate it.
Seeing no other board, go ahead, Board Member Howard.
Sorry, Vice President Collins. I just wanted to also uplift that we too, as a board, since we're talking about this policy right now, because of what happened with COVID and COVID restrictions and what the state has decided to do with assessments and accountability, there may be some state guidelines that come out here soon that talks about how we address renewals that are going forward if there is no standardized or assessments to base the data on. So that is some work that we just put in on your mind that we're going to have to do to figure out how do we transition our policies and whatever in correlation to whatever guidelines the state lifts up. They haven't did anything yet, and no one has it, but it's something that's coming, just to put it on your mind. Sorry, Vice President Collins.
No problem. Seeing no other board comment, back to the public. Yes, sir.
Thank you. The South Baton Rouge Charter Board signed a contract dated to begin July 17th, 2014. They opened the school in the fall of 2014, less than a month later. In that contract, it says that the term, and let me read just to be clear, this contract shall be effective as for initial period of 4 parentheses, numeral 4, close parentheses, years, and may be extended for a maximum initial term of 5 years. So I believe, although it's confusing, the proper term for what happened in 2019 would be an extension. That's not clear from reading the minutes from 2019, but it appears to me when there was a consideration of a request to accept the recommendation of the superintendent regarding non-renewal of the contract, just recall, your outside advisor suggests, or maybe it was the superintendent, recommended that you not renew, or perhaps the proper term is extend the contract. Yet, and this is in January, so their contract had already expired 7 months previous. You approved a 3-year extension or perhaps renewal. And let me read the substitute motion as it's presented from, these are either the minutes or from the retroactive backup. Substitute motion to authorize the superintendent to execute contract with South Baton Rouge Charter School for a 3-year term with performance objects determined by contract. So this school has operated for 3 years in direct defiance of your approval that depended on them meeting some objectives. So you approved them for an extra 3 years, so they had, I think, some latitude to operate through this school year and do whatever they're going to do until the 17th of July. But I don't think you have authorized them to open in the fall. And so I don't think this contract is at all appropriate. I think if you want to renew them for an additional year, if that's even permitted by the charter school statute, you might consider that, or you can do what the RSD does when they want to fire a charter operator, but they don't want to screw over the kids who were counting on that school being open in a month, and do what they've done with Capitol High and with Linwood Middle. It's probably not the proper term, but there is an RSD school in Shreveport. They're directly run, but they're directly run by the former charter boards under a separate kind of agreement. So if you want to let them have 1 more year, that's fine. Just make it clear that they didn't follow the law, which is disappointing considering their board president is dean of a law school. Thank you.
My apologies that he's making a lot of noise. But I can appreciate, I'm going to give you information courtesy of Louisiana Believes website. South Baton Rouge Charter is a D. They have an urgent intervention needed for students that are economically disadvantaged, students
Sister
with
Caronda,
disabilities. Ma'am?
We are only voting on the contract.
I know,
and we not- we-
I'm telling this to you, and I'm gonna reclaim my time, but I'm telling this to you because it's in regards to their charter contract. I promise, I'm tying it in.
But we need,
Just give me, you're gonna appreciate it, I promise you. The students with disabilities, as well as the African-American students. Now, as it relates to this contract, when we have a school that is performing like that and they are up under our school system, they are impacting our performance score. And I'm telling this to you because during the House Education Committee, they asked the LDOE superintendent for intervention plans, corrective action plans, as it related to all of the schools that were not performing to the standards. This one has not presented one. So if they have not presented one, then how can we approve their charter?
because we trying to, okay, it's not germane to this item. This item is about us getting the legal documentation to show we
That
have
they
a
can keep their
contract
charter?
that they have already been existing. It's not, this is not a situation where we can just, like, okay, what you saying would not affect whether or not we need to do a contract.
No, it would. It would, because
Nope.
I'm asking.
Because
but-
the nature of why we're doing this contract have nothing to do with their performance. So I'm going to rule that comment
So are
not
we-
germane to this item. Thank you very much.
But I can keep talking, right? You don't like that comment?
If it has to do with the contract and the terms of the contract, then you can proceed.
Okay, so I'm gonna reclaim that time in the minutes, because y'all know she was still talking during my time frame. So I'm gonna say it very quick. In the contract, we do not talk about what we will put in place when they do not meet the standards. So can we please make an amendment to the contracts that say that they have to provide us a correct, intervention plan that reflects what they would do to correct these actions that are urgent? If they cannot do that, then we're gonna continue to allow schools such as this one to have their performance score continue to impact ours in a negative way. And what they're doing right now is not lining up to our strategic plan. I think we can appreciate that comment.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 13, KIPP New Orleans Charter Contract. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a charter school contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and KIPP New Orleans. Can I get them? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Board Member Howard and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no board comment, public comment. Seeing no public, oh, okay. Thank you. Was she, they don't have a seat, was she? Oh, I guess she didn't want them to be too loud.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Harmon, constituent in District 6. I'm also the co-director of Step Up Louisiana. We organize parents in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and Jefferson Parish. And I was just coming up here in concerns of KIPP's charter contract and what if it's specified according to revised statute 173972, being that it is an educational form of experimentation. I was just wanted to be clear in the contract if it's stated how do they care to implement disciplinary practices, if this aligns with restorative justice practices that actually nurtures our children and not penalizes them, and helps them to be productive leaders to contribute to our society in the near future. I understand that they will be taking over a high school, if I'm not mistaken, and being that
Capital.
Yeah. Being that it is a high school and we're dealing with children between the ages of 14 to 18 or 19 years old, and also gravely impacted by systemic racism and poverty, disciplinary practices, social emotional learning, culturally relevant curriculums is very critical. And I'm hoping that it exemplifies in this contract that it is best practices, evidence of best practices. So those are my concerns because in practice, this hasn't been exemplified in New Orleans. I've seen it firsthand. I have parents I've organized with in New Orleans, and I will not stand here and not dismiss their lived experiences of this systemic form of problematic practices of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
I'm not a lawyer, but I can do math and I can read, so let me offer a couple facts. According to Mr. Shamlin's memo, and I agree, KIPP New Orleans Incorporated was approved by the East Baton Rouge School Board on May 13th, 2019. If you refer to your email that I sent, copied to all of you on June 17th of this year at 3:43 p.m., I quote Louisiana Revised Statute 17:3983 dot capital A dot parentheses 4 parentheses lowercase c. A charter school shall begin operation by not later than 24 months after the final approval of the charter, unless such charter school is engaged in desegregation compliance issues and therefore must begin operation by not later than 36 months. However, upon request, the chartering authority may extend the time period within which any charter school must begin operation. If such operation does not occur, the charter for that school shall be automatically revoked until a new charter may be proposed. Their 24 months have expired. This contract should not even be considered. If they want to apply for a Type 1 charter again in the next round, that's great. But this contract should not be approved if statutes mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board and General Counsel for this, you had responded, and for the sake of the public, if you could help illuminate the statute as it relates to this item.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be as brief as possible. Actually, I'll refer to Section 5 of our policy, and it states that no later than 24 months after the final approval of a charter school. And I've researched this, talked to my external counsel, and also looked into some other matters. Final approval of a charter school is interpreted as approval of a contract. There are two steps in the process. You approve a charter, and then you negotiate and you approve a contract. And this board has been very specific and deliberate about asking me to bring contracts back to you for a formal vote to approve. And so the understanding, at least my interpretation of the statute, and I believe we're legal, is that a school's operation, that time begins to run from the time the contract is approved. Case in point, KIPP is before you tonight. And so they have a contract, they plan to open it within 1 year, and so they've got 2 years from tonight to begin operation. That's my interpretation. It makes sense. I don't believe that you can hold a charter operator accountable or hold it against them that if you haven't offered them a contract and approved it, you have to have a starting point somewhere. And so in my opinion, the contract approval is the final approval of the charter operator. So hope that makes sense. It's my interpretation. I'm sure there are other lawyers who might argue against it, but external counsel agrees with my analysis there.
Okay. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, I just wanted to address one of the concerns by one of the audience members that spoke on how KIPP may look to discipline students. So I just wanted to specify and just let her know that it actually is outlined inside of the contract that they are signing with us under Section 2.7 Student Code of Conduct and Discipline Management Plan, and is also under 210 Student Welfare and Safety. And just to go back to 2.7, they will be utilizing our services for any exceptional students as a first option for providing alternative educational services. So we will be working with them, or they will be working with us rather, to ensure that those students are being taken care of.
Thank you, Board Member Dyerson.
So years ago, I had the opportunity to see a KIPP school in action, and I was just so highly impressed. And I thought the structure and was just the discipline. It was a disciplined environment, and I very much appreciated their approach to the educational model. The one thing that came up through that conversation just then, so this is another example, right, of there needing to be a time period from the time we approve to we approve the contract. And so this won't happen going forward either if we can get this policy. Hopefully we can bring it back as soon as possible to make sure that our wording is clear that, you know, we need to be about this. Once we approve, a contract needs to happen. And even if they're not going to start immediately, they still have time. But this long lapses between approvals and contracts just doesn't work well for me.
Yeah, you're correct, Ms. Dyson. I do want
Okay.
to say, I do want to specify something though. There's a bit of an exception here. We actually were planning to execute this contract back in January of last year. The pandemic occurred. I've been working with Mr. LaRoche and the group. We actually came to terms with the exception of one minor fact, and then we shut everything down. And so we had to, we had to reopen and begin negotiations and go through some things. There've been some changes at the state level that required us to amend the terms of the contract somewhat with regard to pupil progression plans and other things. So it took us a little bit of time to reorient. But this contract would have been executed a year ago, but for the pandemic. So I do want to say that this is a special case. It's a little different, but you're right. I agree with you in principle. You're correct.
And then I don't really, I'm not very supportive of us being in the real estate leasing business. I really think that that's why we're doing a facility study and looking at our properties. I don't think that's our forte, is to be leasing out our property. I personally would prefer things done cleaner, and you want the school, then buy the school and own the school and all of that. But especially with the length of this contract and as supportive.
You want to move, yeah, thank you.
Oh, are we on KIP?
Yeah, it's two separate.
Okay, so that's not on this item?
Nope.
Oh, I'm
separate
sorry.
item.
I'm ahead of
That's
myself. Okay, thank you.
All righty, and Board Member Howard.
Yeah, and we will also address, I'll make my comments about that at the next item, but to the audience members' point around like discipline practices, we will, in our policy, will be addressing later on discipline policies as the state has basically transitioned away from a zero tolerance policy and have a different outlook on not charters, all schools will have to adjust to this new state regulations and law. So just so that the public and the viewing public understands that like it's not just a KIP issue, the state has identified as a statewide issue, and folks are having to make shifts to adjust to go away from zero tolerance. So just wanted to clarify that for the sake of the audience.
Thank you. And seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
The motion carries.
Moving forward with the next item being the facility use agreement for KIP, consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent and general counsel to negotiate a facility use agreement with an option for a long-term lease at the Capitol High facility with KIP and to return to the board for final approval of the agreement and lease. Can I get a motion? Board Member Godey and Board Member Landis. And Board Member Dyson.
Okay, back again. So, and I don't see this on the backup material, but I was under the understanding that they are going to be seeking a 40-year, a 4-decade-long lease from us. That's like my grandchildren's grandchildren, I think. And that's just a long time if we're like doing a demographic study and a facilities study and trying to figure out, what we need to be doing with our properties. That's a hard thing to, I'm not in the real estate business, or I'll be on that board.
So is it okay for me to respond? For this?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, what the action before the board tonight is to authorize my office and the superintendent to negotiate two things: a facilities use agreement and potentially a long-term ground lease with KIP for the Capitol High School site. The understanding is that site has a lot of physical needs. I walked it about 3 weeks ago. It's got a lot of serious structural issues, and there may be some opportunity for third-party investment in the facility in exchange for a long-term lease. The property would remain with EBR and eventually return with all improvements to EBR. So the length of the lease would be directly connected to the amount of the investment in the school. Those terms have not been determined. I mean, the whole reason here would be to authorize us to negotiate those terms and bring them back to you for final approval. So nothing would occur in finality until this board actually took another vote and said, yeah, we're happy with what you've negotiated, or send me back to the drawing board for another try.
So I don't believe that KIP is going to not perform. I believe that KIP will perform with our students, and I'm looking forward to the partnership. I think I'm really excited, and I'm a KIP supporter. But I have a real specific question here. So we have this, we negotiate and approve a long-term lease of decades. They then have a contract for what? How many years to start?
Under our charter policy, I believe it's 3 years with a year review, 4 years max, but
Okay.
we would work into the agreement what would happen should the charter school not function. That would be that'd be one of the conditions built into the lease when that building or that facility would return to us. These are all terms that we probably shouldn't discuss in too much detail tonight
Yeah.
because I need to negotiate these with
Right.
parties. But you raise a good point, and that's a condition that would have to be negotiated.
I mean, you know, it could be that KIP's not happy with us, or they're not
Sure.
working out here, or whatever happened. And then we've got this long-term lease. And so that's what I kept trying to figure out. So then, you know, it would have to automatically come back to us, and not the kind of situation we're in another situation where, oh no, if it comes back to you, it's really not to you. It'll come back to them, but it'll be you. and you know what I'm talking about as far as, you know, we're dealing with the RSD schools right now. And, you know, how do you get it back or not? We got to cover ourselves. And that's just a really long time. So I just wanted to make my thoughts known.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
at the same time, totally support KIP, and I'm very excited about them coming on board.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Board Member Landis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice President. I was just going to actually say the same thing that you said, Mr. Shamlin. We are still currently under negotiation, so we have to be very careful how we're tinkering with certain language that we're talking about. But I also want us to just be mindful that certain properties that we have across East Baton Rouge Parish are what you would deem legacy properties. And Capitol High School's property is one of those properties. It's the second oldest African-American property or schools in our parish that we actually still own. And I can guarantee you that if we entered any negotiation to try to sell a property like that, you would have a boardroom full of people ready to figure out what in the world is going on. So I just want us to just tinker on that also. But literally, when you look at the standards of this particular contract, it's no different than the contracts we enter for our RSD schools. We still own those properties. They're typically leasing those buildings. The only difference is that we actually have, as Mr. Chamberlain just said, a third party that's willing to invest in these properties, and there's less liability that we have to take on once we enter into a contract of this kind. So again, I just want to piggyback on what you said. I just want us to be careful because we are inside of an open meeting, and those things like that can bite us in our behind when we do get to the table and we try to finalize a contract.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. And I just wanted to uplift that we have owned this property in this facility for a very long time in a community that is seeking dire need of investments into the community. We invested into Park Elementary right behind this institution, but yet we have left capital to just be there for years. And so when you have an entity who's coming and agreeing to work with us and collaborate with us, the last thing I'm concerned about is the length of time, because for more than 20 years or more than 40 years that they're asking for the lease, we have failed to invest in this property and into this community, into this school. And so, you know, Capital went through their turnovers when they had the state takeover, whatever, but we are still the owners, and we should have shown due diligence to take care of that property. If you haven't been to Capital, you should go and see the condition that we have allowed a community to be in. To no fault of whoever's, you know, there's been multiple operators, there's been all kind of things that happen with Capital, but at the end of the day, like, we owe it to this community to provide investment, because I can guarantee you, if Capital High School was off of Highland Road or anywhere else inside of Baton Rouge, it would not be in the condition that it's in. And so when we have a partner who's coming to collaborate with us, I think that we should be open. We're not in the real estate business, but when the community tells us that we need a new school or they need a new school, we find an opportunity to put it in the side of a tax plan. So we need to be making sure that we're making that same due diligence for this community and to this school, and we have someone who's willing to help us. And you all know, you're property owners, you know, in order to get financing from a bank, there are certain things that have to be in place. And so we have to just make sure that we're approaching this conversation with that open mind, because we're not going to make the general fund investment into the school, because we had a long-term argument about what happened with the Struma. So we just need to make sure that we're approaching this with an open mind and supporting an opportunity to collaborate with someone who's willing to help and invest in our community.
Thank you. Board Member Godey.
Yes, I'll be rather quick, because I think Mr. Lannis and Mr. Howard said many of the things I wanted to say, but in particular, I think there's two things that we have to be careful that we don't do. We can't equate anything that we're doing with this with the RSD takeover of the schools, because the RSD takeover of the school was by state law and by state edicts and things that happened with that. This is now going to become a type 1 that's under our auspices. I said that correctly? And so it's an entirely different situation with them doing it. And secondly, maybe many members of the public and this board are not familiar with long-term leases. Something in my business I've been very familiar with. We've had 100-year term ground leases, and the purpose of that is really, instead of buying the land, because many times you have issues with how to buy the land, is not a lease like you're leasing an apartment or anything like that. It is really, you're taking control of the land for a specified period of time, and the key thing is the time that that lease runs has to be longer than the life, expected useful life of whatever capital investments would be put into it, or they can't get financing for the capital investments. So it's not a lease like you would typically think of a lease. It's really kind of almost selling the land, but you get it back at the end, if that's what you want. That's a much better, much clearer way to think about it, is that you're basically giving use to the land. And I think, you know, some of the provisions he's talking about is, if it doesn't become if it's no longer a school, we can, you know, other things that can come back into it. So I think we got to let them negotiate, but I just don't get hung up on the term lease, because it's not the kind of lease you normally would think about if you're leasing a house or leasing an apartment or anything like that. It is a long-term ground lease, which essentially is almost a sale, but you get it back at the end of the 40 years or whatever, or if ever the conditions aren't met. So they're not the same thing. I won't try to give a law course here, but you know what I'm talking about and understand it. So just make sure you understand that distinction. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other board comment, public comment.
The RSD experiment was a failure in every possible way, in every possible location, including this one. series of charter operators, both under local control and under a state control, and now a non-charter private organization, have run that school not very effectively. If you want that to be an effective school, the way to do it is not to give some third party an opportunity to build something they can build as quickly as they can and pay for it over and over and over again by the general fund that Mr. Lannis said you don't want to fund those improvements with. Just as an illustration, let me mention the rent that you and I as taxpayers pay for that facility that South Baton Rouge Charter is in. I'm not exactly sure which year we're on, but if we're on the 8th year of their rent to Red Apple Realty, the annual cost is $1,597,369. And I don't think it's as well built as our buildings. So if you want to fund construction of a new campus for Capitol High or substantial improvements to the existing buildings, if that's the community's preference, you should figure out how to pay for it with public money, operate it with public employees, and let it be a public school. Not an opportunity for KIPP to spread their cancer to yet another community where they try to destroy public education. And I'm being as polite as I possibly can with respect to the New Orleans miracle. One other item, at the end of the memo, Mr. Shamlin says, this facility use agreement and lease will be approved by the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board at a regular meeting. I would encourage the maker of this motion to specify that once it's negotiated, it should come back through the committee of the whole process. So the members of the community have at least 2 full weeks to review whatever is negotiated, which I already know will be a bad idea, but those 2 weeks are important. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Speaking in regards to the facilities agreement, right? Yes, and also being that this is the subject on Capitol High, I would be remiss not to lift up my late great cousin, Mr. William Tex Turner, who was the principal at Capitol High. And it's just unfortunate that we weren't able to keep that quality of leadership at that school site to even get to this point of state takeover. But what I've seen with my own 2 eyes in New Orleans when Act 91 was initially implemented in 2018, there was a lot of back and forth between the school board and the Recovery School District, because though the school board had owned that property, they still had to negotiate with the Recovery School District in having those schools come back under their jurisdiction. So I believe that is something of what y'all are dealing with right now. With that being said, I'm still concerned about the issues at Glen Oaks Middle School, because that is a similar situation to this, where we had other third-party contracting entities, charter school operators, that were operating that school, and that building was not up to code, because once we took the school back, we discovered there was lead paint still on the walls. So I'm just thinking about all those children that were exposed to that during those significant amount of years under a third-party contract. So I am concerned about what will be discovered, once we have some form of return over that school building at Capitol High. Also, what are the terms of agreement between y'all and KIPP in regards to them administering the building under the lease to make sure that the buildings are up to code and that children aren't being exposed to asbestos or lead paint or anything that is detrimental to their health in the long run? Thank you.
Thank you.
My child is dragging because it's late. But I definitely appreciate board members Dyson and Howard and Lannis and Mr. Goday's comments in regards to the contract. I'm very familiar with contracts too. And whenever we have contracts for for that long of a time and we don't spell out what will we do in the event of things such as a fire? How would that impact us? If the building burned down, who would that insurance money go back to? Who's covering the insurance for that? The ADA requirements, standards that that school building need structurally, who's gonna foot that bill? What happens if their contract goes back before Bessie and is not renewed? Who takes back over the building? Capitol High has been taken over by many different charters. At one point, it had an all-boy component and an all-girl component in separate sections of the school. That was under a charter too. That charter no longer exists. Far too many times, we allow these charters to rent our facilities and return them back to us in the most horrific conditions ever. This building has been sitting up, and we need to make sure that we put every single incident that we can think of in that agreement. But we definitely need to make that agreement 3 years, which is what our policy is. Why make it 40 years? We should not do that. Additionally, oh, you was about to say something?
Is her clock running?
Oh, see, that was y'all being nice to me. That was God. The Lord loved me tonight. Although, I'm gonna be nice and I'm not gonna go the full 3 extra minutes that I'm having. You want me to stop talking or go ahead? Okay. You know, I didn't graduate from Capitol, but I do love them. I love all our schools. And like Mr. Landis said, a school that have such rich history, why should we charter it out? I'm just saying. But as we look at the building right now, what will happen with the agreement that we have now if they do not bring that building up to ADA requirement? Would that legality hit our school system or would it hit KIPP? Additionally, who's going to pay for them to change the name on the building? Is it going to change the kids in parish prison? Or do we cover that? Or do we cover, keeping it at Capitol? These are things that need to be put in our contract. And I just ask, like Dr. Finney did, that we bring it back before everyone, so everyone can review it. And again, I truly appreciated the board members' comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Board Member Gode.
Yes, a couple of just real brief comments. I have heard multiple times the allegation that charters have returned or had buildings in horrible shape. The public needs to understand that particularly the Type 5 charters that are under the lease agreements with EBR, EBR is responsible for major capital improvements. And I have walked every one of those schools. And believe me, if there are some maintenance deficiencies around those areas, it's because EBR hasn't put in the capital improvements that we were required to do. And those schools, if you're a Type 5 charter in our schools, in our buildings, we hold back $1,000 per kid in monies. To date, that has totaled something like $27 or $28 million that has been held back from the Type 5 charters. And the last time I looked, we had spent less than $1 million or barely over $1 million in improvements in those schools. So when you talk about the poor shape of the schools, it's not the charter operators you need to point your finger at. It's more than likely us, because we have not treated those kids like they're our kids. We've treated them like they're someone else's kid that we're not responsible for. And I think that is an abomination. We should have been doing much better keeping up those buildings. And I have walked every one of the buildings. I don't know what they're talking about when they say the buildings are being returned in horrible shape. Maybe it's something that went back to Estruma. I don't know. I wasn't on the board at that time. but that's not the way it is now, and that's not the conditions of what we're operating in now. I can't speak to Struma because I wasn't here. Second thing is, this Capitol High is a Type 5 charter. If we don't work with them and get some resolution, is they can just stay a Type 5 charter under the state. There's no gun to their head to come back as a Type 1. KIPP is voluntarily taking that and converting it into the Type 1 charter so they could be with us and under our control and not under the state control. So I think those are just two items everyone needs to understand, that this is not a one-way street and it's not all one-sided. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. And I would just uplift to the folks, concerned about KIPP going to Capitol and like the historical preference and legacy X, Y, and Z. There has been many conversations with the alumni associations of Capitol High School who are in support of this move. And there's been many conversations with alum, as well as alumni presidents, who understand the state of their institution and what they're trying to do. I think many of the meetings have been with the vision of keeping the school open, and they have not been concerned necessarily with if it's direct run. There are people who would like to see what happened at Struma occur, but there are people who are just, the vision is to keep the school open. So I would love for people to like seek out some of those alum, just to have the conversations, to hear their concerns, because there are many alum of that institution who are very much in support. They were in support when it was supposed to be inspired. They're in support now. The vision is to keep the school open. And so just encouraging folks to engage in those conversations, because there are a lot of conversations happening with the community and not just the district and KIPP. So that's just one up to that.
We passed public comment.
You didn't call for the individual comments. I was just gonna.
We don't really, you good. This is about a lease, and I apologize for letting it go on a tangent about other stuff. You good. This was just on the lease.
I know, and I'm gonna draft the lease, so I was gonna speak to some of the concerns that were raised. But that's fine, I'll sit down. It's fine.
Okay. Y'all, I mean, the whole point of the motion is to negotiate, so that's why I'm, okay. All right, Mr. Lannis.
Yes, is there a representative in the room that can speak towards this lease? Thank you so much.
Sorry to be out of parliamentary procedure. I didn't hear the end of public comment get announced. So my name's Amanda Spain. I'm an attorney with Baker Donaldson. I represent New Schools for Baton Rouge, and I've been working with Mr. Shamlin and members of the administration to put this motion before the board. We initially were working with KIPP to negotiate a lease, and it became very clear very early on that this is a massive facility, that the square footage, the acreage of Capitol is so enormous that it's a huge undertaking for KIPP to come in. It's their first school, to take that project on. There was also a lot of concern about the community and who was going to be involved and what was going on, and we got crunched for time. And so what we ended up saying is, with Mr. Shamlin, like, let's just maintain the status quo. We're going to enter into the same facilities use agreement that is in place right now with the RSD. We're going to shift it over to KIPP EBR, and we're going to kind of sit there while KIPP and the school system get to know each other. And we're going to work on the lease. We're going to talk about all the issues that have come up on the public comment and with the board. And we don't have to do this in the next 6 weeks, in the next 6 months. We're going to kind of maintain the status quo, keep the facilities, let KIPP get to know the property, let the community come in and say, I mean, you're talking about massive facility for a current school on that site. It could be 3 different schools, the way that schools work right now. And so KIPP, we don't want to push them, like you were saying, we don't want to push them to take the whole site on. We might subdivide it. We might break it into different groups and give KIPP a little piece and keep another piece for community projects or a library, or who knows what we can do. It's a massive site. So what we're asking y'all to do right now is say, all right, let's all get to know each other. Let's talk about it and just sit right now and give KIPP the option before we say, okay, after the end of 3 years, you're out. let's give them the first right of refusal to say, we love this site, we want to invest here. And Mr. Goda kind of said, if you're going to invest in a site and build the facilities, it's got to be a long-term lease. So let's give KIPP the first right of refusal there. You don't have to do it. You could terminate that this is a short-term little lease that goes along with their contract. You don't like them, we're all out. That's all we're talking about right now is let's have the conversation and be able to go forward. We're not talking about a 40-year lease right now. We're talking about an option for a 40-year lease in a 5-year contract that we're negotiating with KIPP right now. So that's what we're asking. I appreciate the support that I've heard from y'all, and I hope that in the future I can come up here and talk to you about the terms of a long-term lease that all of us have already had a discussion about. That's not, we're not shoving anything down anybody's throat, and that's why we brought you this option as opposed to bringing you a lease when the community had not had a chance to get to know KIPP and get to know what the community wants to happen on that property. So thank you for letting me interrupt. I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Board Member Ware Jackson.
Well, I actually want to
Oh, I'm sorry.
say something. I'm sorry
I didn't
because
ask you if you were
I
finished.
kept hearing this thing over and over and over, like we are not in the real estate business, when in fact we actually are. We own several different properties. That's the reason why we're going through a facilities plan, so that we can get a full assessment of which properties we own and how much money they are actually worth, so we can understand how we right-size the district. And I also just want some people to understand, this is piggybacking on what Board Member Gode said. When we build a property or a building, it's not built to last for 10 years. These buildings are built to last for 50 years. Some even built to last for 60 years. So if you see a building that is completely deplorable or dilapidated, it's because of years of neglect. That's not because somebody moved in there in 5 years. I can guarantee you're not tearing up a 50-year building in 3 to 5 years. I mean, you can try, but it's not going to happen in the way that we've seen a lot of these facilities. We're talking about buildings falling apart, literally crumbling. That's not from anybody or any operator inside of our buildings. It's because we, as he said before, have neglected to fix those buildings, which is why we're trying to right-size it now by, again, coming up with a facilities plan. Thank you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the folks that reached out in support of us negotiating this contract, because the school has been in such a bad shape for so long. And the community just wants Capitol High, period, want the lions to roar. And so, I'm in support of this and looking forward to a relationship and you guys getting together and working out the best deal and a win-win for everybody. And, anybody who knows me knows I love a win-win. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
I'll just ask a point of clarification. We receive if I remember correctly, a 2% administration fee from charter schools or something to that effect.
The district receives an administrative fee for type 1 charters that it authorizes. We don't receive anything for type 5 charters that are part of the RSD.
So nothing, we get no dollars.
We will with KIPP because they are authorized as a type 1 charter.
Okay.
Once it begins
So
operating.
RSD schools that are type 5s, we don't receive any dollars.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
It's a state-run state school.
Okay, and then Mr. Council Shamlin, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I appreciate Ms. Spain's comments. We've been talking back and forth. I do want to clarify, however, that the facilities use agreement, we will negotiate the terms. I know the state has a current agreement with KIPP or with whoever runs that school, but we will probably look at that agreement as is prudent, negotiate the terms, and come up with something that's fair and appropriate for both parties.
All righty, and we can also remember that we were wise to include in the motion and to return to the board for final approval. All right, and Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to say thank you for all this clarity.
Thank you. All right, and seeing no other comments from the board, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
Why he creeping out? Look, I'm trying to, I need to do it. I'm chairing the meeting, my sidekick. Is it appropriate for the council to chair the meeting while the vice president goes to the restroom? Do we have a backup, or do we need to do a 5-minute recess? I was trying to.
By policy, once this vote is taken, there are only 5 people at the table right now. You need 5 for
I
a
shall
quorum.
wait till him to
So
come
if
back.
someone leaves, you should wait or suspend the meeting
And I could
until
just
someone returns.
appoint somebody to chair, or, well, it's probably better to just recess after
The
the vote.
superintendent is actually the person who should run the meeting in the absence of the vice president.
Thank you.
Per policy.
Appreciate it. Okay. Well, we have 5, oh, we finished. Okay. No, I had to wait for him to come back, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yes, so I have to, yes, sit here until Board Member Howard makes his way back. Thank you. Yes?
I was going to ask, do we need 5 to proceed, or do we need 5 before we make an actual vote?
Oh, that's true.
Per the policy, in actuality, you should
quorum.
suspend the meeting when you fall below 5 at the table. And we've not always been consistent with that, but if we're going to hold the policy, we should do that. That is correct.
All right. You know, I'm just gonna suspend for 5 minutes, run to the restroom.
Okay.
Craziest thing in the world. But I think we've seen crazy. I think the red looks better on me. Yes, I bring it. Okay.
You have to take baby group.
We need to exercise more breaks like this all the time. Oh, man.
When we get to the problem with them, CEDO recommended it be moved without recommendation, so when we get to that, I'll make a motion to get information from the administration about what their plans are and why, and then without a recommendation, so it's a standalone item.
Okay.
So we can get the information tonight.
Okay, cool. All right. Give ourselves about 30 seconds to get back to our seats and go ahead and resume the meeting. Thank you all for your patience. Okay. Oh, board council. Just don't worry about waiting on council. Okay, so moving forward with item 15. Consideration, everybody ready? Okay. We voted on 13. Okay. Item 15, RFP Facilities Management Services. The recommended action is consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent of schools to develop and issue a request for proposals for facility management services and to provide for related matters. Board Member Howard and Lannis. All right, and Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Chester, are you in the building? Did he step out? Yes, Mr. Chester, I just wanted to say, while I know that this particular item does not dissolve us of the current contract that we have, I did want to show a sign of appreciation that for bringing this item forward so early, a year in advance before the other contract expires. And the reason why is because with such complex business contracts like these, it's always healthy to always explore other options, especially if it can help benefit the district as a whole. So I just wanted to tell you I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing what other options we may have out there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions or comments from the board. Any public comment?
Sorry, I saw the slide and got comfortable like there's going to be a presentation. I have no objection to calling for an RFP, but when it's time to consider whatever results that brings back, it's important that you consider the possibility that some or all of the functions now performed by Aramark should be brought back in-house, with public employees taking care of public buildings that are used by other public employees and our children. So that's worth consideration. I don't think it's appropriate that once you privatize, you're stuck in that mode forever. And so I would encourage the administration to consider either some portion or the whole thing being done with employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, Board Member Lannis.
Yes. And Mr. Chester, you don't have to get up for this one. I can actually ask it from right here. You can answer it from your seat. Is that an option that we're willing to explore, actually? Is possibly coming back in-house if we don't see a desirable bid that comes up? I'm just curious. I'm sorry, he said to come on the camera. I apologize, Mr. Chester. I'm getting your exercise in tonight, so.
I need all the exercise I can get. Thank you very much. We've discussed that. To be quite honest with you, as my initial assessment, it's not really the most viable option to pursue. There are a lot of attendant requirements and needs that come with trying to bring it in-house, okay? And I think the reason we wanted to really do the RFQ was to try and get a sense of who else out there may be able to do it. I know we've gone through this process previously, and we'll certainly look at, do we disaggregate some of the services that we had in the in our current contract to make it a more manageable type of a process for the district. And like anything, I think that the deciding point, whether you do in-house or whether you look at a external contractor to do it, comes down to cost. And so we want to evaluate that and see what's most cost-effective for us. It'd be great to have employees employed doing the work. I don't have a philosophically no disagreement with that, but I think we have to look at it both from a cost standpoint and what we can reasonably expect to be able to do to get the work done.
Thank you. And I would imagine that's the reason why we opted to solicit those services elsewhere years ago when they came up with this particular contract that we're currently under now.
I would imagine that to be the case.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 16, energy efficiency services. Consideration of a request to authorize the superintendent to engage an independent third-party consultant to develop, issue, and evaluate requests for proposals for energy efficiency services and to provide for related matters. If I can get a motion. All right. Board Member Gode and Ware Jackson. And seeing no comments from the board, any public comment? Back to the board. Okay, thank you so much. And then back to the board. Seeing no board comment. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item 17, Broadmoor Middle School Program and Grade Configuration. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation to establish a 6th through 12th grade configuration and performing arts magnet program at the Broadmoor Middle School site. Can I get a motion?
I wanted to move that we send this without recommendation, which will allow us to get information from the administration about their proposal, and then vote on it
Okay.
in 2 weeks at the board meeting.
All right. Okay, and I saw Board Member Gode first, so Board Member Gode is seconding that. And Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I appreciate your motion, Mr. Ballou, to send this particular item without recommendation. When we first closed down Broadmoor Middle some time ago, one of my concerns was that we would bring this institution back as a dedicated magnet school. And so I've shared this with the superintendent, but I just wanted to share my point of view with you guys as well. I 100% believe that performing arts is imperative to student learning. And I 100% believe that having an opportunity to go to a school that specifically specializes in performing arts is necessary and needed. I, however, do not believe that we create an institutional barrier where we allow this school to be a dedicated magnet school where students have to meet certain criteria in order to enter into this institution. I told this to the superintendent as well. My story, I was born in a single parent home. Many of you know that. My first opportunity to play instrument was in 6th grade. I had never picked up a trumpet a day in my life. I had never read a musical note a day in my life. But because I was exposed and held to an expectation, I met that expectation and played trumpet for the rest of my life. And so I do not believe in creating barriers to students who want this level of opportunity. I believe that we can create rigor. I believe that we can create expectations without making this a dedicated magnet school. I also believe that as a district, we have a structural problem with how we institute magnet schools. We have set foot and set forth that dedicated magnet schools are our best and our brightest in this district. And there are already barriers that exist with those particular students getting the opportunity to be exposed to those opportunities. So creating another opportunity, while great, we haven't dealt with the structural barriers that are already in place within this district. And so I believe that we can do this without making it a dedicated school and still hold students to high expectations and exposing them to opportunities. So while we have moved this to be voted on in the next 2 weeks, I would like for us to have an intentional plan at addressing the structural barriers that already exist without magnet admissions criteria. Thank you.
Board Member Dyson.
The good thing about this is that there's actually, this particular time, we've got 3 weeks until the regular board meeting, so that does give us a little bit of time here to grasp our heads around it, but not only that, but to provide for some community outreach and feedback, input, if anyone, wants to host anything or do anything like that in their area, especially those areas that are contiguous with the lines or that kind of thing. The attendance lines for Broadmoor were faulty, and so because of that, we had an under-enrollment at Broadmoor. And so the attendance lines were never right. If they had been, like when I was a student there, and neighborhoods went to schools close by, it could be a whole new thing. But I am reserving my opinion of this until we get some feedback. I get some feedback on this. And so I would like to see, I think I see Ms. Porter peeking around. And I'd like to see if she can come and explain this a little bit just for the community's sake, so that they can get the kind of the overview of some of what is being considered.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry, and Mr. Joe Freon as well.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Narcisse. So the dedicated model that we were proposing, there's no academic admission criteria. Students would either submit a portfolio or go through an interview process, and it would be a combination of like a matrix. So there were no academic requirements for this model.
Let me just clarify, just to add on. There will be our proposal will have a performance criteria to it. And so students will have to perform in front of a committee. There's a whole process that we're talking through in order for them to be accepted into this program, which will also have different sets of criteria that we'll have to work through. But the school will have, our proposal will have a performance criteria.
Board Member I'm sorry, Board Member Dyson, were you finished?
And so one thought that comes into my mind is a potential priority zone that may be a better fit for the area than the attendance lines it had before, which were totally wonkus. But, and so maybe a priority zone that could help, because what's happened is we've had previous administration say, we don't need another middle school in the area. Well, that's all fine for someone to say, but when you're operating at over 100% capacity at your two closest middle schools, and one of them you threw into that because you closed Broadmoor Middle, and so it's easy to say we don't need another one, but I think you'd find it, you might change your mind if you walked through some halls and saw some crowded
So to your point, Ms. Dyson, the Broadmoor Middle, when it was closed, the SPS score was not where we wanted it to be. Therefore, when it's reopened, we cannot open it under the same framework as we did before.
Exactly.
Therefore, the priority that you mentioned will be just a subset of the former attendance zone. And as with magnet programs, anyone in the school district can apply for the
program. But there's a proximity zone or something like that, like for Liberty and Baton Rouge High, and they do.
So Baton Rouge High does not have any type of zone. In other words, students do not get a priority by being in that area, nor does BR Flame or Baton Rouge Center. However, Westdale Heights, Forest Heights, McKinley Middle, all those schools that were under the final settlement agreement, they have a proximity.
And then
Lee has a priority.
And that was one that just the board member wanted and got.
Yeah.
And so what happens is if you have all these priority zones or whatever, proximity zones, some students in our district have no chance of being in any of those school zones, priority or proximity.
So it depends on how the lines are drawn.
Ms. Porter, if I could just add, I just want to make sure we clarify the proposal. What we're going to propose will be a citywide school where any child in the city can apply to go to the performing arts school. But there will be a performance assessment criteria to get in. And the reason I want to bring that up is because in their visual performing arts schools, I know we always add these GPAs to those, but there's a performance and those things. And it will address the issue. I know I've heard also from an equity standpoint, but we do have talented children who want to excel in the arts all over this city, that this school would attract them into that school. So I just want to make sure we don't clarify, we don't get it confused, that portion.
So I'm glad we're getting this information, and then I'm hopeful that we will move it without recommendations so that we can get some community input, staff input, teachers, administrators, all of that, especially from those areas that are going to be in closest proximity to this school and how they would be possibly affected by it. But I mean, I'm not saying that I've made up my mind one way or the other. I'm just saying I am very pleased that we can go out and get some feedback, and so that, we have that pulse when we make our final decision.
If I could just add one additional piece, which I'm with you, Board Member Dyson, in terms of the feedback. I want to make sure we're clarifying the feedback that we want to ask families is about what would they expect if we had a visual performing arts school in the city, and what would be the things that would attract them that they'd want to see in that school. I would say from our transition report that we had when I came in, the city of Baton Rouge has been long overdue with all the arts councils and things that we have in this city to not have a dedicated visual performing arts school. We actually, from our perspective, will be able to provide, we think this will be in addition to provide more seats around the arts, because we have arts at McKinley Middle and other schools as well. But this will be a very dedicated portion, so children that go into this school may have additional opportunities, because we don't fully have that from a 6-12 approach.
And I appreciate that. I do want to have, though, an opportunity for an open Q&A where people can not just be, because this has happened before where we've had these community things and they've been so controlled that you could only talk as if it was in this perimeter. But I want to make sure that we get real, true input. And that way, if we hear some cons, we can maybe do some adjusting. I mean, I think we need listening while we design this, so it can be a win-win for everyone. And that's just what I'm trying to help set that up.
Thank you.
All right, Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First off, congratulations, Board Member Ballou, for getting this school back online. I know we had some concerns about that early on, but I think it's a good thing. I support it. However, I do have my own personal concerns. The first would be, one, because it is a designated magnet, and we just had a lot of conversation around the movement of students going to a school like a designated magnet, but I would like to know, how is it going to affect other schools? For instance, you have schools like McKinley Middle School offering the same program, and this school's going to be configured as a 6 through 12. Well, how does that impact their enrollment? You're going to also have Broadmoor High School less than half a mile down the road. How will that affect Broadmoor High School's enrollment? Do we have any plans for that school to prop it up? I'm curious about that. I like the idea of it being a portfolio school model, because I know it's the same thing we talked about at Forest Heights, possibly for the middle school component, so I'm not against that, but I do have concerns about that, about how it's going to impact other schools.
So McKinley Middle's population is unique in the sense that there is an academic requirement, and the instruction, or rather, is thematically integrated into the classroom, which it should be in any school with a performing arts. This school will have more of a conservatory model. The Julian Institute and some other institutes that just focus on this residential model. That's the idea that we have for this particular school. And I mentioned also portfolios, but also to Mr. Howell's point, when he mentioned about not being able to play the instrument, we also will have an interview process. So we may have a student who may not be able to submit a portfolio, but by having a discussion with the student. So the key here is to provide more seats and an opportunity for students not strictly based on the academic component of it.
So what happens to Broadmoor?
Broadmoor High?
Broadmoor High.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the program at Broadmoor High as far as the arts is concerned. Now, I do know most of our schools have an elective, art electives, but not necessarily the magnet component.
So this is what I mean. You're bringing a brand new school less than a half a mile down the street from Broadmoor High School. Let's say you have, I don't know the population, but let's say you have 150, 200 students that see this building, their parents say, wow, I want you to go there. They opt in, they get into that school. What then happens to Broadmoor High School's enrollment? How is it impacted by this particular school?
So
if I could help answer that, Ms. Porter. So Board Member Lannis, what I would say to that is I would shift us in the thinking, because we think about schools in the sense that we're only competing internally, but we have many families that would also choose this school as well because of the conservatory portion. In our current school, what we are trying to do is actually provide more seats around the arts for kids, which will actually help children have more opportunities around arts. And with the conservatory portion that you have, not every child may want to be in a conservatory approach. And this would also provide other families with opportunities to come. But I think at times we think that it's only competing with particular schools, and I don't see it in that way. I would suggest us actually opening up more seats for kids around schools like this, so you can have more opportunities for doing that right now. And I think that's what's going to be shifted. This will be a very unique school from a conservatory standpoint, going to the 612 approach. We don't have that current model right now at any of the high schools. we provide arts in a lot of different ways, from exposure to those things. But when you think about children who want to go to Juilliard or any of these other components, we don't have that model. And so this is why I'm hopeful even to get the board to go visit, other visual performing arts model to see what we're trying to do here in Baton Rouge.
Right, and I get that, and as I said before, that's why I want to preface that I support it. I just want to let that be clear.
Yes.
But what I would hate to see happen is that it somehow adversely affects Broadmoor, because Broadmoor is deemed or is known as an academically underperforming school. And if the idea is that we're going to build another school down the street, I know there are going to be parents that want to get into that school and send their kids there rather than send them to Broadmoor High School. And I hate to see them be placed on a chopping block or placed in a more difficult situation because something that we missed along the lines. That's my only concern
Yes.
about that.
And we do have data that we can show. We did look at the data between, McKinley Middle and other schools that we do have that we can share as well with the board.
And Mr. Lanus, to that point, we were going to start with just 6th and 7th grade and then phase in, because one of the things we don't want to do is set up a school and then just put all the students in, and then the SPS score is a problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was a phase-in, it was a phase-in approach. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And another point, last point I'd like to make is that I decided to pull some numbers from McKinley Middle, where students, non-EBR students, from 2019 to 2022, and we were able to pull 302 students who were non-EBR students back into the district. So we can do it. We've done it for, like McKinley, I just gave you those numbers. We do it for all our magnet schools. So to Dr. Narcisse's point, we will have a very strategic plan to market and focus students who do not attend our schools.
Okay. My only other comment would be, Mr. Jaffran, I know you just set your office up at Glen Oaks, you're not leaving. So I'm just letting you know now. Thank you.
Beautiful school.
All right, Board Member Gode.
Ms. Ware Jackson is next.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I had you at the top. Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm a little excited about this idea. You know that, Mr. Joffrey, huh? Yeah, without even talking to you, you can tell. But and I like the idea of being able to go from a school like, let's say, BR, Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts, that is such a high-demand school, and, people just love it, to step up, although they will apply as well, just like everybody else, but to be able to have that feeder pattern, so to speak, without it being technically a feeder pattern, because everybody, anybody can go if they qualify or accept it. I had a couple of questions, though, around some wording, just for clarity, in the backup, and I quote, or just about quote, the priority zone that reflects a component of the previous attendance zone, which will be approved by board at a later date. Could you make that clear to me? For some reason, that just doesn't quite compute. A priority zone that reflects a component of the previous attendance zone, which I have to say that the attendance zone is strange as it was, before. You remember before it closed, we had kids from, it was one of those big stretch things, well, you know how we do. We just reach way out and scoop up, and then we sort of, sometimes we exclude families that live right near, our attendance lines has always been a real sticky subject, in this district. And so to tie it to those attendance lines, if that's what that means, could be a little strange. And then my other question is just to get just real clarity, not just for me, but for anybody else who is not that familiar with what a conservatory approach is, exactly what that is, and whether we have, you mentioned a few schools, far away, but do we have some models nearby?
Absolutely. I'll let Mr. Jeffrey on, who will be excited to answer that question.
Ms. Ware Jackson, Mr. Jaffron definitely will answer your question about the conservatory and the schools that he has visited that have an awesome model that is similar to what we're trying to implement. So from what I understand, based on your prior question though, if we reopen the school based on the same attendance zone, and Ms. Okonski, correct me if I'm wrong, then we have to assume it will become a failing school automatically. Okay, so the priority zone is an area that is smaller than the original attendance zone. And think of it as maybe a collapse of the prior zone. It would be the best way to describe it. But it usually emanates from the school into a particular area, a line of demarcation.
Yeah, so if I imagine Broadmoor Middle as a dot on the map and I circled around it, a certain radius, would that be more accurate than the picture I have in my mind of the old attendance line that stretches this way, or, or...
Well, it may depend. I did work with Melissa Gary for a while, but sometimes I didn't understand the lines. But usually, when attendance zones are drawn and the board approved, there's usually like a major thoroughfare or like a major line of, like I said, demarcation that marks that area. But the priority zone is not as large as the attendance zone, and a proximity zone is not as large as a priority zone. A proximity zone is a 2-mile walk out from the school.
Okay,
And you can't
so-
even get it correct using Google.
Yeah, I think one of my biggest concerns is I love to bring neighborhood people back into the neighborhood school. So anytime we can open a door like that, to me is a really good situation. So that was one of the concerns. And if I recall, a long time ago when, was it Mr. Black, Bill Black?
Yes,
was on the board?
yes.
That was, that was something he really wanted, And so I know he'd be tickled. So at any rate, it's good news. I know there's a lot of questions to be answered, and we want input from families around this. But it sounds like a really good opportunity for a lot of children who love the arts, and for those who don't even know yet that they love the arts.
And the difference for a conservatory regular than a regular VPA program, a conservatory gives the child the opportunity to enhance the skills in one particular performing arts or visual arts area. So what they will do is start in 6th grade with that, and everything that they do will be centered on that one area. It's more than exploratory learning.
Like a concentration.
It's a true concentration on the area that they are talented in, are really, really, really interested in, but they have the talent there, but they don't want to really get into it as a conservatory student in the sense of performance, employment, lifelong dream. But it's an opportunity for them to enhance the talents that they already have. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Board Member Godek.
Yeah, thank you. Since everyone else has given their philosophical thoughts, I thought I'd throw in mine very quickly. First of all, I really want to go back to what Mr. Howard said earlier. I think we need, and you mentioned it, and so I think it's in the front of your mind, but I want to make sure it's still there. One of the issues that I have, if I look at the current Visual and Performing Arts Elementary School, it has less than 50% economically disadvantaged children in that school. if that was a charter school, we'd have people over here beating us up saying we're not following state law. But it's okay, we just close our eyes to that and go forward with it because it's our school. And we're not technically inside of that state law. And so, you know, a portfolio performance type thing is great, but if you're doing dance, and I have a 6th grade economically disadvantaged child who's never been to a dance lesson in her life, or his life, versus a child who's had dance lessons since they were 3, that is still not a fair shot. And so, you know, I think one thing, you know, I'm all for this, but I think we have to be very careful that we make it something that is truly has admissions to people who really have some talent, whether that talent is found or not found. Yeah. And correct. So, you know, maybe it's some things with some summer schools type things or things like that, but, you know, that's just one thing high on my mind because I don't want to create another island where, you know, every child, because I just can't believe that the you know, we have almost 80%, 70-something% economically disadvantaged. I just can't believe those kids aren't just as talented as the other kids. And so it's an issue for me that I think
and that's a very good point, Mr. Gode. And that's one of the reasons why we would like to also employ the interview process.
Yes.
Because as you said, there are some students who may be economically disadvantaged, or the parents may not be able to develop or help them develop a
If you have 2 jobs, it's tough to drive a kid to dance lessons. I get it, totally. So I just have that as one of the high things in my mind. Second, and I'm going to give my philosophy on this one too, you know, when we come up, please don't name the school Magnet. Magnet is a program, not a school. And, you know, I took lots of slings and arrows by not naming Liberty High, Liberty Magnet High, but I did that on purpose. Magnet is a program, not a school. Yeah. And I know I might get voted down on that somewhere along the line, but it is. And then the third thing around the whole priority zone, we're talking about neighborhood schools. The neighborhood school is Broadmoor High. It's right down the street from there. So I don't even see why we need a priority zone or any kind of thing with this school. It should be open up to the whole district because if you want a neighborhood school, Broadmoor High is right there. And, well, there's other, I mean, some of it's going to be in there. You got other middle schools around. We're going to get to that later. But I'm just not bought into the priority zone concept right away. Don't have to answer that right now, okay. but I'm just not necessarily into the priority zone concept for this school. If it's going to be truly a district performing arts school, I'd like to have it a district performing arts school. But that's just one person's opinion as we go through this. So that's all I have for my philosophy. I can pass out signatures later if you'd like. Thank you.
Board Member Baloo.
Thank you. The renovation of the school is currently on the tax plan. Are we anticipating that we'll be able to create this school within the same budget that's currently allocated for that major renovation?
I
believe it was $12 million allocated.
It's actually, Mr. Blue, you speaking about Broadmoor?
Yes.
It's actually 15 million that's
okay.
allocated.
Yes.
And per CSRS, the funding is available for this project. The Oversight Committee approved us to move ahead when funding would become available sometime back.
And just,
This matter went to Oversight Committee. It was delayed because of a lack of funding. The action was that we could proceed once funding was available. That's now the case, so we can proceed without having to go back to Oversight.
My question was,
With the renovation costs.
with the renovation, what's already allocated, is that what we're planning on doing? Yes, is my question.
And that's a question for CSRS.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, and Board Member Baloo, you have the floor.
What, Yeah, that was my only question.
That was
Thank
the
you.
only question. All right. The side chatter was getting a little loud. I know no one meant to do that. All right. How many private and parochial students do we have at Liberty? Estimate, because I don't want to put you on the spot for a firm number.
I would still be,
Oh,
yeah, I don't have the number, but I can get it to you.
okay. I mean, and it was given to me a couple of years back. If I remember it correctly, there's 120 sound fair.
Okay, so based on the numbers from June 15th of this year, overall, the number of non-EBR students was 260, but that's a collection of Baton Rouge High and Liberty. The year before, it was 323. But
So
I
some
don't
of
have.
that at Baton Rouge High and some at
Yes, yes, ma'am. But I don't have them broken into, those particular schools.
Okay, so three something. Okay, but let's do both.
323.
For two campuses that combined are
And then
1,200
260.
and 1,500, so 2,700 total students between the two, and of them, about 320 are from non-EBR schools that chose to say, we gonna come to EBR.
These are non-EBR students, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to the comment about, I have actually had my favorite constituent lambast me about different schools not having proper, our schools not, so, and he beats up charters, but he beats us up too. And I have the same concern as well, so I don't know, sometimes we get caught up in, we all, on both sides, get caught up on trying to say, charters and magnets and, and that's it. Ms. Dyson, Board Member Dyson?
So, in looking at this memo, I think I just want to make sure that we have further discussion around the last two paragraphs in that memo, but not the benefit part, but the last two under the rationale. So I would like to just further those conversations at some point with you guys. And then it really surprises me that we're only going to build it for 620 students for what is that going to be, 6 grade levels? And only 75 students in each grade. So that'll be a graduating class of 75 students.
One of the things that,
I don't think it was that small when I went there.
well, so one of the things that we considered, in order to have a true visual performing arts conservatory, we need space.
Yeah.
And that will be a room for ballet or room for, the orchestra or jazz. So that, those type of rooms take away from the overall capacity of a school.
But still, you have the upstairs and downstairs, and keep the openness in the middle, but you've got those two, and you've got the gym, and you've got the offices. I mean, I remember taking art there. I was a cheerleader, all these things. I was in the choir. So we did have some rooms back when. But anyway, so I just want to make sure that 620 is our limit, because
That was an estimate.
I hope we can look at
It
that.
was an estimate, and hopefully we could go over if this proposal
With
is approved.
CSRS and the
Yes.
planning of the rooms. And maybe at, certain times of the day, this room is used for this. And, you can combine
That's correct.
the musical instruments in, or the band, or, choir all in one
Right, because
space.
with a conservatory, you have so many different areas of arts that you're doing, and you may have 5
Multifunction
visual arts
rooms.
classes. Yes, so they have to be functionable rooms to meet the needs
Yeah.
of an artist and that teacher.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I just want you to know, I'm not squashing this in any way. I had 2 designated talented children that went through, so I'm all behind the arts. But I just want us to try to make sure that 620 students, when you're spending 15 million, that's per student a lot of money. And so the higher we can raise those, the more children we can serve.
I'm so confident that this school is going to be everything it needs to be, particularly for an art student, that I think we would supersede that, because the closest visual and performing arts school that we have in the state that could be comparable to what we are trying to do is NOCA in New Orleans. And we have a lot of students that are not only EBR students, but other students that I work with are no parents of, who go to NOCA in the summer to get the same type of things that we can have right here in East Baton Rouge. And also, I talk to a lot of parents who are private and parochial and in arts organizations with their children. They seem to go the private parochial way because emphasis on the arts are a little more important and a little more stressed. And with this would be a major asset to us as a school.
And if we've got that land in the back that was used for our athletics, and we might,
Right.
because art schools don't typically have all those things, and Broadmoor's right down the road with track and field and all that could be easily shared.
Most definitely.
So I just say let's max the number we can and get with CSRS on that.
And also with the building itself, it gives us an opportunity for us, instead of us going out and finding resources to have plays or use facilities that we may rent. We now have the opportunity to have these beautiful facilities that will be able to be used not just for theater or for singing, but for dancing and for visual arts, whatever we may need facilities for, that can be utilized by the entire district.
And I have to say that it was through DSEG that we agreed to take the arts program out of Broadmoor Middle. And my dear friend and colleague, Bill Black, said that was the demise, the downward spiral of the academics there. And I know there's a strong correlation between the arts and academics. And so I know he is going to be so happy. And I'd love to ahead of time, I'm just planting a little seed that, when we could dedicate a theater, that would be pretty awesome.
And Ms. Dyson, to your point, it was one of the most successful
school
within the school program we had in the district.
It was.
Under the final settlement, you remember that you had categories, and they were at their maximum. They had a wait list.
I know. And it was not dedicated. It was a school, a program within a school. And he loved it dearly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I think my comments are pretty similar to what I said earlier. But as we continue through this discussion, I think it's unfortunate that we continue to implement and institute programs that I feel like create barriers to access. One of the things that we always talk about as a board, as a community, is creating opportunity and access points for students to experience high-quality learning. And so what I'm hearing, I'm frustrated because, A, I'm hearing what I always hear. In one meeting I had this week, the criteria for admission was going to be performance metrics. A student had to come in and perform to show that they were ready to go to the next level of performing arts. Tonight I'm getting into a meeting where there's folks saying that there will now be an interview process. For me, I would like for us to clarify what the admissions criteria for this institution will be. And B, I would also like to see us, to Mr. Goday's point, if we're going to, again, make this a dedicated magnet and make it a school where the kids who want access to it have entry, to create some kind of summer bridge program and guarantee 30% of the slots for the institution go to students who have an opportunity to go through summer bridge. If we want to be true about access to high quality in this district, we have to reimagine. We can't continue to do what we've been doing. We know that if you graduate from Liberty Magnet High School in this district, you're gonna be all right. We know if you go to Baton Rouge Magnet High School in this district, you're gonna be all right. If you go to Forest Heights, if you go to Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts schools, you're gonna be all right. But what about the kids who don't have access to that point? And in the earlier meeting, they talked about the transition between institutions, but we know, I was a student in the magnet program in this district. If you don't get access to magnet at elementary, your likelihood of being able to get that opportunity later on in life is slim to none. So if we're gonna be true and fair and equitable and do all the things that we say we want for all students, we gotta start doing it by action, not just by words.
Board Member Lannis.
So let's entertain a conversation tonight, right? Because he just brought up some really, really good points. And I was a student when I was in school. I benefited from magnet programs. I started off at Forest Heights, matriculated on to Estruma, transferred over to Glen Oaks Middle School. It was a totally different world when I went there, leaving Estruma Middle School, a high-performing middle school. And then I went back into Glen Oaks High School, which at the time had two different components, construction, which is what I did, and medical, which is what my brother did. So, in saying all of that, let's talk. Can we design a model where we have micro performing arts components at other entry points around our district? Because I would imagine this school is going to fill up, and it's going to have a long waiting list. So how do we allow access to students that cannot get into a school like this, either because they don't meet the criteria or because simply there's not enough seats? I think that makes it fair. So let's have that conversation.
Yeah, Board Member Lannis, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think the question for us is, at least from my perspective, is that we have to raise the quality and provide more seats at more schools. But we do have schools that are specialized, right? And this is just one that is specialized. So I think that there's two separate issues, or not two separate, but I think these are issues that are valid that we have to talk through. Because I would argue that even though we'd have a performing arts conservatory school that's a 612, McKinley Middle, for example, is a high quality performing arts school. And what I think parents that I usually hear, which I'm excited for us to go out and hear from families, is what they're asking for is high quality and more seats. And I think we have to balance that. But I do agree, our issue that we are trying to solve from an equity standpoint is not new to any urban district in the nation. And so I think this will be an opportunity for us to learn what other districts have done with that. That's why one of my goals is to get us to go visit NOCA in New Orleans, or if we want, we can go visit Duke Ellington in Washington, D.C. that does the same model, or any other model that you're doing. But they've all come through in a way to create criteria for that. Yes, I agree. I'm 100% with you. I expect this school to be packed. The question to me is, how do I get more seats for more families that love the arts to be packed in other places, not for us to limit that? And I think that that's where we'll have an opportunity to think through what that looks like. Families want more seats and more opportunities in our city. I also think that that comes in all colors, all socioeconomics, and all places. And I think that we have to balance that opportunity in terms of quality. And that's why I think, this is just, to me, one pathway of a lot of quality for other things. That's why I'm excited about the dual enrollment approach that we're going to be doing one school. And I just think we have to think of ourselves as a school district that provides a lot of opportunities. But we also, I think, if we do this right, will grow our district in ways that we are unimaginable to provide more opportunities for more kids across the city. And so and I think that is where, if you ask me, that we have not maximized ourselves I think that's the space that we have to do that. And regardless of what school and those things, families want programs. And how do we do that to help them get that opportunities with a problem I think we have to solve?
Right, and I hear all of that. I really do. But this is the issue, right? McKinley is always going to be full. Forest Heights is always going to be packed. Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts is always going to be packed. Baton Rouge High School is always going to be packed. The school that we're talking about tonight is going to always be packed. So when we talk about quality, quality to me also means that we're propping up declining programs in schools. We have a lot of declining programs in schools that I think could benefit from programs like this. I mean, we talk about it all the time, about community schools. Well, this is the perfect opportunity to start redesigning and rethinking community school models right here. This is the perfect opportunity. And now we're not saying that you turn the entire school around, but I do think that we could build in some component that speak towards heightening opportunities for students that want to go into performing arts programs, but just may not be able to get into a school like that because it's just simply not enough seats. I think we can do it. We just went through a strategic plan that looks like it was to the T. We just went through, we saw the facilities plan that was to the T. So I strongly believe that we can get through this. I think that we have the team in place to get it done. I think we have the willpower to get it done. And I certainly believe that we have the students to make sure that these schools like this are a success. But I think we have to begin to have those conversations. We can't just simply throw all of the water out because we feel like some of the water may be bad. Let's do away with the programs that are not working, and let's start reinfusing these schools with programs that parents want to put their kids inside of. I really believe that we can do that. And that's just my opinion on it.
Thank you, Board Member Lannis. Superintendent, one thing I was going to ask for more information on, and then I'm listening to some of the comments. We had, and I had mentioned question about, what impact would have to a particular school, this school, that school. What about if you could bring back some information too on the how would it affect talented programming on different campuses? I wonder if, and this is out of the box, pushing the envelope perhaps, but maybe it would be a compromise concept, hybrid concept. If I understand correctly, what you're proposing is that there will be more than one type of arts offered on this campus. But to my colleague's point, perhaps there are some existing schools that, just like Broadmoor Middle, that arts component was an amazing component inside of the Broadmoor Middle. Perhaps some of our existing high schools and or middle schools have some strong, maybe there's one can be the theater and pour the resources into that, because into that particular high school, middle school, and then the dance could be does it have to be on that one? That way it's not draining all the resources of this type to one centralized location, because I do take issue with, because if we were on a blank slate in this district without already having a lot of specialized programs that have needs, and in particular dedicated magnets, and I love magnet. Okay, I am 200% thrilled, and I am praying that I get a renewal on my 5-year M7 grant for my 4 schools. Okay, so I ain't coming at you like I got a problem with magnet. But because we do have a lot of choice, perhaps a compromise option is similar to what my colleague have said, that if there's a high school that's already strong in programming with dance and could get the conservatorship support to focus on that in different campuses, like is there something that about the model that forces, like it just wouldn't work? And perhaps it wouldn't. I'm just throwing it out since some ideas were thrown out.
The conservatory is also the idea of actually looking at the academics and the arts together. You know how sometimes in a traditional school we look at the academics and then the ancillary and everything else is not secondary, but we put the priority with academics. In a conservatory, it's totally different. The arts become the
Which I
important
think
part
is okay,
in
and I
the
think is
academic.
amazing, and I think actually, because we know what art does for academics, your child's still gonna do well with academics when you raise up the arts, which is part of a reason why I'm concerned about that talented programming, because we already don't spend enough on the arts as it is across the board. And if we concentrate all them resources on one campus, like that, that's a concern for me. Now, I actually haven't had as many comments as my colleagues to the superintendent about this. I was, again, I'm not trying to say no to everything, so I just was
Yeah,
chilling, but I'm listening to everybody's
Yeah,
comments.
so Vice President Collins, I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
I just want people to hear that it's not like it's either here or here. To us, we see it as an and, right? So the question that you asked to me is an and I think that that's how we should be thinking about high-quality seats for families, right? So we have this as a conservatory, but it doesn't mean we're not going to, if we have a high school that's doing this, we're not providing them with that too. So it's just an and around that for us.
In a perfect world, and I've talked with you one-on-one, I'm trying to embrace or have been supportive, and I'm not saying that I'm just not going to be supportive, but in a perfect world, if we had all the resources we needed, but the truth is, you're going to pull the strong arts folks from Baton Rouge High. You're going to pull some strong arts folks. Like, these schools going to lose what is on their campus. You're not going to make an initiative like this, similar to the point I made earlier. You're not going to start an initiative like this and then don't touch the teachers that's on the other campuses and leave them there, because you going to go get the best theater teachers. You're going to get the best dance. You're going to get them, and they're going to be on that campus because you want to make sure that that campus got. And so then what about the impact to the remaining schools? It's not, I think perhaps it could be worked out. Perhaps there's some kind of hybrid model, perhaps, I think, but, and nobody's going to say, oh, Po Bel Air, just like with the struggling schools not having the option of making sure that they get a strong teacher on that campus, but we're going to make sure Glasgow got them. We're going to make sure so-and-so got them. Like, we're going to make sure that certain campuses have the least amount of vacancies possible versus some of our struggling. And because the resources, we don't have a plethora. I mean, like, that's just the reality. It's no long list of high quality, high performing dance teachers, high quality, high performing arts teachers, and et cetera, et cetera. And so that is going to drain resources from others and concentrate them in one spot. Now, I think it can be managed, which was why I wasn't shooting you in the foot when like saying, heck no, superintendent, when you said it. But I think we can't blindly say that it's not quite so simple as that and, because the resources are not truly there.
Yeah, Vice President Collins, I don't disagree with you in the sense of, making sure that we can provide other opportunities for kids in different parts of the city. But I want to just make sure that what I'm pushing for us to see differently is that the more children and families that we have in our system that chooses variations of programs, right? Whether it's the arts, whether it's technology, whether it's whatever area that they have, it's more opportunity for kids and resources in that way. In my conversations and when I engage with folks in the city, what what I hear sometimes, we think that this is the only group of kids we have in the system. And the reality is, we have a lot of different groups of families in the system that opportunities will present. Now, I agree, I think Board Member Howard brought it up, which is a problem that we are going to solve collectively as a community, is that we have to get high quality in all our schools. So, we don't think that only one particular place has all the good teachers or one particular place has all the students. And I think that that's a different problem that we have to attack simultaneously as we provide more options and opportunities for families. But I am a strong believer, I truly believe that the more families have these options and around the quality and the things like, for example, you said, like our current school, I could use a Bel Air that may be doing great in this. We should be giving them the same type of conservatory opportunities to do that. And maybe it's just a different type of focus in that particular area. I look at our schools such as C-Tech, for example, that is a design around technical stuff. I mean, so we have children that will have different set of specialties that they want to have. And so our job is to try to construct schools for those options in that way. And we're balancing between children that are choosing schools for one space to quality of schools in another place. We can also design, for example, and I'll use the example Board Member Lannis brought up, like a Broadmoor, to have a component in there. But I'm not, as I'm learning about our system, I am not clear that that has happened to scale here. And so when I watch how programs have been in schools or how a component has been in, I'm not convinced that the schools that have not done well have had the full support of what program they should have. And that's an audit and conversation that I've had with the team that we're talking about. What schools have done, quite frankly, has had to decide on their own what program they wanted and things like that, which we have to allocate resources, in my opinion, in a much more strategic way to help support them from a programmatic standpoint to become pipelines for schools to do things. And I think that over time, that's where our shift is going to happen.
Okay, thank you for hearing. I appreciate that. And I just also want thing to consider. If this part of the proposal moving forward, you got to include an aggressive marketing to those students that have not been tapped into, because, and I've mentioned this to you, it's going to drain students and some teachers from other campuses. 350, let's even say 400 students in our flagship high schools that were non-EBR before, compared to the 2,700. You hear what I'm saying? That's only 20%. That means that there is 2,300 babies that were already ours, okay, between Lehigh, excuse me, because I graduated, it was Lehigh, Liberty High, and Baton Rouge High. Liberty was opened, and it was the same message. And that was one reason and rationale, if I remember correctly, and Dyson and Webb Jackson, correct me, because y'all were on the board at the time, and I could be misremembering. Part of the argument for why Liberty was a dedicated magnet is we'll go and we'll get the more private and parochial students and bring them to the district, and we have, but ain't nowhere near the amount of children we already had. And so when we saying we're gonna do this, then we gotta see a strategic, we gotta see an aggressive, realistic strategic plan that's not gonna pull more students off of existing campuses that some people are looking at as under-enrolled and under-resourced already to put on that campus. We have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. Like, if we got to be careful how it's going to impact the schools that already have arts programming. We got to be careful about how it's going to affect the talented programming. Do we just say we don't want talent? I mean, maybe that's a real response to it. Is maybe we don't need talented at every school, but we got to look at how it's going to impact everything and then go from there. But again, I think we can figure it out, but I'm raising those things. Thank you. Board Member Lannis.
Yes, and I'll be short. I don't want to keep kicking the bucket over. We talked about this quite a bit. Like I said before, I support it. But I do think, again, there's room for us to make some hybrid situations. And I like what Board Member Howard said when he talked about a summer bridge program. And this is what I meant when I said micro components, right? Like you can still have this school with everything infused inside of it. But at another school, you can focus on simply dance. And then in another school, you can focus on theater. In another school, you can focus on violin. In another school, you can focus on piano and multicultural studies and jazz ensemble and jazz dance. It doesn't all have to be at the same school, and it doesn't cost a whole lot of money to do that. And then you're spreading this out across the district. That way, the students, again, that can't get in there, they still feel comfortable going to their home school within their own community. Well, I won't say their own community because the entire community is ours, but their home school within their own neighborhood. That's what I meant by we can spread this out and it's doable. And it's still presenting students with options, but not only options, but also access. Because a lot of these programs, they don't even speak towards academics. Academics is the most important part. This is a component to help draw them in to come to the school. Almost like a magnet. That's what it's supposed to do. You offer different options to address things that are not there to get parents to want to send their kids there. So I'll end there.
Okay, and I apologize because Mr. Robinson had wanted to say something earlier. Okay.
I
all
just
right.
wanted to address the issue. One of the things that Dr. Narcisse has charged us with doing is to look at the entire district, looking at all programs across the district and every school. This is not a report that we will have ready for you in a month or 2 months. It's going to take some time. We hope to have it ready before the end of the year, looking at all programs across the schools to make sure that we are being fair and equitable with the programs, the offerings that the course offerings, the programs that we offer in various schools. Now that we're going to be in a regional approach, we're going to want to make sure that those regions are equitably providing those programs so that we don't have children having to move from one end of the district to get to the other end of the district, getting up at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning so that we can. But this is going to take some time. But that's one of the pieces that he is charging us with doing. We've actually had some conversations around that actually today to begin that work. So it's going to take some time, but when it is done, we will be able to look at all of our schools across the parish, determine which programs are working, evaluate those programs. It may call for us having to add more on one end or in another school and sort of doing some of the things that you're talking about now. So I wanted to make sure that that was understood, that this would be a culmination of a lot of that work, but looking at the needs to try and bring students back to the district now.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say, this year alone, I would say, this new school year, Dr. Narcisse has made it possible for 10 new arts teachers that will hit 15 schools. And those 15 schools are in the areas of North Baton Rouge because there is a desperate need for those programs there. So I have to thank him again for that one, but also we did a pilot program just this summer with a summer music camp that was open to every kid in the district, and that gave them the opportunity to have some tutorials, if you will, and come together and do a culminating concert. So we started that this year. Dr. Narcisse has allowed us to do that, and starting next year, hopefully we can start some of those summer programs in different arts areas too.
And Ms. Collins, to your point about Baton Rouge High School, as with the number of students, non-EBR students, the magnet progression allows those middle school students, if they choose to, apply. So they get most of the seats, those who are coming from our middle schools.
Yeah, I shouldn't put Baton Rouge High in that, and that's why I shifted and said, and focused more on when Liberty was started. The big push was, that's gonna bring more, and it brought,
and it
brought,
did,
but not, they still pulled 1,000 babies from everywhere else.
So before Liberty came online, we had a significant weight pool for Baton Rouge Magnet High School. Liberty kind of helped us and gave the parents more choice. And initially, Liberty wasn't even a dedicated magnet. It was a school within a school, and we still got a lot of participation and buy-in. And that was also initially a portfolio interview process. I know because I set it up and then I interviewed a lot of the kids.
Thank you. Okay, so we went a long time on the item. We said we was just sending for recommendations. It's 11 o'clock. Okay, we went to the, did we even go to the public yet? Oh, Jesus. Public, please be kind with your time.
You did say please, right?
I did say please, yes, sir.
So I'm sorry this will be terribly unorganized because I'm mostly responding to comments I've heard in your discussion. But let me give you a few quick anecdotes. I went to a high school as a senior that had somewhere between 200 and 300 students. I was a brand new kid, just moved to town. I was in a very good marching band, concert band. I got to participate in the choir in a musical. I had very good college preparatory classes. You have 10 high schools, comprehensive high schools, that are bigger than that. Before you dump a bunch of money into a specialty program that may or may not be successful, I would hope that you would figure out what the baseline is of things that have to be available at every single public high school. Another anecdote, I have a kid who is now a chemical engineer that designed his high school program around the availability of the auto mechanics program at McKinley. When you get people boxed into certain particular pathways way too early, you will severely limit their future opportunities. Imagine if some kid has a great dream of being a dancer and they go into this performing arts school in 6th grade and they break their leg in 11th grade and they spend all their time dancing and they didn't quite get a good college preparatory background. That's dangerous. There are lots and lots of talented kids, but I found myself in the rare circumstance where I agree fully with Mr. Godet. If you have a very difficult audition process, you will select for wealthy kids. Absolutely, no question. If you have a priority zone, I've heard discrepancies from staff tonight. If there's a priority zone, there's a priority zone. If there isn't, there isn't. But if there is, that will select against economically disadvantaged kids. Because even though there are poor kids right around Broadmoor Middle, there aren't nearly as many in the same concentration, no matter how hard Jill shakes her head saying I'm wrong. That is comparatively wealthy as opposed to, say, Zion City. Absolutely. This is a completely premature proposal. It might be a good idea eventually, but let me leave you with one thought. The tax plan lets you change the tax plan with unforeseen circumstances. There's suddenly the availability of the return of Capitol High School. Lots of room. Wouldn't that be a great place for a performing arts high school? Or a well-funded high school, period? Thank you.
I'll be very nice. I greatly appreciated your comment, School Board Member Howard and Vice President Collins. I strongly opposed to us creating another magnet program. This school is going to be 6th through 12th grade, which I strongly oppose. I don't feel that it is proper at all to have 6th grade in a school building with 12th grade. 6th graders are still like elementary kids. They're not mature enough. We're setting ourselves up for a legal issue where sexually inappropriate things can actually occur. Because you would have 6th graders thinking that they can date kids that are in 12th grade. That's going to be a problem. Secondly, 75 seats for each grade, but I did not hear how we would be able to allow children with disabilities to be able to attend this school. They do have children with disabilities that live in the Broadmoor subdivision, and I'm quite sure that they will not be able to attend that school because some of them can't even attend Broadmoor Elementary. That's a problem. Why do we continue to create programming that we continue to put in certain areas of this city, but we forget about the northern part of the city? We forget about even Woodlawn. Those two, Woodlawn and Northeast Elementary and High, those schools never get access to these type of resources and these types of programs. I remember when Scotlandville Magnet High School, which is in Board Members Howard's district, when it was the Eagles, they actually had ballet. The ballet teacher was Molly Bookman, who was with the Baton Rouge Ballet. They also had classical band. They also had choir that won state. Those are programs that were stripped from our school system because we had superintendents that did not know what kind of programming helped these students. In fact, the students from Scotlandville Magnet High School as Eagles, they protested that school from being changed. Listen to the people. I agree with you, Board Member Dyson. Get stakeholders' input. Get a lot of stakeholders' input, not just from regular ed, but from parents of children with disabilities, because I'm quite sure we have plenty of children like mine that can be twice exceptional, but our school system failed to test them for that. That's money that we're missing, that we're leaving on the table. Allow them the opportunity to be able to do this. And let's consider making Broadmoor Elementary, Middle, and High a sustainable community school model, as Board Member Lannis stated.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
It's the main motion.
Oh, and the motion is to move without recommendation.
Yes. The motion carries.
Moving forward now with item 19, students' rights and responsibilities. Oh. Yes. Item 18, administrative contract template. I'm sorry. Action in consideration of a request for the approval of a template for a contract of employment for promotional appointment. Can I get a motion? And a second? All righty. Board Member Gode and Blue. Seeing no board comment, any public comment? Help me, Jesus. Help me, Jesus. Oh.
I just wish the backup had given you some indication of how many people this would apply to. If it's 2 or 3 people at any one time, or 10, or 100, or 5,670. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
Motion carries.
Now moving forward with item 19, Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy. Can I get a motion? Board Member Howard and Board Member Lannis. Seeing no board comment, any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Board, okay, all right, come on down.
I have two issues, and I'm not sure how each one is addressed, so I'll be very brief. The first one is that I was aware of a situation where a high school student involved in a consensual, intimate encounter on campus, not witnessed by anybody else. Once it became known to administration's hands were tied. They were required to recommend expulsion. There are less stringent consequences if one kid is repeatedly bullying another one for months and years. And I find that to be an unfortunate discrepancy, and I don't know if the revisions address that or not because it had to be put together at the last minute and I haven't looked at it. On the other item, I'm speaking mostly on behalf of somebody else who was concerned that there was flexibility given to principals to require that uniform bottoms remain khaki only. And I think there was a good reason that that was expanded so that where uniforms were required, the bottoms could be either khaki or navy for some very good reasons. And I don't think principals should have the power to undo that and make everybody wear khaki pants. And the woman that suggested it, who has young women as students, had a specific reason for making that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comment and for being polite about it.
The second to the last item. Okay. I really and truly think that we should wait on voting for our Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook because it's not reflecting a lot of the new laws that Governor Edwards just signed into law. One of them being cameras in the classroom for children with disabilities at parents' request. We have not put that policy in the handbook. That's a new law. There's several new laws, including we have things in regards to Title IX that is not reflected in our handbook. I can go on and on with many, many policies that we should consider that need to be put in place, issues that impact children with disabilities, including stuff as it relates to COVID, because we do know that that Bessie has not finished addressing yet COVID. The minimum requirements do not expire until the end of July. Also, the Accountability Task Force has not met yet, so we may want to wait to see what they and SEEP, the Special Education Advisory Panel for LDOE, what they may roll out as it relates to education, including policies, because they both will be meeting in August. So I just ask that we wait and be patient. School starts August 11th, and we normally wait and roll out the handbook around the third week anyway. So let's just wait, let's not rush, so that we don't have to duplicate printing of handbooks. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Any other public comment? Board Counsel Shamlin. Could you please explain the legal deadlines that we have, and also just let the public know what policies, what protocol we follow when the legislature passes legislation that affects the handbooks?
Yes, ma'am. And I know Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson usually asks me the policy questions. I see she was up, so maybe that's what you were. Okay. Yeah, so this year we actually had some significant legislation passed in House Bill 411 that really required an extensive overhaul of our student handbook with regard to discipline procedures and policies and how we do things at the school level in terms of discipline. Specifically, House Bill 411 required us to look at many of our zero tolerance policies, and we are now, all districts, charter schools and public schools, as Mr. Howard mentioned earlier, are required to have a tiered approach to discipline intervention whereby principals and teachers, but primarily principals, look at alternative ways of addressing behavior issues using socio-emotional learning, positive behavior supports, et cetera, in lieu of out-of-school placements like expulsion and suspension. And so what our handbook does this year is in every case where we had a zero tolerance policy that was no longer supported by law, we had to revise that. Now, what's going to become tricky about this is once the handbook is approved by the board, the real work begins, because we're going to have to provide some extensive training for teachers and principals about how to implement these policies correctly. That's going to take some time. We've already had some talks about how to design that training and how to move forward with delivering it to principals to make sure that we get it to the staff, the people that need it the most. So this is just the first step. In terms of a time frame, the legislature tends to run late, and this year I guess they ran late. We were racing to try to get this to the board in July because in respect of our parents and people starting school in August, we'd like to be able to go to publication after the regular meeting when this is finally approved. So I was late getting this up because we were running committees to review the discipline policy handbook just earlier this week. And so it's been a bit of a race to try to get this to the board. It takes effort and time. I mean, it's not easy. I also have to work with external counsel who does an intensive review of the legislation that comes out of the regular session and makes recommendations to me about what to use.
Okay,
and
so we do have something in place.
Oh, certainly,
that
yes.
When something is passed in the legislature.
Certainly, and not everything.
We know and we address it.
And then to specify, not everything that happens in the legislature goes into the student handbook. As I said in the memo, my memo to the board, there will be district policy revisions forthcoming as well. And you guys know usually through about September, October, we're looking at district policy revisions. So I anticipate there'll be a number of those this year that will match much of what we're putting in the handbook, but there'll be a lot of those things that aren't in the handbook that will show up in district policy, such as the requirement of cameras in the SS classrooms, which was mentioned earlier. So these things are all on the books. They're all coming. I assure the board everything's covered. But this was probably the most extensive revision of a handbook in my time in this job, and even maybe some years before, that we've had to undergo. And it's all required and mandated by the new legislation. So I could go into some extensive details. It would take us another hour or two if I were to really go into what we do in this handbook. I don't want to do that.
Correct.
But I am willing to talk to board members after this meeting in one-on-one meetings to answer any questions and concerns if necessary.
Okay, thank you so much, Counselor. And Board Member Webb Jackson, I wasn't trying to skip you. It's just that to respond to what was put out there. Thank you.
I understand
You
perfectly.
have the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I was looking in the minutes, and I saw something in the minutes that I couldn't find in the policy. And Dr. Finney mentioned something about this as well, about the navy pants and khaki pants being adopted for all grades, but at the discretion of each school. And I could tell you lots of horror stories why I hate khaki pants for middle and high school, and why I would prefer Navy from personal experience and from experience from other moms who weren't able to go rush over to the school and bring their child another pair of pants. But also because of our our goal to be consistent, you know, and I heard that when we were talking about our strategic plan. And so I would really hope that we would not let this be left up to the principal or to, at the discretion of the school, so that we know that kids move around, families move around. If you're in one school and it has a policy where you can only wear khaki pants at this school, and at this another one you can wear khaki or navy, you know, and you've got all your uniforms set up, you think you bought everything you need, and then you have to move, and then you have to start from scratch. I would hope that we could change that and just make it uniform across the board without discretion of any school, not left up to a principal, but just across the board, being consistent that, you know, all of them can wear either navy or khaki pants for all grades. If that's what's in the policy elsewhere, I only saw it in the minutes, so I couldn't find it in the policy itself. When I looked under uniforms, I only saw khaki for khaki for middle and high, and navy for elementary school. So if somebody could either clarify that for me or be willing to amend that, I'd be happy to support that, to support the entire handbook. So please, can somebody address that for me? What is the real deal?
Yeah, I can address it. So if you look at the minutes, we actually ran 2 meetings. On the first night, it was primarily parents. It was a smaller group. On the second night, it included principals, bus operators, a number of other persons that are required by statute to participate in the discipline review committee. You have to fill each of those, you have to have representatives from each of those areas in order to stay in compliance. And what that committee does, in essence, is they don't make a final decision. They vote recommendations in the place that then come to the superintendent and myself. And then we, based on what we think is best for the needs of the staff in the district, decide how to move forward with those. So the discipline review committee is not the ending authority or body of authority when making the final decisions of what goes into the handbook. They make strong recommendations that staff will then consider and then bring to the board for adoption, if that makes sense. So I want to make sure we kind of understand the process before we kind of get into this specific issue of the khaki bottoms versus navy blue bottoms. On the first night, we heard from parents primarily and some others who were there, and the idea was we should allow an option for exceptions to be made to the wearing of khakis in schools. And that primarily went to situations where there were mishaps, and I don't want to go into too much detail, to allow for a principal or a school improvement team to make an exception in particular cases for particular students. On the second night, and the whole point of these committees is to get insight from your key constituents and your stakeholders. On the second night, we heard from principals and other persons who said, well, wait a second, we actually have, these schools maintain banks of uniforms and replacements for kids, so when there is a mishap, we replace uniforms or we allow for replacements, and there's some procedures we put in place to make sure kids aren't embarrassed and we can make sure they have what they need. So the vote on the second night, which was a much larger group, was to overturn the first night's recommendation and to keep things uniform, because uniform policies are about being uniform in nature, and to kind of keep it that way. So these are recommendations coming from the committee that I took into account when talking to the superintendent and making some final decisions. I'm open to whatever the board would like to do. You're the ultimate authority. You adopt the recommendations, or you can make another recommendation. If you would choose to go back to what was decided on the first night and the board wishes to vote and adopt that, we're okay with that. So I just wanted to make sure we understood the process and kind of how it works up through the ranks and why it takes so much time, and how we considered everyone's input and tried to be fair and balanced in how we bring it to you guys, if that makes sense. Does that help, Ms. Ware-Jackson?
Oh, yeah, it helps as far as, you know, the procedure, but but the bottom line is, which one is it? Is it both, or is it one or the other?
Right now, it's the decision, the recommendation to the board would be khaki pants and to go with the current process, which is when there are issues or problems, that the school kind of addresses those and makes sure kids have replacement uniforms when needed, et cetera. So it's basically to maintain what we have status quo-wise.
How hard is it? How difficult is it to allow Navy throughout?
I'm not a school principal, and I don't work in schools directly. Certainly, I can get more input from you on that, and maybe provide more input from people who actually work directly in schools to give you that input. We did have 2 school principals who sat on the second committee who gave us the input we needed. But if you're not comfortable with what was given, we can certainly revisit that.
Well, yeah, I would like to see it revisited. You know, I'm only saying this because when I saw that in the minutes, you know, I was reminded of some horror stories, you know, with 3 daughters in school, and especially middle school. It can be very, very difficult. And, you know, little girls are, you know, they don't want to have to run to the principal's office, you know, they don't even want to move, you know, and it can be very traumatic. You know, I wondered, you know, when we switched over to khaki pants in middle school, I thought it was kind of odd, you know, because of the darker pants at that age is just a lot less traumatic when certain, you know, things happen. So if we could revisit that, or I don't know if it's, you know, what the huge issue is about not continuing with the Navy pants throughout.
Would you, I could make a suggestion. You could make a motion to adopt the handbook with the exception of the uniform policy recommended by the first committee, and the board could take a vote on that. You know, do we have a motion on the table? So it would be a substitute motion. You make a substitute motion or ask for a friendly amendment. There's a couple of ways to do it.
Well, I would ask for a friendly amendment that the Navy pants would be allowed throughout, if that works with what you were saying was the first recommendation.
Yes.
Without it being up to the school's discretion, just straight across the board.
Okay, so to make sure, go ahead.
No, I made the motion, and I was next in the queue, Ms. Collins, so this is my time. And I would agree with your friendly amendment. I was at the first committee meeting while this was being discussed, and I found it not odd, but, you know, people are entitled to their opinions. But when you allow things like this to be to the discretion of, like, individual principals, you don't get any uniformity, which is the purpose of uniform. So I would accept the Navy, and as a former middle school teacher, I understand the traumatic stories that exist. So I would accept your friendly amendment to include Navy as a part of the handbook and not leave it up to different principals to make the suggestion.
Thank you, I'd appreciate it.
All right, and then.
Well, Mr. Landis needs to.
Board Member Landis, do you agree
He's a
to the
second,
friendly?
so.
All right. Sounds good.
Ms. Landis, yeah, he's a verbally.
I agree with the friendly amendment.
Thank you, sir. All right, and Mr. Howard, excuse me, Board Member Howard, was that completed? Okay, and Board Member Dyson.
Okay, so so there was a lot of controversy when we went to uniforms. And there were a lot of people that did not want us to go to uniforms in the first place. And so that night, we were going, okay, a red shirt, a green shirt, a blue shirt, and we were at the board level trying to figure out what colors everything was going to be. Well, one of the things that was decided emphatically was that we wanted a different color for a different whole color scheme for the middle and high, so that if they were on an elementary campus or vice versa, you knew very well that they were not on their campus that they needed to be. And so for safety reasons, we opted to do this. We went with the dark for the elementary because it was, and the dark shirt, because they were white at first. We went with white, and we could use bleach. And then there was a lot of controversy about it, so then we went to the maroon with the navy, because they said they would do art, get it all over them, and so the darker colors were better for the elementary school-age children. So I think there's something that needs to be thought through about the safety aspect, because it does differentiate between the campuses. And also, even with these combined campuses, I would even still want them to be, the older kids are in those and the younger kids are in these, even if they're combined on a campus, because then you know, why are you in this hall? Or that kind of thing. So I would want more input from principals before I could make some change on this, because it's not taken lightly. Plus, there's a lot of people who have already purchased, and, so then you're gonna have two different, you just don't know who's on your campus necessarily.
Size matters.
Not always. You can have some big elementary kids and vice versa. It was definitely for safety that we went with it like it is.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other board comment. Did I go to the public? To the public? Any public comment? I did? Oh. All right. So then, seeing no other board comment, Madam Secretary.
A friendly amendment to approve the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy for the 21-22 school year for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System with the allowance of navy blue bottoms.
Thank you, please. I'm sorry, I don't think she cleared me thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'd like to make a.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was left over.
I'd like to make a second.
You can't.
We just did a friendly to the first.
But you can't.
So I'd like to make a second.
You can't, you'd have to make a substitute motion.
Yeah, you make a substitute.
Yeah,
you have to
a
vote
substitute
on that.
motion. They made a friendly to the first.
We have a friendly to the first, so you can
now I can make a
you can make a
substitute motion.
substitute motion. In other words, this is a friendly amendment to the first motion.
That was theirs.
Right, so you can make a substitute motion
Yes.
if needed. If she gets a second, right.
I would like us to move this part of the handbook to the board meeting so that we have more time for principal input. Yes, send it without recommendation to the regular board meeting so that we can obtain and go out and ask every principal their thoughts on this. And, but, the elementary and the middle and the high, because it's who's on your campus. As well as maybe the safety team that we have.
Okay, I'm going to read it to make sure we have clarification. Substitute motion to consider the request for approval of the Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook and Discipline Policy for the 2021-2022 school year for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System with noted changes to the board without recommendation. So you're sending the whole thing without recommendation.
What is your pleasure? What Is that best for you, or were you
No, I'm-
earlier saying just get some of it at least passed?
No, I work
Or-
for the board, and to be honest with you, we need to settle this issue. Yeah, and we need to settle the issue before I proceed with any
The
kind of
regular board.
publication. So, yes, and we do need a second for this motion.
Yeah.
Mr. Golday, second.
And then we're just not making it off the cuff.
All right. And we'll need to go to comments for the board, vice president, then the audience, and then back to the board.
And I thought we might get out before midnight. Chief. Is it ready? Oh, public comment? Oh,
No, you gotta go to the board first.
Seeing nothing from the board unless you would like to comment again. Public comment.
I'm not clear from Ms. Dyson's substitute motion whether she is proposing that what goes to the full board without recommendation reflects the friendly amendment? No. Okay. So then I think the substitute motion is an awful idea, because I think the friendly amendment was a great idea, and you'd certainly be welcome to pull it to be considered separately. But I think the friendly amendment is the way this should advance toward the board, whether it's on the consent agenda or not. It's perfectly reasonable to allow two different uniform colors. It is not reasonable to allow control freak principals the authority to insist that everybody wear khaki pants because they're the principal and they said so. So I oppose the substitute motion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Ditto everything that he just said. As a female, I sympathize and empathize and have great compassion for all of the female students that this will affect. I think that the friendly amendment should state that we would like to recommend that the children can have the option of wearing navy blue or black uniform pants. That way, it will prevent the little girls from embarrassment, because these are not just little girls that it happens to in middle school and high school. It also happens to them in elementary school. We talked about social emotional learning, talk about PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, because these children get ridiculed, they get bullied, and they get enormous embarrassment. So I oppose Ms. Dyson's amendment, but I am strongly asking Ms. Ware-Jackson to please just add in your friendly amendment that the pants be navy blue or black, and that it not be during the time frame of when that time is occurring for the young lady, but that they just have that option, period, to wear navy blue or black. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, back to the board. Seeing no board comment, Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
Just to say, yeah, if you could,
Substitute
just for
motion.
clarity, let everybody know what this particular one is. And it,
The
yeah,
substitute
send
motion to
without
consider-
recommendation.
Send it without recommendation. The motion fails.
So we revert back to the motion with a friendly amendment. It's now on the table. And I believe we've already taken
Yep,
comments.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Come on now, we just had 13 minutes to finish before midnight. Madam Secretary? Oh, you have to retype? Oh.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward to item 20, litigation. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, in the following matters: Joseph Miles versus Terry G. Cummings, Berkeley Insurance Company, and East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. Docket number 688741, Section 25 in the 19th JDC of East Baton Rouge Parish, State of Louisiana, and to provide for related matters. The second item, Ebony Coleman, individually and on behalf of Rondell Coleman versus the East Baton Rouge School Board. Can I get a motion? Board Member Ballou and Board Member Landis. Seeing no board comment. Oh. Okay, well, I'll just acknowledge you, sir.
Actually want to speak on these two items, and I won't be fast long at all. I think that these two items, I don't know if anybody else has read them, but these situations that have arisen from these particular cases are things that we could have easily fixed on our own, and it's things that we actually caused. The first one is because one of our buses hit a parked car.
You gotta be careful on your line, yeah.
Be cautious about sharing facts and information.
Okay. I'll say
You'd
this
have to
then.
go into executive session.
I'll reframe. You're right, and it actually says that, and indicated that we could possibly go into executive session, but I think we should, at some point, do this at another meeting, because when you read the facts of these cases, it's literally things that we could have easily fixed on our own. And one involved a child in due process that didn't take place, that could have easily saved us over $100,000. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, because also too, we do have to be mindful, and probably part of the reason why we have to go into executive session is board members are speaking, and I'm not saying I agree or disagree with you, but board members are speaking from a place of opinion on the matter, and then the court is gonna decide the facts, and we don't want to be on Channel 9 saying the board agrees with XYZ lawsuit. So we just have to be careful with how we.
And Mr. Landis, I'd be glad to have a conversation with you next week about a couple of these matters. I believe there's been some resolution that might address some of your concerns, but we can talk about it.
All righty. Public comment?
I actually appreciated Mr. Lannis's attempt to give us some basic factual background as to the circumstances that caused litigation to be necessary. It would seem like it would be easy enough for transparency to take the original petition that is filed in any case that you're considering, where you don't want to release any of the recommendations he has given you in terms of resolution, but it would be helpful to the public if we didn't all individually have to go to the clerk of courts and chase down the original petition. I mean, it's in the possession of the school system. It could and should be posted as part of backup. Obviously, his recommendations as to how you proceed should not be posted as part of backup. But the public should have an opportunity to easily get a sense of the sorts of things that give rise to litigation. Speaking of trying to minimize litigation, which is always a good thing, I would want to caution you that it is a really, really bad idea to return these meetings to a poorly ventilated, impossible to social distance meeting room.
Off topic, Brother Finley.
Humor me for 10 seconds.
It's late.
I would have been done if I hadn't gotten interrupted. It's a bad idea to move back to the main school board office while we're still in a pandemic, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I agree with Dr. Finney wholeheartedly. we have many ways that we can redact the information, the personal information from any of our litigation to actually provide for the public to actually review. And it just pains me that our school system continue to have to face many litigations due to just not having people that actually know how to handle situations. I greatly would hope that our board would strongly consider hiring, creating an actual department that can actually be directly up under Mr. Shamlin to try to prevent us from having further litigation, because that's costly, and it's costing us valuable dollars that could be used in the classroom to educate the children, because that's what's supposed to be important, the kids. So I hope that y'all take that into consideration, and also take into consideration the ADA requirements and how COVID vaccine has not been approved for children under 12 before we go further. Thank you.
Thank you. You knew I was coming with that, was not germane to the agenda. All right, no further public comment, back to the board. No board comment. Madam Secretary.
Please vote.
All right, come on, 6 minutes. I'm getting ready to do some Dougie Fresh up in here. 6 minutes. Okay, announcements.
Motion carries.
Oh, thank you. Announcements, board workshop to be held on July 22nd at 5:00 p.m. at the Professional Development Center, which is here. Regular board meeting will be held on July 22nd, immediately following the board workshop at the Professional Development Center. Committee of the Whole will be held August 5th at 5 p.m. back at Central Office Boardroom. Regular board meeting to be held on August 19th at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Meeting is